Describe what you want, and watch it take shape.
without feeling it too much. Taught myself the truth and left it untouched. The way you used to love, used to move the air, but that was in the past. Forward.
Both crave peace, but keep choosing chaos. You want me to stay, and then tell me to leave. Why can't we ever seem to get on the same page? both crave peace, but keep choosing chaos. We both crave peace, but keep choosing chaos. We both crave peace, but keep choosing chaos.
Why stop now? I was just getting started.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you won't talk no backbone. Strap in, buckle up. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, and I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna run, then I'm on a level 10.
Hello, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the DRIFTMASTERS Championship. We are here, it's the 2026 season, and we are back in business, baby. We are in Rome for round one at the Vallelunga circuit. We've got new tracks, new drivers, but old commentators.
Thank you very much, Becky. Yeah, look, it's
appreciate
amazing to be back. It's great to get the action kicked off. It feels like the off-season was forever, right?
It was a long time. It's taken us a long time to get here. I mean, I'm delighted to see you back here. I mean, it's nearly 30 degrees and you've still got a hat on.
Yeah, you don't want to see what's underneath of it, so we'll just keep this going for now. Yeah, it's good setup.
What are you looking forward to this season, boys?
I'm looking forward to two new tracks. One we're at right now. I'm also looking forward to Helsinki because, again, another track, no data, which is what I find really interesting to see the drivers and the team struggle a little bit. Apart from that, Becky, how about you?
Do you know what it is? I love seeing fresh faces in the paddock. I mean, young guns, real hungry to try and take that top spot. Conor Shanahan's got a hard job on his hands
He
this year.
certainly has, and you said this yesterday, Jacob.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough year for him. There's a lot of people that are coming up, a lot of the wild cards that have come in at the different rounds. I got a preview for some wild cards coming up. I mean, drivers-wise, the selection and the competition's never been crazier.
We got to talk about qualifying yesterday. I mean, some high scores on the board. We got triple 95.5s out there.
Yeah, we did, and we had two drivers locked out at the top with a 95 and a 90 dead on the board, and it come down to formalities of who took it over angle, style, and everything else. And look, it's interesting to see because guys have come out of the gate straight away at round one, hitting on all cylinders and knocking the ball out of the park because no one's messing around this round.
It's been a bit of an evening for a couple of our drivers. We've had engine changes, we've had gearbox changes. It's always the same story every year. You never know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, there was a lot of mechanics working late last night. There's mechanics working right now. We've had a couple updates, so I'm sure we'll get into, but there's been more engines out in the first round than I think I've ever seen before. Normally these cars are pretty sorted, but this track has just been abusive on them, so I wouldn't be shocked to see more mechanicals.
Well, we are going to catch up with our drivers in just a little bit. Guys, you've got a job to do.
We certainly have, yeah.
Get yourselves downstairs
Thank you,
into
Becky.
that
Thank you.
commentary booth because it's going to be a big round. Save your voices. Now, guys, let's take a look at the calendar for this year. We have 7 tracks this year with 2 brand new ones, kicking it off in Italy with round 1, then heading to Spain, Ireland, and then the brand new round in Finland. Then it's Riga, baby, then the Iron City, and then all roads lead to the PGA Narodowe with the big Red Bull final in Poland. What happened last year, the very last round. Peter Vrajcek had heartbreak with a mechanical failure right in the middle of the event. But there was one man out there that absolutely took advantage of this moment and made it his own. Conor Shanahan took the win to be the 2025 DRIFTMASTERS champion. And what an evening it was. Huge celebrations, big family around. It was an amazing night, and it managed to catch up with Conor right now in the sunshine. Conor, isn't it lovely to be back?
It's amazing. It's amazing to be back. Yeah, strong finish last year. Sucked, obviously. We wanted a better championship race than that. But yeah, it was a hard year last year. Every year we come back, it's not getting any easier. And yeah, you know, when you look at the level, especially right now, we're even in a practice group, and I'm asking my spotter, like, you know, pulling up on the chase line, how's this guy going? And he's like, yeah, it's as good as anybody else. And it's great to see that the level is constantly climbing. It doesn't make our lives any easier, but it's great for the sport. And yeah, super happy to be back. It's quite nice to come back as a champion. It's always a good feeling, and to be a 2-time champion of this championship sometimes, you know, blows my mind. It joins my names along the greatest, but the story of Conor Shanahan is not over, and I want to keep pushing and hopefully take you know, another few championships before I call it a day would be quite nice. But looking forward to this year. It's been a good start yesterday, and excited to be back with everybody, good friends here, and back with the team where everything started again.
Well, let's look back to yesterday. I mean, 95.5 on the board, got you second position in qualifying there, but it wasn't easy. I mean, was last night quiet for you guys? Was there many mechanical things to change, or was it all right?
Yeah, it was a good night. We finished up quite strong yesterday. It was not the most amazing day, but we got the run what we wanted towards the end. I was really happy with the run. I liked watching it back. The crowd seemed to love it as well. So a lot of drivers here give me a slagging that there's dust on my lock stop. So that was for all you guys, because Connor, full of angle, is coming out this year to drive everybody crazy who takes the piss out of me about that. So no, it was quite nice. Good to put on a bit of a show. I enjoyed the run, full angle, full throttle commitment. Felt like I was jacked for a minute. This track is quite good, quite challenging, but last night was good, more just sitting down with Lloyd, who's playing a huge part of the team this year, going through some GPS stuff and just trying to figure out where we're going to get the setup today. And all I can say is we started practice very, very strong. We ended with a small problem, which was a little bit annoying because it was a really good practice session, but the car setup is dialed, and I feel like we have the car to go all the way, so it's all down to me now.
Absolutely. And in the off-season, we've seen you've been doing a lot of driving. I mean, Long Beach, that was a great round for you. Are you feeling confident coming into this season that you can avenge that title and become the 2026 champion?
Yeah, of course, we always come back hungry. It was a great start. Quite nice to get that win in America. Quite special for me. It was one that I always wanted. The start of the off-season for me was quite rough, but I went back to the drawing board, went back to the basics, and just went back having fun. I think I put a lot of pressure on myself. I want to be the best, and sometimes that takes your toll on you. And towards the end of last year, I really had to switch off the phone, just reset and enjoy the things what I want to enjoy. I put a lot of work into what I do, so it's quite nice to enjoy these things when the results come. Long Beach was quite special, and it would be a pretty special day today if we could go for one to one in two of the biggest championships in the world. That would be the nice game plan. But it's been a great off season. Life is good. I feel very, very happy, and I'm just going to try show that with my driving.
Absolutely. Well, good luck in your top 32 battle. I know it's always a little nervous wait before you get into it, so go chill out, and we'll see you on the track.
Thank you, guys.
All right then, guys. So, top 32 battles, eh? It's always such a nervous time for the drivers. They can do 20 championships, but you're watching them in the car, they're wringing their hands, they're getting ready because, with this sport, it all comes down to those 30 seconds you're on track. You never understand the pressure that these drivers feel. And we try to get a few of the stories out of them. I don't try to push them too much, but honestly, drifting is an absolute war of attrition. The things these guys have to do on the track is crazy. Well, here is another man who will be feeling the pressure a little bit today, Peter Vrajcek. Peter, you had a great day yesterday. We had a chat with you and your qualifying run went lovely. Then you didn't come out for your second qualifying run. Can you tell us what happened?
Yeah, unfortunately we found out that there was debris in the oil, so you don't want that. So the team decided that we won't run the second run simply and start to fix the car, which went well. Today we checked the car, everything is good, so I think we're good to go.
How was practice this morning? Is the track looking nice and hot out there?
Yeah, definitely, but to be honest, it's quite similar as yesterday. Maybe it's not as windy, so it's a bit warmer in the car, but that's the only difference from what I felt. It's definitely a bit worse for the team because it's warm out there. It definitely needs to put some sunshade, but fingers crossed we're gonna figure it out and survive the heat.
What's the plan for today? I mean, I know you like to stay out the heat, calm yourself down, get ready. Have you got any new little strategies for yourself for this year?
Not something particularly new. We definitely, as usual, after qualifying, are trying to just get some more grip and figured out what's the conditions out there when the car is gripped up. It looks quite okay, so now fingers crossed that we'll be able to repeat the runs and simply stay on the right road.
Stay on the right road, absolutely. Well, good luck in your top 32 battle, Peter. We'll see you out there. Well, there you have it, guys. We've had a short chat with our drivers. We've caught up with them. The nerves are high, but this is a brand new season. It's all to play for. Let's hand it up to our kings of the commentary box, Ian Waddington and Jacob Gettin. Guys, it's a scorcher.
It certainly is a scorcher, Becky, that's for sure. Thank you very much for being down there and with us all weekend. My name is Ian Waddington and I am joined by my very good friend, and esteemed commentator, Jacob Gittins. Jacob, it's a heater this weekend.
Yeah.
The pressure's on. The pressure cooker has been turned up to 100 already at round one.
Yeah, and the temp is rising too. It's a lot warmer here today with that wind gone. I mean, the track temps are going to go up, and a lot of the setup that these drivers might have had dialed in yesterday kind of goes away with the wind. So we'll see how they're able to get around the track.
Yeah, we're going to see how they get around the track. As you can see, fans already filling the grandstands and all the way around this incredible circuit here in Rome, the Vallelunga circuit, proving yesterday in qualifying to be a tough one. But today, it's going to be even tougher as two two guys head out side by side to be crowned the winner of round one. Let's take a look at what today's schedule is going to be, though, because we've got it absolutely stacked, all exclusively live, of course, on Red Bull TV. Top 32 all the way through to top 16, and these are the times. We're live right now. As you can see, top 16 kicks off at 5:20 p.m. local time. If you're wondering, we're going to probably bring all those cars down for a parade for those guys in attendance, and then we're going to kick it off. The big part of the show, we like to say, and that is where we go all the way through to the final, to the podium, Jacob, where one of these guys will be crowned the winner and take away maybe the foundation for the rest of the season.
Yeah, this really sets it up for the rest of the year, and you do well here. You've got yourself a nice little head start for the rest of it.
Certainly is. Well, we've got two new guys in our judging booth this year alongside our old commentator David Kalas. We have Tormo Levimäki and as also with him Rasmo Rios. Those guys will be our judges for the 2026 season, and a tough day today, a tough day yesterday. But we're going to throw it over to David Kalas. David Kalas, any new things we should know? Any changes to the rules?
No big changes. The biggest change what we saw was already yesterday, and that there was no qualification showdown. So we haven't had battles yesterday, but we will definitely have battles today. And when we are looking on the battles, we can go a little bit how we are judging them. So for the leader, we are definitely looking what we were looking yesterday. We would like to see that sweet qualification 100 points run. Nobody was able to reach the 100 points, but hopefully we will see as close as possible to 100 points. For the chaser needs to get as close as possible to the leader. Leader is his moving clipping point, and they need to be close as possible. But they need to mimic the angle, they need to mimic the line, and also the deceleration points. On those two big straight lines which we are having here on this track, we would like to see mimicking and the same time of transitions. So that's what we would like to see and what we will be judging.
Thank you very much, David. And for you guys at home wondering what it's like to take a lap around this circuit, what it actually demands, there's no one else better to talk to than the man that has won it all in the past. Let's take a ride around Vallelunga with the one and only James Deane.
What's up, everyone? James Deane here. Come with me as we go for a lap around Circuit Vallelunga in the Ford Racing Mustang RTR. Okay, so on this track we're shifting 3 gears up the straight, first, second, into third, initiate with the handbrake and straight onto the power to fill the first outside zone. After that we're wrapping inside slightly to get the first inner clip, back out to the outside zone, transition, decel, outside zone again before coming into the second inner zone. After that, power wide out to the outside zone that's coming next, another outside zone, quick transition, and you're filling the second last outside zone before one final transition. One last zone to go, and that's one full lap around Circuit Vallelunga.
Well, there we go. It looks simple, Jacob, but I'll tell you what, it certainly isn't that easy.
Yeah, he made it sound very easy. All you got to do is this, but 9 zones, a lot of craziness, a lot of different ways to go around the track, and this is one of the zones that's going to differentiate our top and our bottom drivers. That is zone 4. A lot of conversation around it yesterday, a couple different ways to take it, but we're seeing drivers go real big there, lots of angle, using it as a decel point, and sets them up really nice for 5.
It certainly does, and yeah, I think we're a lot gain and loss there on outside zone 4, and especially here as well, outside zone 8. It wasn't really something we looked at before we came here, and then we thought that this would be a situation, but it certainly is. You don't get into it, you don't snap to angle, you wash wide and one wheel over onto that green part of the track there, over the white line. Judges saying that is a wheel off, so we're looking for a real clean line into there. Also critical as well there for the chase car to not be too far into the pocket. You want to be wheel to wheel almost at that point. Let's take a look though at what guys made it through and who is battling off with who, because we've got stacked top 32 already.
Yeah, I've been reading through it, and there's not a bad battle in here. I'm super pumped. I mean, McKeever and Timo Asunmaa, that's how we start things off. That's his cars that we did see in practice, and had a good qualifying. Maybe not as good as what he expected or hoped for, but it's going to lead to a great battle.
Yeah, certainly so. And for me, Kevin Pesur, a man that last year went on a hunt. You know, he was in that championship fight right until the very last moment. Kicked it off at round 1 last year on the podium. Can he do the same here in Vallelunga in Italy? Well, the scene is set. The stage is ready, as we like to say. The fans are gathering around the circuit, Jacob. There's no more time for messing around. Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's top 32. Well, here we go, on the line already with cars, and a heated battle straight away. It will be our first place qualifier to take on the man that looked very good in practice, but sits in 32nd place in qualifying. It will be McKeever to take on Teemu Asunmaa. McKeever, a higher qualifier, opted in to lead first. Now, we spoke a lot earlier on, me and you, in the spotters area with a lot of the spotters talking about tyre wear.
Yeah.
It's a very long circuit, and a lot of the spotters were saying that if they had the opportunity, they would swap, they would go in the chase position first, so they had more tyre or less tyre in the lead position on the second half of the run. It was all about tyre management. They didn't want to blow their tyres off in the first half, leading a car out, trying to drive away. McKeever opted to lead first. Here we go, on the line, ready to rock and roll. The first battle of 2026 underway as Dwayne McKeever, the Northern Smoke Machine, leads in Teemu Asunmaa from Finland and already starts to put a bit of distance between him and himself. As he fires away down the circuit, McKeever flicks that car through outside zone 3, and you can see McKeever has that car wicked up, turned up to 11. As Asunmaa drives through outside zone 5, he's struggling now. This is where this starts to get tricky. There's nowhere on this circuit to make a dive. There's nowhere to shortcut. And Asunmaa trying everything he can to get himself back in the fight. You can see McKeever is up and gone.
McKeever's car is so quick, and it does bite him just a little bit, missing on 5, but other than that, it's still really, really fast, and he's got it under control. It's going to be interesting when they swap things around, but for right now, it's all the Northern Smoke Machine out front, and just look at the gap that he's able to pull over Asunmaa. It's pretty crazy, and there, that's what I was getting at. Sorry, it wasn't 5, it was a 3.
3, yeah.
Yeah, I just wasn't able to. Sorry, 2. Man, we're going to get all the zones down, don't worry about it. But it shows just how much speed he's got in the car. It's really gripped up, and Asunmaa having to try and find some spots to regain, but just not able to at any point in time. Now that we swapped them around, it's going to be interesting. I think Asunmaa in the chase probably ate up more tire than what he might have expected to, because he's just trying to get back into this fight. So it's going to be interesting. Tire wear, tire conservation is going to be a big, big topic, especially here in top 32. I think by top 16, they're going to get it dialed.
Yeah, they're going to figure it out.
Yeah. What was interesting, though, in practice is we saw a fair bit of tandem, but we didn't see a lot of, like, really hard tandem.
No.
It seemed like everyone was trying to figure out stuff still, so it'll be an interesting day, to say the least. But for right now, Dwayne McKeever's got a big, big advantage other than missing that one zone.
Yeah, exactly that. And as we swap them around, I wonder if Teemu Asunmaa now is probably thinking, look, McKeever maybe he doesn't have enough tyre. And I think the tyre, we're going to talk about it a lot today. I am going to warn everyone, because I think it's going to be a big part of this. I think it's going to be that and those 2 zones we pointed out earlier. I think it's going to be a big part of how this plays out and evolves over top 32. A start line Marcin down there on the line, checking out Asunmaa's car as he now sits in that lead position. McKeever sits back off the line trying to get a drag race in, and you can see McKeever quite a way back, and I've been spotting this all day so far in tandem practice. Guys taking a real run in to make a dive on the door. Well, Asunmaa, the finished driver now off the line, ready to rock and roll through the gears. You can already even see McKeever attacking onto the back bumper as they fire into that first outside zone. McKeever tries to tuck up on the inside, up to the door, and he shallows up the angle. So Asunmaa now puts on a really nice lead line, leads both of them down to outside zone 4, and Asunmaa absolutely fires that car in. Can he collect 5? He can't. Goes wide as Asunmaa now accelerates, and McKeever now starts to fall away as McKeever stands on the accelerator and gives Asunmaa some room. Shortcut in that outside zone. McKeever goes for a dive through the smoke. That final outside zone, Asunmaa across the line.
Yeah, really, really interesting. And Mr. Class talked about it a little bit in his track explanation, but the big thing during these long straight sections that they're looking for is just mimicking, getting the timing right, making it look like a dance. That's really what they want to see in that section, because to try and dive into the pocket during those long straightaways, it's going to be really tough. And for Dwayne, I mean, he's the kind of driver that wants to be on the door, the fender, the wheel at all times. So having to back off a little bit is just out of his nature. But Asunmaa struggled a bit there through 5. Dwayne, you can see here, he wants to go for that dive in. He's got to hold back just a bit, but he does a great job of synchronizing the transitions, which is something that they're looking for. So it'll be an interesting decision here from the judges. I think they both struggled just a little bit in the lead, but if we're looking at total proximity, I think Dwayne's got him beat.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I think Dwayne has, you know, really kind of stole a little bit out of this one. It was a good lead, a nice chase, but Asunmaa give him a good chase as well, good lead, sorry. So it'll be interesting to see what way the judges swing. A lot of deliberation going on, and we see some beautiful slow-mo shots from our production team from Red Bull TV. Both guys out of the car, down there in the pit lane, ready to receive that decision. you'll see that pop up on your screen and see who takes it through to the top 16. McKeever, as always, cool, calm and collected. Maybe feels like he has that one in the bag.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's tough. This is the first time we're here at the track doing this, and we like to think we know what the judges are thinking, but sometimes there's other stuff that they spot. They've got incredible eyes, and they're able to pick up some things that we don't necessarily catch on the first go-around. So we'll see. Waiting on that judge's decision to come up, and we'll have our first battle over already.
Yeah, so we will just wait for that decision to drop up on your screen, and we'll see who's going through. Here we go. Slide them left for Timo Asunmaa, right for Dwayne McKeever. It's one vote. It's unanimous. Dwayne McKeever gets the win, advances through the top 16. I think Timo knew that in that chase. I knew he probably felt like it was very scrappy. He was really struggling to try and keep up that pace, and it's going to be a tale of the tape as we move through. It's going to be up next, Harry Kerr to take on Marco Zakouril. Now, look, first one of our drivers is opting to chase first. Harry Kerr is your higher qualifier, up there in 16th place. Zakouril only 17th, so not a lot splitting these two guys, but Harry Kerr opting to chase first.
I like this decision from him, I really do. I'm hoping it plays out the way that he hopes it did. He was one of the drivers that was really trying to get the tire game sorted in practice. I went and snooped around, looked at the tire pile afterwards. It looked like they did get it locked in, but why not? Let's get some really, really good tire at the beginning, and then when you go into the lead, you can slow things down just a little bit. You don't have to worry as much about it as long as you're able to get around. But I'm really, really excited here because Harry Kerr's chase game is usually pretty nasty.
Well, he's a rookie this year. He made his name at DRIFTMASTERs in 2025 at the round 3 in Mondello Park. And look at this, already creeping off the line. It's going to be Kerr to chase down Marco Zakouril. They fire in. Oh, very nice from Harry Kerr. Tucks up on the inside straight away. Zakouril in that Volkswagen 2-litre engine squeezes 700 horsepower towards the tarmac. But look at this from Harry Kerr on a really nice line, maybe even wider than Zakouril. Oh, washes a little bit, takes avoiding a line there to not make contact with the back of Zakouril. Let Zakouril disappear a little bit down that fast part of the circuit. Now back into it. Zakouril fulfills all of that outside time. Big flick, big back for Marco Zakouril as Harry Kerr goes for a dive onto the back bumper.
Yeah, just a little overshot there in 5, and that's all it took for Harry Kerr to start to lose a bit of the pace out of this run. He came out of the gate really strong in the chase. Love how close he is at initiation. Times it really well, pulls angle just a touch. He's a little bit delayed on that angle, so it allows him to get a bit more forward drive to get into the pocket of Zakouril, and he holds it so well. He looked incredibly stable. Often in the chase, especially with younger drivers, you'll see them want to make 100 adjustments to try and get the perfect.
Yeah.
Very, very smart. He just left it. He went, okay, I'm in a good spot. Let's just leave it here. There's a bit of a slower transition from Zakouril, and I wonder if that's what caught Harry out through that section. Zakouril didn't really snap to angle. He just kind of slowly brought it out, and maybe Harry, just because of how close he was, thought it was going to come around a little bit quicker, and it didn't. He does a great job catching back up. He doesn't completely straighten out. He's still trying to fill the zone, as you can see.
Yeah.
He's left foot braking to make sure the car is still in the zone. That is, in my opinion, the best way to catch up. You don't want to completely throw away the entire run for proximity. You're still doing a good job of keeping the car in the zone. But either way, he's going to feel a little bit behind the 8 ball with that small mistake at 5.
Yeah, certainly so. And take a look back at these shots. I'm just looking at how much of a nice lead line Zakouril gave.
Yeah,
Harry Kerr. That's something that I was really focused on there, was trying to see where he positioned the car. And you're right, that transition to 4 was very slow.
Yeah.
It didn't snap to angle like we were seeing yesterday in qualifying. Is that a game plan?
I don't know. I think it seemed like that's what Zakouril was doing in qualifying in practice, so I think it's up to Harry's spotter to let him know that.
There we go, they're off the line. Harry Kerr to lead out Marco Zakouril as they fire through the gears. Harry Kerr, big clutch kick, fires that car to angle. Zakouril straight into it. A little stall up though, but back on the throttle. Zakouril lost in the smoke. Now he finds the rear quarter panel of that BMW as they fire down the hill. Look for outside zone 4. Harry Kerr, big snappy transition across the circuit. On the handbrake, on the accelerator straight away with this no shaking. Marco Zakouril as he squeezes up onto the rear bumper. Good transition from Zakouril, tucks himself down the inside. It's brave from Zakouril as he dives into the smoke on the front wheel. Zakouril's got this absolutely worked out. But Harry Kerr's lead line is phenomenal.
Yeah, that was a great run from both of them. Harry did exactly what he needed to do, and Marco Zakouril had some very veteran moves in this as well through the transition a little bit later on. But at the start of this run, Harry Kerr looks really good. A lot of left foot brake there to hold that car in place. You could tell he wanted to escape. He wanted to run off. Zakouril does a great job of sitting in the pocket. He is getting absolutely pelted with smoke at this point in time. Does miss that zone in the chase. And then as we transition through 4, he actually holds back just a little bit to see where Harry Kerr is going to go. He's caught a little bit on the inside. And then through here, this is where Zakouril really shows his intelligence. He gets caught up, doesn't overcommit through the transitions, but it allows him to regain a little bit of that proximity. And I think that's going to be key for everybody in the chase through that section, is just be a little bit delayed on it so you can pick up a bit more, or close up a little bit more distance. But yeah, Harry Kerr, great lead run all the way through. Marco Zakouril, I think he took advantage of that in the best possible way. Ooh. Did he make it? He didn't spin over the line, did he? Okay, no, we're good. Okay. I missed that completely.
Yeah. I think Harry was so wide. Yeah, I mean, this is what the judges are looking at. I think 2 wheels over that final outside zone. Something that we didn't see from that first initial camera angle. But hey, it's Red Bull TV. We're back with all of the angles.
I know.
Drones, onboards, the whole lot. We're not missing a thing this season. Once again, at DRIFTMASTERS 2026, both guys out of the car. Look at this, a nervous wait for both of them to decide to see what the decision is. Harry Kerr shakes his head. Maybe he thought there was a mistake and he's looking back at the replay. Slide him left for Kerr, right for Zakouril. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Marco Zakouril taking the win, and look what it means to the Czech driver as he takes down a man that everybody was a little nervous about when they see him pull up this weekend.
I wonder if Kerr ran out of tire at the very end, and that's when we saw him with that over-rotation. So still, this is the big part of moving up into the big leagues, is tire management is a big part of this. You want it down to the very last chord.
Yeah, we certainly do. Well, we're back on the line, ready to rock and roll. It's going to be James Deane to take on Espen Rohde, and as you can see, James Deane, the higher qualifier, opting to chase first. This is going to be...
That's not a position he's usually in. Even last year, he didn't choose to chase very often.
No, and I think, as we keep talking about, it's going to be the tyre game. Well, here we go. James Deane in the car, gives his thumbs up to the camera. He's ready to rock and roll. Espen Rohde's car, though, I must say, this weekend hasn't been on form.
No,
he spent a lot of time in the paddock, repairing the car, fixing the car. Is he going to hold together? That's the biggest question mark here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, the upside with this is, James Deane is going to give you a perfect lead line. So when you get into that chase, you can just absolutely throw 10-10s at it.
There we go. The light goes green. We are ready to rock and roll, and it's going to be Espen Rohde to lead out James Deane for a spot in the top 16 as they fire through the gears. Deane, look at this, straight onto the side, onto the rear bumper of that BMW, and Espen Rohde doing a really nice job on outside zone 1. Dials on the angle, a little wobble coming into 3, but Deane's with him. There's no shaking James Deane as they fire down into outside zone 4. Very nice line for Espen Rohde as he squeezes the throttle, tries to drive away from the Irishman. A wobble once again, but there's no shaking James Deane. Brave moves from Deane as he sticks it to the door. Oh, what a brave transition! The bumper's off in the face of Deane and across the line. Wow!
Was wild. That was wild. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a loud bang when they came through 8, and I don't know if that was the contact or Espen lost a tire or what happened, but that looked like it was going to be a really nice, clean, tidy run, and then it all went to shambles in the end.
Fireworks at the end.
Oh, that's all right with me. James gives Espen just a little bit of room, just a touch to kind of go, okay, where are you right now? How's the car? How's your confidence? And then starts to reel him in. In usual James Deane fashion, as he's aging, he's getting even more. He's getting smarter with his runs too, and it's incredible to see. But he's not giving Espen an inch. So even through this transition, Espen looked really, really good. It was probably the best line I've seen him take from 4 all the way around 5. It was very smooth. It was nice and wide. And then it's going to be up just after this section where things get a little crazy. There's that correction that you picked up as he comes through, and it was just around here. I heard a loud bang, and it might have been that bumper tap. But man, where did James Deane get caught up in this transition? Espen looks like he's in a good spot. As they transition around, that bumper comes off. I wonder if James just caught a piece of it as it was coming around.
I think it just slapped the face of that Mustang as it came off. We're going to see it right here from
so it's already dangling.
Look at the transition. Oh, James ran over it on transition.
Got it.
Oh, and that kind of threw James a little bit there, and it threw Espen as well. Espen completely missed that final outside zone.
He was already offline, though, through that section. So, I mean, that's got to be spooky as a chase driver, just to see a big hunk of something flying off, because you don't know, right? You assume it's a bumper, but it could be anything. Oh, all right, already into the excitement.
Yeah, we certainly are already into the excitement as James Deane pulls to the line to lead out Espen Rohde. And Marcin's back with a duct tape.
Here we go.
2026. And those LED nose grills already.
It looks so good, though.
I know,
Keep
right?
them on there.
What a shame.
I know.
Hey, these cars are built for battle, right? They're not show cars.
One of my favorite conversations during the parade last night is everyone staring at the cars. I'm like, all right, boys, Take a good look. This is the last time they're going to look this good.
Oh, for sure, because today's when they're really going to start getting a battering. Here we go. Green light for James Deane to lead out. Espen Rohde, the Norwegian, flicks it onto the back bumper as Deane puts it in. Look at that little cheeky dive down the inside for Espen Rohde, but he's way off that qualifying line, trying to keep up with the pace of Deane in that Mustang as they fire down the hill now. Deane starts to drive away. Espen Rohde on the inside of the circuit, big handbrake drag. Now making a move up into the door of James Deane, but look at the power and
just getting the timing and when to use them right. Going up against James Deane is tough. You know he's going to be fast. That Mustang is easily one of the fastest cars we've got on grid. It makes a ton of power, it makes a ton of grip, and it moves in such incredible ways. So Espen Rohde, giving him a bit of respect, but trying to keep up with them. So he makes dives at good times. Through that transition, I mean, I would like to see him sink back into the zone, but he cuts it to try and get back into proximity. We know James is going to dig out of 5 and just be able to walk him. So I like that Espen did it at that time to try and get the proximity before James could take off. And then through the rest of this, it's a bit of desperation. The transitions were sick, though. I love how aggressive he got with it. Dives into 8. James uses that rumble strip, and then right through here, I'm sure we'll get a camera angle switch. Espen goes for probably the biggest dive of his life, trying to get to the inside. But unfortunately, he gets caught out just a little bit on the wrong side. There we go. Pumping through the smoke.
Yeah, I think it was just slightly mistimed, though, in the car. You could see the grip in the car. It popped up on the rear wheel, and then by the time he'd settled the car, he was way offline, and James was up and gone at that point, and most drivers out of the car having a chat. Espen probably saying it was a little scrappy.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for slapping you in the face with the bumper.
It's a good run, though. Big smiles, though.
It certainly was. Well, here we go. Left for Deane, right for Espen Rohde, and there we go. James Deane getting the win and moving through into top 16.
Oh, wow. All right.
This is going to be one of the most exciting top 32s I think we're going to see this season.
My heart's going, man. It's not all the espresso. My heart's going.
Track is really doing things. Well,
Yeah.
here we go. We're back on the line once again. It's going to be Diogo Correa to lead out Simon Olsen. And Olsen, the higher qualifier, opting.
Yeah, he's chasing first.
Opting to chase first again. Yeah, camping though with the Deane M Sport James Deane crew this year. This was formerly James Deane's car. Still is. He still owns it.
Still is.
He's just renting it out for the weekend. He just gave him the keys and said, hey, buddy, take a spin in my ride for 2026. James Deane saying, what a car to drive. And that's Simon Olsen saying he's really getting to grips with it, but Diogo Correa been looking good, been piloting this car for many years now. What can the rookie do? As Simon Olsen looks for the side of Diogo Correa's BMW, gives him some room to manoeuvre, now starts to make an attack onto the rear wheel as Diogo Correa fires down for outside zone 4. Olsen shallows up the angle, now dials it on, almost tags the rear quarter. Has to take avoiding action, moves back into it though, gets himself back into the fight. Bumper to bumper transition, not messing around for Simon Olsen. It's scrappy though now for Diogo Correa as he tries to drive away from Simon Olsen. Olsen looks for a dive and can't get there.
Yeah, it was interesting. Simon didn't ever look settled in the chase, but Correa didn't really look settled in the lead either.
No.
So it was a lot of reactionary from both. So we'll take a look. I was definitely having my eyes a lot on Olsen in that run, but taking a look now at Diogo, I mean, he throws a bunch of angle in here, but it's not super sustainable. Look at that. Looks like it might have been 2 wheels off through that section. You're going to bleed a lot of speed when that happens. You can tell he's off throttle. He's not pumping out the smoke. So Simon's got to make a correction behind him. Now Simon gets in trail. This is a good spot to be in. He's got to stay out of the smoke, which can be tough. Goes for the dive into 4. Great job there. And then Correa really takes a long time. He's not on throttle until he touches outside zone 5. And I know the judges want him on a little bit earlier. As they transition back out, same thing. Simon's just trying to get the timing and the beat of this to really go for the chase. So, yeah, it's tough to say. Correa, missing a big chunk there of 8. And I'm not sure. Oh, yeah, so it's tough. Yeah, Diogo, I mean, he's hand over hand on that.
Yeah, that's catching under still.
If you're crossing over like that, that's not a great spot to be in.
He's 3 wheels up there, like that was...
Yeah. Simon did a good job of adapting to what was going on. I just don't think Correa was at any point very confident in what was happening with the car.
No, and again, it's midday here in Vallelunga in Italy, in Rome, and the sun is at its highest point in the circuit. This is the stickiest we're going to find the track. I spoke a lot yesterday with Connor Shanahan, and he said everybody in the paddock thought that when the sun went down, this track was going to get super grippy. It went the other way.
Yeah, it's fresh rubber that's on here, so...
There we go. Light goes green. Olsen to lead out Diogo Correa, despite the top 16, as Simon Olsen fires that. There's 14.9 from left to right. Now really aggressive line from Simon Olsen as he opens up the throttle. But look at Correa already onto the side of that S14.9. Big transition down the hill as they look for outside zone 5. Both guys fires to angle. Oh, Olsen shuts it down. Correa gets back on the throttle and fires it through the circuit. And Simon Olsen's weekend looks like he's just come to an end as Diogo Correa, the Portuguese driver, puts it into the final outside zone and across the line. Olsen left stranded on track.
Oh, man, I don't know what happened. It looks like he's up and running now, but yeah, Correa, I think you can tell he's excited about this because he didn't think he had this in the bag at any point in time. There was no real signs of Simon Olsen struggling before this point. Car's making lots of smoke. He's on throttle. The wheel speed seems good. He is absolutely flying.
Correa tags him there.
Yeah. I wonder if there was a D-bead, maybe with contact. I don't know. It's tough to say, but Simon that car did not want to slow down or didn't get back on power. We'll have to take a look and see if there was anything weird that happened. It's tough to tell. Car's in shadow, black wheels. Doesn't make it any easier for us.
Well, it looks like Simon Olsen's looking down at the dashboard. These guys obviously all running these digital LCD screens inside the car, and Olsen just shuts it down, and there's no clear indication of what it could be as he's got himself off the circuit. Maybe we'll get word with Simon Olsen to find out what happened with that car on that transition. Such a shame. Olsen was looking so strong.
I'm trying to see through our replay system and what the judges are looking at, see if they're able to pick up on anything that I've missed. Usually they'll point at me and wave their hands a whole bunch, and yeah. Okay, they're saying we didn't miss anything.
We didn't miss anything. Yeah.
They're always checking though, so I'm sure we'll get a word at some point, even if it's after hours, with Simon and figure out what happened, but not great. Yeah, arm up in the air, something about angle.
Yeah, it was the international drifting hand symbols there. Threw it on angle, this did this and that did that, and that was the thing.
I heard I don't know. Well, I saw I don't know. The only upside of me having hearing damage is I start to learn how to read lips.
There we go, left for Correa, right for Olsen, and it is going to be unanimous. Diogo Correa from Portugal takes the win and moves through to the top 16. I mean, a whole bunch to Correa.
Yeah.
Tough year last year in 2025. Switched up the little bit of the body kit, the look of the car for 26. Said he just did some rework and engineering on the car, so feeling strong and looking really good. This man's been on the podium before at DRIFTMASTERS. And he has the talent behind the wheel. Go back on the line. Next battle, Klim van Oort to take on Jakob Przygonski. Jakob Przygonski, again, another man struggling this weekend. The car been in the paddock a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
The team been working on it. But for me, Klim van Oort been looking incredibly strong. Well, let's hear from Kuba Przygonski before he heads out for top 32.
I'm really excited. I'm really waiting for the season. We did hard and a lot of preparation during the winter. The goal is to be better than last year for sure. With the upgrades with the car, it could happen.
Well, upgrades to the car, I'm not sure if some of them worked, but we're going to find out as they go through because, like I say, this guy been in the paddock a lot. The man whose upgrades have worked, one of them was the upgrade, the new software for his brain.
Yes.
Because he got rid of that monster on his back, that qualifying gremlin. As now, we see Klim van Oort in that chase position. The lower qualifier is chasing. As Przygonski opts into lead first. Look at that, though, from Klim van Oort. Tag on initiation. Klim van Oort super aggressive. Przygonski into that first outside zone. Now picks up the throttle. Down the hill he goes, but there's no shaking. The Dutchman, as Klim van Oort once again, attacks the side, goes heavy towards the door of that GR86. They both wobble as they transition down the circuit. Klim van Oort back into it again, snaps to angle. Przygonski trying to drive away from the mad Dutchman as he flicks it through. Przygonski on a very nice line, but look at that, van Oort side by side.
Clint's on track and you're in the front row, there's a good chance you're going home with a piece of fiberglass. So Clint's a madman. Yeah, the Mad Dutchman. He's wild. Now, what I want to see is, did Kuba get on throttle in time? Yeah, it took him a minute. So Clint, he's going to go hard at initiation. He's going to try and basically catch doors with them right away. And I think it took Kuba a second to really get that car lit up. So let's see. Nothing. He's in the zone, and now it's on. So I think that first contact would go more towards Kuba, or towards Clint on that. The fault would be on Kuba.
Yeah.
That's going to be a kind of a defining moment through the rest of this battle. But, oh yeah, we're definitely taking a hard look at this. Yeah.
There's no tire smoke. Look, Kuba's not on throttle. At the moment that Clint hits him, Kuba's not on throttle. Look at this.
There it is.
Bam.
Oh,
he just dropped the hydro, the handbrake, the e-brake, the Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, the drift stick.
Drifts.
he gets around. Now through the rest of it, Clint's probably a little frustrated.
Oh,
and,
he'll be mad.
He
at
gets
that
a
point.
little. He gets a little hot-headed from time. And then
Tax him again on the top. But again, you know,
Kuba's gone wide.
Kuba's gone wide.
Yeah.
He's sacrificing throttle to get into 5, and you can see Kuba down there just making sure that car is ready for use. Clint hits him again because watching Clint in practice, he was on throttle very early into 5. He was one of the drivers that really, you know, lit those tyres off and got through 5 nice and early. So Clint would have expected Kuba to do the same. Judges taking a lot of notes right now as they get back onto the line. It's going to be Kuba Przygonski to chase down Clint Van Aert as our start line marshal. Marcin down there, just taking a look at the rear of that car.
Which, rightfully so, it definitely saw a bit of an impact. Body kit looks good, though. Maybe letting Kuba
The
know
car
what's up.
always looks amazing.
It does, yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Seeing the hand signals going, maybe just saying, yeah, I got hit.
But I mean, he's in the chase position, so I feel like if anything is untoward with the car, Przygonski's in the right place for it to break. He's not going to cause any damage towards Clint.
Now, if you're
okay,
Clint
so word from the start line is that Kuba Przygonski is saying the alignment is slightly knocked out.
Oh, probably.
So he says, well, look, it's not 100%, but I'm ready to rock and roll. They're on the line. It will be the Dutchman, Clint Van Aert, to lead out Kuba Przygonski as they slap through the gears off the line. Clint Van Aert fires that car in, big handbrake drag, but then opens up the throttle, dials on the angle. Clint Van Aert, the back of the car, bouncing around as he squeezes the accelerator, trying to drive away from the Polishman. Side skirt, body kit flying in the air, but look at Clint Van Aert on throttle so early through 5, and he's absolutely up and gone. As Van Aert smokes out the drone, he's gone down the circuit. And Przygonski now going to make a dive into outside zone 8, but he can't catch the Dutchman as Clint Van Aert fires into that final outside zone. That is brilliant from Clint Van Aert. He is a man to keep your eye on this weekend.
He is a man possessed. That was crazy. That 4 to 5, that's as close to a backy that we've seen all weekend.
Wow.
And it looked good. It was smooth. He was on throttle. It was a beautiful, beautiful line through there. I got a little worried at the beginning because it looked like he was going to go off track.
Over-rotate, yeah.
Yeah, he got close, and I'm sure the judges are going to take a hard look at that. But I don't know. I'd be forgetting about it pretty quick. This line out here looks solid. He gets on throttle, fires through 3, and then look at this. Oh,
he's already on throttle before he's left the zone.
Yeah.
And now that's one of the first people I've seen that's doing that.
Yeah, there was a couple yesterday, not many. The Shanahans were throwing some big angle there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Clint is on another level. This is a completely new driver that we've seen. 1, 2, yeah, and then back on throttle. And he's getting, a lot of drivers are grabbing the handbrake partway through the zone. Clint's getting it done before. Yeah, I really like that.
It's like Clint Van Aert took the judges' rulebook for this round, went home, read it a million times, studied it, downloaded the software, and said, I know what to do.
Yeah, so the only thing that might come back to bite him on this is going to be potentially 2 wheels off at outside zone 1. I did see them taking a look at that pretty hard. We've got a couple of replays. He's right on the line, though.
I mean,
I don't think that was if it is 2, it's not by much.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, man.
Well, there we go.
Clint's got to be happy with that. I know you know what? His dad right now, I bet you, is just dancing in the pits. He's a good dancer, too. I don't know if you knew that. Great dancer.
You partied with him a lot?
I've danced with him.
You've danced with him. Okay, I think we'll leave that conversation there.
Yeah.
We've got both guys out of the car. Przygonski's like, why did you batter me? Like, what was the... You seen how clean my car is?
Yeah. I need your insurance number, please.
There we go. Yeah, I think Przygonski's like, look, at the end of the day, I give you everything I could, and I'm sorry, but this happens. The judges taking a look back at replays, and I don't know if this is as settled maybe as we think. I could be wrong, but the judge is still looking over footage and taking notes, and 2 good guys behind the scene as they shake hands. Who's going to be left for Przygonski, right for Van Aert, and it's going to be Kuba Przygonski.
All right.
Getting the win. I'm going to have to throw it to you, David Kalas. Completely not what I assumed.
Yeah, I need to say that Clint was having like killer moves on the lead position. That was really nice, and we don't understand where he found the speed coming from that hairpin onwards. That was amazing. However, we cannot allow to the drivers, if they are hitting hard their leader in places where they are allowed to manage the speed. So Kuba was hit it 2 times. One time it was on the initiation, where Clint did the same thing of deceleration when he was leading. So here we can see that that was quite a hard hit, and it is very hard for the leader then to adjust to the track itself and not go out, which Kuba did quite good. and then he was again hit it when they were coming together into the hairpin. So there were huge 2 mistakes from Clint. So even though he was having really good lead and Kuba was not able to keep up properly from outer zone 6 up till outer zone 9, still those 2 mistakes from Clint were just too big to let him through, even though Russ thought that he would rather see it one more time.
Okay.
Thank you very much, David. Yeah, fair enough. Look, I mean, look, we're just drift fans. We like to see cool
contact.
stuff.
Yeah.
cool stuff. We like to see body kits being knocked off, drivers going head to head, hitting each other and doing all that sorts of crazy stuff. Right, we're back on the line with our next battle. Randalu, the higher qualifier, he says to Nicolas Bertans, show me what you got, baby.
I like it. I like the move. I throw the young gun out front, and here you go.
We're going to see a complete mix all the way through this top 32 and top 16 and wherever we go with this, because things are going to be upside down. I think different people are going to choose different things, predicted on tyre wear as well. Nicolas Bertans, though, it must be said, jumping into this new Eurofighter for 2026, a full season ahead of him, looking really strong, very fast as well.
Yeah, super fast. He's able to also make it look good. He doesn't look like he's fighting it. That kid was born in speed.
He certainly was. Well, here we go. This is one of our highlight battles. As we come off the line and through the gears, it's going to be Nicolas Bertans to lead out Oliver Randalu. Randalu, the man that jumped on the podium last year. Can he do it again this season? Looks good so far as Bertans leads him around a really nice lead line. Randalu straight onto the back bumper. Wow, Bertans and Randalu. Mirrored image, mirrored angle through outside zone 4. Now back on throttle once again. Look at Randalu, ready to make the attack straight away. Fires down the inside. Wow, Randalu is ready to risk it all as they fire in front of the judging tower. Oh, Randalu on the inside of the circuit.
Oh man, listen, Oliver Randalu's an incredible driver. I did not expect that from him at all. Look at that's a big deep breath there.
They loosened the belts.
Yeah, that is nuts. So on initiation, I was like, okay, he's got to push hard. He's got to keep up with the young gun. That HGK BMW, the Eurofighter, is nuts. But then when it came to the transitions, Randalu was hucking that car so hard, and I think it was just he knew how fast the car was going to be, and he had to slow it down really quick. And that's one of the things that those BMWs are really able to do. As soon as they come around, I want to see, is this a transition? Oh man, he slams that car sideways.
Look at this.
I thought Randalu was going to loop it right here. I thought it was over. He's got more angle. He's caught even wider up, but when he gets on the throttle, he stays with them. Crazy. Oh man,
and this was brave.
Yeah,
this into outside zone 8. Look at this. He goes on the inside, on the handbrake, waits. He knows though if he's in the pocket and behind the rear wheel or the front wheel, he knows he's going to be off track. But this was a mistake for me. This was on the inside of the circuit.
He got caught back even in the zone before that.
Yeah.
And then when it came to the last part, he kind of had nowhere to go. The only way you can get back from that is maybe grab some handbrake and let the car sink back. But then at that point, Bertans is just going to walk away from you. So that's the tough part.
Well, we'll swap them around. This is going to be an interesting second half of the battle, that's for sure, as Oliver Randalu now leads out Nicolas Bertans. And we can hear both cars on the line, ready to rock and roll. Bertans already creeping forward side by side with Oliver Randalu as they fire through the gears. Bertans on the rear quarter, nice initiation from Randalu as he stands on the throttle, but he drops down the inside. Oh, and he has to readjust, and there's no shaking Nicolas Bertans. He's already putting a tyre mark on the door. They come through outside zone 3, a dip at the front for Nicolas Bertans. They both mirror the angle once again. Bertans a little caught out there as Randalu now fires on the throttle, trying to drive away from the young Latvian into outside zone 8. Bertans straight lines it, goes for an attack. He's lost in the smoke as Randalu now goes wide. Bertans on the inside and across the line.
I think Randalu knew the only way he was going to be able to take him out is to out-angle him. And that he would be able to throw that car harder, have more angle, and more or less shake Bertans behind him. That's really what it felt like here. It's just kind of a style match. Because even on initiation, he hits full lock. Now, unfortunately, he's not able to maintain it all the way through outside zone 1, and it causes him to push out a little bit wide. And that, to me, is a fairly big mistake. Now, Nick Nack does a great job of adapting to it, and there it is. First couple of tire marks on Randalu's car. Bit more of a straight line approach here, and then hucks it one more time through this section. You'll be able to see it. 90 degrees through the zone and going past 90 already. Bertans does a good job though. Catches the brake well, adapts to it, and that's just what it felt like the entire run, is that Randalu was just trying to throw as much angle as he could to shake off the young Latvian. Look at the angle through here.
That was almost a mistake, but he pulled it off.
Yeah. Oh, man. Wild.
Everywhere you look, though, there's Nicolas Bertans.
I know. and
Running down the side of that car. That is unbelievable job from Nicolas Bertans. Here, gets a little lost up in the smoke, transitions a little late. You can see, though, gets himself back into it as Randalu pushes it very, very wide to the edge of the circuit.
Yeah, he is right there. You can see the smoke popping off, little bits of tire shredding. That's a wild battle. I like Oliver's decision to try and outstyle Bertans. I think you can't outspeed him. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's no outspeeding him.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, look, if you can throw him off by throwing big angle on, maybe that's the way to go. We'll see what the judges think of that as we see the decision slide in. Left for Bertans, right for Randalu. One vote for Bertans. It's going to be Nicolas Bertans getting the win, advancing through into our top 16. And the boogieing there from Oliver Randalu not really paying off as we go back on the line. It's going to be Mika Keski-Korpi to lead out Juha Poitilasco.
Battle of Finland.
Yeah, the Battle of Finland.
This is going to be a tongue twister for us.
Yeah. Keski-Korpi, look at this. Very chilled on the line. Been looking incredible in practice earlier on. And a man that qualified way up the order in 5th. Poitilasco, we know, only managed to get that one qualifying run under his belt. Oil pump failure had to be recovered off the circuit. I see that car being recovered off track earlier on too during practice. Keski-Korpi this year looks like he's come with a different mindset, that's for sure, as he comes off the line. That BMW F22 flicks it across the circuit. Nice line into that first outside zone, and Poitilasco loops it around and has to shut it down. Stands on the throttle. He's got a straight line at Mika Keski-Korpi, and Keski-Korpi at this point now is absolutely up and gone. A very nice line, and yeah, Poitilasco nothing in this battle as they fire through down the outside zones into the circuit. Juha trying to keep himself into this one, trying to just stick to that qualifying line, but Mika Keski-Korpi is a man possessed.
Yeah, it feels like Juha's still fighting some demon in that car. There's something not quite right. We've had a bunch of different things they were going back and forth with in the pits, but just at no point did this car feel like it was right for him. Mika Keski-Korpi, though, great job all the way through. Smooth line, very relaxed, chilled. And I think that's maybe the biggest difference with him this year. I mean, we saw it last year, but
yeah,
he's gotten more relaxed as the years have gone by. I think he's having more fun. He's in a better spot. His program's never been better. He's got the new rig now. He can sleep in a bed, at night.
Have you been in there?
No, I haven't gone in yet. I'm sure it's stunning.
He invited me in when we got here on Thursday.
Okay.
And the first thing he said was, forget the race car, look at the rig.
Yeah. Does he have
and it's just, he said to me that last year his biggest problem was all of the logistics, all of the management, all trying to figure everything out. He said that was taking more of a front step than the driving was. And he said, and now, with the new setup I have, the new things I have in place, the driving can be more the central focus of why we're here, and this is ultimately what we're here for. And I tell you what, from yesterday in practice, qualifying, and right now, he's really nailed every mark.
Yeah,
for me.
The mindset is there. If all you have to do is worry about driving, then that's all you have to worry about, right? Yeah. And then you're going to get better at it. When you're trying to go, okay, who's staying where? Where's the hotel? Do we have food? Like, I got to get rental cars. This person's late. If you're doing all that, you're not focused on driving. And Mika Keski-Korpi has unlocked a new version of himself with that. Now it's going to be interesting is with Juha Poitilasco out front and possibly some mechanical stuff. Mika's got to stay back just a little bit and see what happens, because you don't want to bin the car chasing another vehicle that might have some damage.
Well, there we go. We're going to find out as the light goes green. It's going to be Poitilasco off the line. The fire into initiation. You can see Keski-Korpi is going to hold back. You're right. It's exactly what he's going to do, Jacob. He's going to stick to that qualifying line. He's going to be present, but he's not going to push. He's not going to take a risk as Keski-Korpi looks to hunt down Poitilasco as they fire through inside zone 5, and you can see Keski-Korpi just doing enough to keep himself in the battle, but he is definitely not doing too much, that's for sure. As Juha trying everything he can to put on that clinical lead line as Keski-Korpi squeezes the throttle just up onto the door across the line.
Yeah, smart move. I think it was enough. There is something called an inactive chase, but I don't think that meets that criteria. So no. It is possible for the judges to say, hey, it didn't even look like you were in the same battle, and that just means you're not even trying, and that's not what we're here to do. He was still in the battle, but that's the smart move.
He was present.
He was present.
I think that's the key word for some of these. Yeah. You need to be present. You don't need to be aggressive.
Yeah. You don't want to do anything silly. Juha looked a lot better, though. It's a really fine, lean run. It maybe wasn't as aggressive as what we normally find with Poitilasco, but it's still good. It's still all the way around, and that almost makes that first run that much more frustrating because you know he's got it in him. You know he can drive incredibly well, but I feel like the mispractice, you know, maybe the mindset of I don't know what's going on with this engine or how strong it's actually going to be, that all plays a factor. The mental game is something we don't talk enough about, but it's 90% of what they're doing.
I think we briefly touched on it last year a few times, especially with some of these drivers. You know, they have coaches, people to take their mind off things. They do things before and during practice and while before they pull to the line. I think this year, again, it's something else that's played into not only a lot of guys working with suspension and this, that, and the other. It's coming into it. We go left for Korpi, right for Juha Poitalasso. There we go, unanimous. Keski-Korpi, it gets the win, advances through to the top 16, and plays it cool.
Yeah.
Plays it cool. He's finished after all.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Gotta be cool.
Gotta be cool.
Gotta be cool.
Gotta be cool. One of the coolest guys on grid. Great dude to hang out with.
You like his hair? So you've gone for the Keski-Korpi haircut.
I'm trying to grow the
this year.
Keski-Korpi cut.
Yeah, trying to cut it. Well, this one's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I see these two guys battle in practice earlier on, and it was fireworks. The two Polish heavy hitters. It's going to be Paweł Korpulinski to take on Jakub Krol. Krol been finding the limits of the circuit, shall I say, and putting that car right where it needs to be. Looking good this year with a brand new livery. What's he going to do against the surgeon, the man that is so clinical? And Korpulinski, the higher qualifier, deciding to lead first as both doors slam shut. They slam those cars into gear, and it's a green light and go as Korpulinski leads them out. Only one place in the top 16 for one of these Polishmen. Who's it going to be as they fire it in? Two almost identical machines, but two very different driving styles. So look at this from Krol, already tagging the door as Korpulinski pulls him on a very wide line. Jakub Krol not messing around. Look at this from Jakub Krol, straight up on the inside once again. He knows the measure of Korpulinski as they fire down to outside zone 7 and back once again. Jakub Krol absolutely risking everything right now as he goes for another brave dive, but it doesn't pay off. He mistimes it and stalls up.
Oh, well, two of the best lead drivers we have in the sport, two of the most technical drivers. The upside with that is when it comes to the chase game, you know the other driver's going to lay down something absolutely epic. Jakub Krol just came out like his chase game's always been good, but it's never been this aggressive where he's taking this much of a risk because every single one of those dives, every transition, that is a big risk he's going for. But for Paweł Korpulinski, the surgeon, he's there. He's making his mark. He's getting around the track in such a precise fashion. Everything, every single move, every transition is exact. There's not a lot of corrections in it. It's very, very smooth. Jakub Krol, man. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Look at this. This dive in, gets the angle set, dials in just a little bit more to get into the side of Korpulinski. And I'm already excited for the second half of this one because Korpulinski's spotter would have immediately been like, yeah, I don't know if you knew this, but he was pretty much all over your door.
Yeah. I don't know if you felt him there, but he was there. He was really there. Apart from this big mistake, and I think it's easy for a driver to get caught up in the smoke there and mistime that transition to outside zone 9.
Yeah.
That's what happened there for Jakub Krol.
I was going to say both are Polish drift champions too, 24 and 25. So
yes, this is it. Yeah, I mean, there's point to be proven here. This is bragging rights for both of these guys. They come off the line, Krol to lead out Korpulinski. We know that Korpulinski has struggled with a little bit of aggression in the past. Can this be the year where he opens up the can of aggression and starts to throw some punches at DRIFTMASTERS? And he certainly does right now as he almost lands a punch on the door of Jakub Krol's S14.9. Shallow angle into outside zone 4 as Jakub Krol now works his way through inner 5. And Korpulinski's right there with him. Nothing dramatic at the moment, but the bumper-to-bumper transitions are absolutely ridiculous from Korpulinski as he fires up the inside on outside zone 8 and back across. No mistime transition, but he has to straighten up the angle as he pulls it across the line.
Another great battle, and this is also a testament when you've got equal equipment. You know, both of them with 2Js, both of them S14s, all of that adds up to, and both of them from Poland. Like, you're talking about two very different drivers in a lot of ways, but so many similarities, and that just leads to an incredible battle here. Oh man, Korpulinski, he's got to get that aggression. It's the only thing that's lacking in his game.
We mentioned it a lot last year.
And it started to show up a little bit later in the season, and he took a few more risks, and I think it bit him a couple of times, and it maybe made him a bit nervous, but these chases are solid, and I think against almost anybody else in top 32, this is going to move you on. But against Jakub Krol, it's tough to say, especially after his other chase. There's no really major mistakes throughout this run until kind of at the end where Korpulinski, gets caught up just a bit, and then when he gets into that transition, he finds that he's a little bit further back than where he needs to be. He's got to pull some angle out to get back into the side of Krol. So absolutely nasty, crazy set of runs here, and well, going to be a tough call for our judges.
It certainly is. I mean, yeah,
just tough.
It's a tough call. I think this may come down to the mistake from Krol in the chase outside zone 9.
Oh, interesting, yeah.
Oh, and I can peer over and I can see David Kalas with nodding his head, smiling, a beam of smile, like I'm the student and I'm learning.
It's not often that he smiles, but...
the first time today. The sun's out. He's had an ice cream.
A little terrifying.
He's had gelato.
He's had gelato.
He's very happy. Here we go. Left for Krol, right for Corpulinski. Yeah, and unanimous. It's going to be the surgeon. Pavel Korpulinski takes it through to the top 16. Jakub Krol still smiling, though, happy. Maybe this year things are going to start working out for him. He's finding his feet. But for Pavel Korpulinski, he's back into it. Becky's down there with Pavel Korpulinski. Becky, he must be smiling again.
Absolutely, Ian. Pavel, what an incredible top 32 battle there. I mean, it must feel good to get this off your shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. The first one is always the most difficult one, I would say, especially if you are going a driver you really know, as Kuba here, my Polish fellow man. So I'm really happy to get it off my shoulders, yes. Now I need to get ready for the top 16, and I'm just over the moon that I actually got my first win in the new car. So yeah, I'm super happy right now.
Congratulations on that. We'll see you in your top 16, Pavel.
Thank you.
There we go, he is smiling again. This man always happy.
Yeah!
Every time he gets a decision, he's like, yes, this means the world, we're moving forward, we're into the top 16. It's a good day.
It's a great day.
Korpulinski, and there we go. The Italian flags, the Finnish fans are back, and we are just reprinting our circuit.
Everywhere.
We're halfway through our top 32 battle, one half of our top 16 bracket done. And it's a good top 16 already. We've got McKeever versus Zakouril, James Deane versus Correa, Kuba Przygonski to take on Nicholas Bertans. That's going to be,
yeah.
I mean, that's. Yeah.
That one's going to be really interesting.
I mean, if Kuba Przygonski thought that Klimt van Oort was a hard man on hitting the car, that was the warm-up act.
Yeah, I'm pumped already for that left side of the bracket. And I mean, we're not even there yet. We're gonna have to take a break in between. I don't know if you knew that. We're gonna relax. But when we do get back to that part of it, it's gonna be nuts. Right side of the bracket right now, kicking off Connor Shanahan and Piscolti. Just another crazy one. We did see Shanahan had that car up on stands, so I think we're all kind of sitting here looking over the hill, hoping and we see that 8.6 come over it with the Irish pilot.
Yeah, we certainly are, yeah. And Connor's saying that this track very demanding on gearboxes.
Could see
so many upshifts, downshifts, and whatnot.
Well, a lot of the tracks that we get to, you're kind of in one gear and that's it. We're finding some drivers are upshifting and downshifting, and depending on your power plant, you have to more or less than others. So, yeah, it's been a lot of rear gearing changes as well. I've seen those swapped out quite a lot, especially in the first part of practice. But yeah, we'll see how that rolls out when we get back to it. Our track staff right now throwing down some fresh lines for the latter half of our top 32. There's a few fun ones in here for sure. I know we only get to highlight a couple right off the bat. Jack Shanahan.
Yeah, they asked us last night, choose two battles. Two. I was like, two?
Two?
There's 32.
Yeah. Oh, man. Jarkko Juhla, Jack Shanahan, I think is going to be interesting. Yeah. I think that's going to be especially because the Shanahans love those crazy close transitions, and Jarkko Juhla's, the rear end of his car is so long that I think that's going to change up some of the timing for the Shanahans.
Yeah, I mean...
I know, they can do it. It's just something different.
It's Jack Shanahan.
I know.
I mean, he'll just scoot the GT86 under the back of it and pop out the other side.
If you look at Jarkko's, the rear end of that car, you can almost lift the whole back end of it up.
Yeah.
So I could see Jack just like prying himself under there through the transition.
Poking through, just like, hey, buddy, just checking out what you got going on back here.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the second half of the bracket in top 32 is stacked once again. And I think we say this every year. I think we're still going... we're still not used to seeing so many good 32 battles, but we so should be, because these guys are the best of the best from around Europe and around the world.
Around the world
now. Yeah. And all these guys coming together collectively to create DRIFTMASTERS, and what a way to kick it off here in Vallelunga circuit in Rome, in Italy. As you can see, the backdrop absolutely beautiful, and we took those cars down into the street parade on Thursday evening, Friday evening, sorry. and all the locals came down to support. It was absolutely phenomenal to see 40-odd race cars on a public road making their way into a town centre, and we had such a good warm reception from the people of the local town. And you can see now a lot of them come out this weekend to support drifting here at Vallelunga.
Yeah, I put my vote in to do it for every round. I think we should.
Right, hold on, we got a clock here and it's down to a minute, so I do wonder if one of these guys has an issue. Piscoli and Shanahan making their way to the line now, so not sure whether there was an issue with one of these guys and they maybe had to have the car quickly checked after the burnout box. Here we go, next battle of our top 32 underway. It's going to be Kevin Piscoli to chase down Connor Shanahan. Now Shanahan, our second place qualifier, opted to lead first.
Yeah, I'm starting to keep all the stats about who's leading and who's chasing and how this is all playing out for them. Right now, nothing all that interesting to report. It's a pretty split.
Yeah, so there we go. You can see Kevin Piscoli in that car, fist bumps to camera, nods the head, a brand new build for Kevin Piscoli for 2026. 2JZ Toyota GR86 now as he sits alongside the 2025 defending champion. What can he do? We wait for that light to go green. As our track staff just make their way back to their positions after that quick track repaint and clear up.
Should be...
I wonder, interesting because the Shanahan spotter said that he would love them to chase first.
Yeah, well, they don't always listen to that.
No, they haven't listened. I wonder if this is going to play out, though, for them. They haven't listened to that advice. Well, here we go, slamming through the gears. Shanahan fires in, but look at Piscoli straight down on the wheel, up to the door as Kevin Piscoli now matches the angle and mirrors the pace as Connor Shanahan leads them through outside zone 3. Big transition from Shanahan as Piscoli plays it safe. Shallows up the angle, dives on the door once again. Kevin Piscoli's like a brand new man in 2026. It's incredible from the Hungarian as he fires up to the door. The Irishman, Piscoli can't be shaken. Shanahan on a beautiful lead line. Oh, Piscoli goes for a dive onto the door across the line.
Piscoli looks so much better in this car. It's like a different driver. He's adapted to it so well. It fits his style. He's done incredibly well. And I think a big sigh of relief there for Connor Shanahan after all the repairs they had to do during our break. He's back out there and he's looking really, really good. As soon as we had the in-car and I saw him shifting, I got worried. I'm like, okay, is everything going to line up right?
Yeah.
Is everything going to work the way?
Right?
Yeah, but it looked fine. I mean, maybe we'll ask him later if it was as fine as it seemed. But he's got a solid line all the way through it. It didn't seem quite as aggressive as what we saw previously through 4. Normally he's basically backwards at this point in time on the track, and he's on throttle a little bit earlier. But maybe a touch safer than what we would have normally seen of Connor Shanahan in a vehicle that he 100% trusted. But Kevin Piscoli was all over him. Every single transition, every part of the track, he was there. And it also adds to that, similar equipment. It makes a massive, massive difference.
And I mean, look, Kevin Piscoli been piloting that BMW E92, the V8 supercharged engine underneath the bonnet for a multiple number of years now and started his career in that car. And I wonder if Piscoli looked at the machinery that the Shanahans have, those championship winning cars, and said that this is where we need to be. Like this is the chassis, this is what we need, this is the engine platform. The change seems to be working for the Hungarian right now, but now he has to lead out the defending champion as they come off the line and through the gears. Piscoli flicks that GR86 from left to right. Shanahan's not going to give him an inch, and he drops in and out of that first outside zone as Piscoli finds the throttle once again. A little wobble into outside zone 3 as Piscoli fires it down. Shanahan's backwards. Oh, almost contact as Piscoli finds the throttle. Shanahan, how did he pull that off? As he fires onto the throttle, Piscoli now starting to drive away as he flicks it to outside zone 8. Shanahan's shallowing up the angle. Piscoli on an incredible line into outside zone 9 and across the line with Shanahan on the door.
That's going to be interesting. Oh, he is not happy.
Oh, he is not happy.
No, it's we might want to mute audio for that clip again. But Connor Shanahan, right off the go, he wants this battle. He wants this win. He needs it. It looks like Piscotti's car definitely pretty grippy. He's got a lot of speed, but look at how slow the rotation is.
Yeah.
Trunk pops up there for Piscotty. And Connor's got to back the car in so he doesn't make contact with him. But the rotation from Kevin was pretty slow. So we'll see. And then through that zone, it looked pretty straight. So I don't know. I think Connor's going to make that argument of like, hey, he really wasn't at angle through different parts of it. Kevin got through the track. I mean, there was nothing in there that indicated an incomplete to me. Maybe not as angled, but definitely just as quick.
Yeah, I mean, Piscotty down in 31st place in qualifying, and that could have been down to the line he was taking into outside zone 4 in qualifying.
That could
so
be
maybe that's just the way he's driving that track. You see both guys out of the car there, a bit of a heated conversation between them both, and seems like now the words have been said and they're kind of trying to get themselves back to being friends.
They'll get there. They'll get there.
There we go.
Yeah,
There we go. The hands shakes, and it'd be interesting to see what the judges make of that transition into outside zone 4 for Piscotty. Well, decisions in, left for Piscotty, right for Shanahan, and it's going to be Connor Shanahan getting the win and advancing through to the top 16. Unfortunately, we lose Kevin Piscotty, and both these guys exchange words down there. A tough battle between those guys, and David Kalas nods his head and says outside zone 4 for Piscotty with the transition. Kind of. He's saying, yeah, there was a few other bits in there.
Lack of angle.
Lack of
spots,
angle.
Stuff like that. Yeah.
So
I mean, his chase was great.
Hey, we were nearly there. We're still learning. We're still learning.
One day we'll be as smart as judges.
Right, so here we go, an interesting vehicle on the line, something that I never thought I would say in DRIFTMASTERS.
Okay.
We have a Alfa Romeo Vrajcek.
Yeah.
In the lead position, piloted by Łukasz Jasmki from Poland, and in chase, Benediktus Sherba in a G87 BMW.
Love it. I love the combo. It's definitely a good time.
It certainly is a good time. Well, here we go. Incredible lead line from Jasmki. Gets him the higher qualifying 15th place. Sherba down in 18th. Doing a very good job. Brand new chassis for 2026. It looks like he's so dialed. And look at this. He's back, cool, calm and collected. Slams that car into gear. A little test of the hydraulic handbrake as he waits for the light to go green. Łukasz Jasmki in this Alfa Romeo Vrajcek to lead them off. The Polish rookie wildcard for this weekend. Puts that car one wheel over the white line, but keeps in it. As Benediktus Sherba gives him the room to manoeuvre. Very clean lead driving yesterday from Łukasz Jasmki, and all weekend giving Benediktus Sherba right now the perfect chance to chase him down, as Sherba now starts to apply the pressure, looking for the back and the side of that Alfa Romeo. Fire in into the final outside zone. Jasmki on it, and look at this from Sherba, just creeps up onto the door to show his presence.
The whole battle, it felt like I was watching a scene from the Italian Job. You've got the hero car of the Alfa out front, and then the big beastly BMW behind him chasing him down. Yeah. It was a good battle, though. I mean, for Łukasz, he does great. I mean, he's really able to wheel this car around. Very unique power plant for sure. Definitely one of the quietest. Does dip at least one wheel off to that first outside zone, but the car seems so little with that BMW chasing him all the way through this run. Maybe not as much angle, for Łukasz, but considering who he's up against and that of Sherba, he's doing a great job here. Sherba's got to get on him more. He's got to close up that gap. He's got to be a bit more aggressive. It'll be interesting when we flip them around how this dichotomy works out. But for right now, I mean, Łukasz, it might not have been the most amazing lead run, but it's definitely one that's going to keep him in this battle.
Well, technically, it's exactly what the judges were looking for.
Yeah, for sure.
And Łukasz Jasmki, renowned for simulator driving, and we know that a lot of these guys have been, a lot of them now, are in the off-season on the sims. And
sim drivers are really good at playing to the rule book.
Exactly.
They're
I think
so good at it.
That's what Jasmki takes into full. I think Sherba kept it clean because I think that Sherba thinks that he has the pace to drive away from Łukasz.
I agree.
And I think you're going to see a Benediktus Sherba here who's whipped that car up to 100, and he's going to put the foot down. He's going to try and absolutely outpace Łukasz Jasmki in this little V6 bi-turbo Alfa Romeo Vrajcek as they come off the line and through the gears. Benediktus Sherba flicks that car to angle. And look at this, though, mirrored image, a little tag onto the side. And yeah, Łukasz Jasmki drops down onto the inside of the circuit, now finds himself back on line. Oh, but a strange line there for Benediktus Sherba as he opens up the throttle now, stands on it through inside zone 5. And you can start to see the gap forming from Benediktus Sherba as he tries to drive away from the Polishman, puts it into outside zone 8. But Łukasz Jasmki still in the fight, still in the mix as he transitions for that final outside zone, shallows up the angle and across the line.
We have to remember, there is almost a 300 horsepower difference between these two cars. Oh, man. Sherba, that wasn't the cleanest lead run. The initiation seemed a little disjointed to me, but I do think he wanted to run away with this for sure. The car didn't quite settle until a little bit later on, but Łukasz kind of in the wrong time zone, through the first part of that chase. He's way on the inside. It's a miracle he's able to make it around those cones. And in the chase, I mean, that looks like he's almost driving straight through a portion of it. I think Sherba got a little bit lucky on this because there are a few spots in here, like look at, 5 doesn't look great on him. The car definitely understeered quite a lot in a few parts of this track. So he might get the win here, Sherba, but he's gonna have to clean it up in top 16.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the. I think Sherba took this one a little easy.
A little too easy.
I think, as the Irish would say, he took it handy. I think he thought this was going to be a handy battle. I think he looked at that little Alfa Romeo and said, that doesn't have what I have.
Right.
Doesn't have the power, doesn't have the grip, doesn't have the development. And I think Sherba thought, I'll just drive away from this one. But Sherba out of the car, Lukasz Jasmki smiling. Sherba looking at the car saying, did you hit me? This car was immaculate at the beginning of the weekend.
Yeah, he's looking at the front there. I don't know if there was contact maybe on initiation, it looks like. I'm just checking out other replays and stuff, but I think that might have been where that ended up happening.
Well, there we go. It's unanimous. Benedictus Sherba gets the win, advances through to the top 16. We lose our wild card for this round. Lukasz Jasmki will sure see him back, though, and he's up on the pit wall waving to the fans. Sherba, I must say, is looking on form. Becky's down there with him. Becky, he's back in a brand new car. He looks on form, and this year, more smiles for miles for Benedictus Sherba.
He sure is. Benedictus, well done on getting through your top 32 battle in this beautiful brand new car. You're looking very comfortable out there. How was that battle for you?
I have the same version, but first one, and I'm testing in Oman. And we built this car in 4 weeks, and thank you, big thanks for my team. But I feel comfortable because it's almost the same car.
Are you feeling better for some good results this year in the DRIFTMASTERS season?
Yes, I think I feel better because I have better gun.
Perfect. Well, congratulations. We'll see you in top 16.
Thank you.
There we go, a smiling, happy Benedictus Sherba as he moves through and waves to the crowd, shows his appreciation for the Italian fans that have come out to support DRIFTMASTERS this weekend here in Vallelunga, as we go back on the line to a man that was a champion, lost the championship, come back this weekend and look like our champion once again. No pressure on his shoulders anymore, and I think having that championship bearing over you can sometimes do a lot to these guys. He's, of course, Lauri Heinonen from Finland. He waves to the camera, and he has got George Christoforou alongside him, but let's hear from the main man himself, Lauri Heinonen.
The Vallelunga is a track I have never driven before. I've driven it in the sim. I think it's going to make good battles, but it also has a few tough spots, like the hairpin in the mid-track. Yeah, I'm really excited. I can't wait to drive.
But there we go, he's excited to drive, and we're excited to see him drive. We're excited to see how his championship plays out. George Christoforou back for another season in this BMW E81, and E82, sorry, 1 Series, as he slams that car into gear. Christoforou saying he's ready to make a move in the championship in 2026, but he's got a tough contender already in his first battle of the season as they come off the line and through the gears. Lauri Heinonen to lead them in. Nice initiation from the Finnish driver as he waits and stalls up to get to outside zone 1, but now finds his feet, opens up the throttle. George Christoforou now in tow, trying to chase him down. Very nice transition into 4. George Christoforou fires on the angle. Wow, holds onto it. Oh, and has to bail out of it as Christoforou clutch kicks that car, and maybe an issue with that BMW as Heinonen stands on the accelerator and drives away. Looks for that final outside zone. Good transition and across the line for Lauri Heinonen.
Loving the active arrow of Lauri Heinenen's windows.
The window, yeah. like an air brake.
Yeah, a little bit. It's like one of the valves you get in the bottom of oil pans, only lets the oil slosh one way or the other. Lauri Heinonen, I mean, perfect style score we saw in qualifying. Maybe not as much style in this one, but still a very Lauri run. It was quick, it was aggressive, and George did a great job of trying to hang in there throughout the whole thing, but it's so tough against Lauri. He turns into a different human being. Outside of the car, one of the sweetest human beings you'll ever meet. Behind the wheel, he scares almost everybody. George tries to hang out on this one and just isn't able to really get it. I don't know, was some contact made there?
Yeah, I just looked at the wheel as well at the same time. I wonder if George Christoforou maybe broke that car. I can't see him making his way back. Oh, it looks like he's going to make his way back. Okay. It looked like, I thought I see what you see there.
Yeah.
A tag, broke the steering arm, and that was that.
It could also be just the steering wheel getting ripped out of his hand. If you make contact like that, Obviously, depending on the power steering setup, but a lot of them, if you hit like that, that steering wheel's coming out of your hand whether you like it or not. And that might have been the case if he caught his front wheel on the rear wheel of Lowry. We'll take another look here. It was close.
It was very close.
Very close.
I wonder if George Christoforou stalled up so much inside zone 5 that when he did get back on throttle, he was already in 6, and he was then wondering, I'm going to understeer off circuit here. So he bailed out and went for it again. Now, Stylo Marshall Martin is with him right now. He's pulled into the lead position.
Martin knows. There's contact. We all good? Yeah,
he's saying it's fine. So
can he hear us? I wonder if he's like...
He's got the feed on. He's
maybe.
listening down there. He's got the broadcast playing in his ear to hear everything that's going on.
Martin, you look great today, if you can hear me. We had breakfast together.
I wonder if he's going to don the shirt.
I hope so.
And the bow tie.
Yeah.
The Italian flag bow tie would be...
Oh, my gosh.
That would make it for the final. The crowd would go nuts, and so would all the fans. Here we go, off the line, though. No messing around for Laurie Heinonen in chase as George Christoforou leads them out. Nice initiation for George Christoforou, and Laurie Heinonen, I think he's going to play this one a little safe. Stays in the pocket, not too much in that cloud smoke as they fire through outside zone 3, down the hill into 4. George Christoforou makes it work this time as he opens up the throttle. Heinonen needs to be careful. He does keep in this and make it an active chase as he fires once again up into outside zone 8. George Christoforou stands on the accelerator. Heinonen goes on the inside, but Christoforou misses outside zone 9.
That was a little more space than I'd want to give.
Yeah, there was flirting at some points there with he's in trouble.
Yeah, I definitely got a little bit nervous for Lowry in parts of this. On initiation, it looked good. You can see that George, he's got a lot of left foot brake in that car. He's trying to hold it back. I mean, there's as much smoke coming off the front tires there are off the rears through that part. But Lowry's really far back, especially near the end of the run. So it's going to be interesting. Yeah, George, he's struggling. I wonder if there is a little bit of front steering damage going on there because that car does not want to settle into the right place. Look how locked in Lowry is.
Yeah, the focus from Laurie Heinonen is unbelievable.
Those Finnish eyes just staring holes through the car in the lead. Oh, he's so calm behind the wheel, though.
Yeah, very calculated driver is Laurie Heinonen, and that's what led him to a championship. You know, the whole team together working in unison, and Laurie Heinenen's technical driving.
But it's shots like this that get me worried about it. Like, he's well, see, George is really not getting out to all those zones either. So he looked like he was trying to outrun Lowry, and I mean, technically he did, but he missed a lot of zones on that track. So we'll see. We'll see how the judges play this one. Yeah, tough go for both drivers.
Yeah, certainly is. We can see there George Christoforou out of that zone. You see, in fact, Laurie Heinonen was in the zone and George Christoforou was out of it.
Yeah.
So there we go, down there in the pit lane. Who's going to get the win? Left for George Christoforou, right for Laurie Heinonen. It's going to be Laurie Heinonen getting the win, advancing through into the top 16. And we lose George Christoforou. As we move it along to our next battle. One that is very interesting for me, a man that yesterday struggled in the car, and I said in qualifying, you know, I jumped to an assumption. I said that this man had got in his own head this year, and that's Connor Falvey. And I went down there after and spoke to him, and he said, yeah, I did.
Oh,
I got in my own head. He said, you're right. You're 100% right.
You.
No. He said, I got in my own head. You're right. I overthought it. A man that doesn't get in his own head and overthinks things is Ritten.
No.
This man, so many credentials behind him, so many years of drifting, an OG in Finnish motorsport. Goes up against one of the youngest drivers on the grid, just 18 years of age, of Connor Falvey. A man this year looking for a podium, looking to try and succeed more than he did in 2025 as they come off the line and through the gears. Ritten fires that car in. Look at Falvey straight down the front wheel. Falvey tags him, straightens up. Falvey now finds himself on the inside edge of the circuit, takes down the cones and being a super aggressive once again with Ritten as Ritten flicks it on that perfect lead line. Ritten doing nothing wrong at the moment. Falvey now losing some ground as he tries to keep up with Ritten. Ritten is absolutely up and gone into outside zone 8 as Ritten opens the throttle, looks for the final outside zone. Falvey fires across the circuit, looking for the door now. Wanders way up on the wheel.
I feel like Falvey had some damage on that. That looked a lot like the car was not complying. I wouldn't be shocked if we see him start to shake that car back and forth to check the front alignment on it, because he made some pretty good contact. I love the aggression out of the young lad. Let's just see. Oh, he missed it.
He missed him.
Interesting. I thought he hit.
It looked like he hit him.
It looked like he hit, and a lot of the driving afterwards looked like he was fighting weird understeer throughout it. So he got really far on the inside. Yeah, I would have laid good money down to say that he made contact.
Yeah.
But he just, yeah, he was able to hang on to it. But I don't know, it felt like the car, yeah, see, look at.
Yeah, had to reinitiate as well. I'm going to put that out there now. From that drone shot, you could see Falvey's front wheels were straight. He had to reinitiate in outside zone 1, and then really he's just trying to play catch up with Juha Ritten, who Ritten really didn't do a whole lot wrong out front.
No, Ritten looks good. Yeah, so we're hearing it's not an incomplete for Falvey, but just a lot of mistakes. But even still, look at how much, he's trying to get the car out there, and it's just not complying at any point.
No, it's
really strange.
And a very nice lead from Juha Ritten, and the higher qualifier actually. Yeah, he opted to lead first, so strange.
We're starting to see that a little bit more, though.
And I think you find that more in the older drivers.
Well, they're kind of used to it.
They're used to the format of the higher you lead.
Yeah.
You know, the younger drivers will take the risk of chasing first. Well, here we go. Falvey back on the line to lead out Juha Ritten, and what can he do as he slams through the gear in that incredible Nissan Silvia S15. 2JZ singing as he now opens up the throttle. Juha Ritten lost in the smoke a little bit, but the spotter would have said to him, don't play it too cool. And a mistake again from Colin Falvey from 2 to 3 as he fires down the hill. Oh, an understeer again. And Falvey struggling so much at round 1 as Juha Ritten flicks through the smoke, trying to keep up, just trying to stay in the fight, keep that proximity. As Conor Falvey looks for the final outside zone, praying that this run is over. Juha Ritten gets it across the line.
It's almost, I wonder if he's down on power. Like, it didn't seem nearly as quick. It seemed like every time he got onto it, he was expecting the wheels to just absolutely, to spin and break traction.
To blow off, yeah.
Yeah. It's weird. There was a quick moment where we heard some of the engine, and it sounded a little off. It's tough to tell from the mics and the onboard and everything else, but it's just something doesn't feel right, because in practice that is not what he looked like at all, and I want to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Now it's strange there that he was on a really nice line from outside 1 to what it was looking to be 2, and then he makes a mistake and then here.
But even, he tried to light off the tires coming out of forward before 5. It doesn't do it, and he's got to initiate again.
Yeah.
Like, he was on throttle, and at that point the tire should be breaking free, and it just doesn't. So
we're going to see an onboard of that right now. Look, down a gear, off the handbrake, car just understeers, and you can see, look, reinitiation.
He's clutch kicking like crazy. Yeah, that's really strange. I want to give him all the benefit here to say that wasn't him. It seemed very much like there's something going on with the car.
Yeah, and I mean, that car is turned up. You see it there on transition.
Yeah.
It's a wheel off the tarmac. The car is gripped up to the max, and oh, he's saying the steering got stuck.
Oh, weird. Okay.
So there we go. Decisions in, left for Falvey, right for Ritten, and we can see what way this is going to go. It's going to be Juha Ritten and taking the win, advancing through to the top 16. And a very dejected Conor Falvey, time to go back to the drawing board and reset. Becca's down there with Conor Falvey. He's not having the best start to 2026, Becky. It's been a rough road after an off-season of just updates and progression.
Conor, not the way you wanted your season to start right there. We were watching the onboards. It looked like you were having a little bit of trouble with the car. Can you tell us what happened in that battle?
Yeah, to be honest, it was kind of myself more than anything. The steering got a bit stuck and I just wasn't strong enough to pull it back, I suppose. But look, I'm just going to take the positives away from this weekend. The team worked unbelievably hard and everyone worked really well together, and the car worked very good out of the box. So I'm just going to try to take the positives out of this one. I wasn't driving at my best, but I'll definitely be back for round 2.
A great attitude. Well done, Conor. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Becky. Yeah, I mean, look, it's easy to dwell on the negative sometimes from events like DRIFTMASTERS. When you get knocked out in the top 32, you don't even qualify. But you always need to take the positives, come back, reset, go again. Look, it's not over for Team Drift Games. Their next driver's on the line, and it's going to be a very beautiful battle, if nothing else. It's going to be the one and only Piotr Vrajcek to lead out Dave Egan. Dave Egan qualifying in 30th place yesterday. It was a nervous way for Egan after a tough season. And look at that, a very nervous Vrajcek in the car.
That's rare.
Well, he doesn't know Dave's driving.
That's a good point.
And they would have watched everyone else. They would have got the data, but this is an unknown for Vrajcek. As 2 A90 Supras come off the line. This is just for a spot in the top 16 as Vrajcek fires that car and Egan goes super wide, throws the car into the gravel trap and caught out maybe on the pace of Vrajcek. He's been coming in to outside zone 1 so hot all weekend as Vrajcek, look at this, looks like a man on a mission this weekend here at round 1 of DRIFTMASTERS. Maybe some redemption for Vrajcek is running through his veins after losing the championship at the final round in Poland in 2025. Vrajcek, look at the line. Okay, it's a little scruffy, dropped a few wheels here and there, but he is absolutely dialed in.
That car is scary. That car is very scary. It is so quick.
I think
so quick.
The initiation was purely, it just caught Dave off.
You think so?
Because Vrajcek, the judges said it yesterday. Watch the pace. Look, big angle, big flick, dab of the handbrake, back on throttle, super early.
Dave just mistimed it a little bit. He was out on the grass, and there was nowhere to go at that point. You're along for the ride as we get our handler out. Yeah. So Dave went to be aggressive, but Piotr's initiation comes out so wide and right on the edge of the track.
Yep.
Dave went to hang with them. So look at Dave goes, initiates, and he realizes immediately he's too far back on the track. And Piotr's able to hang on to it because he's on the edge. But as the chase car, you're always going to be set back just a little bit. That's tough. I mean, look at Piotr's literally on the edge of the track.
Line.
Yeah, which means if you're going to chase that properly, you're going to be further back.
And I'll tell you something that I've noticed so far as well from chase drivers, from what we've seen already in Top 32. When they're initiating down on the inside of the circuit, then floating the back end up into 1 to gain that proximity. I think Dave went for a mirrored initiation. And unfortunately, that part of the circuit isn't wide enough to do that.
No,
it's no fine line. There are literally, apparently, 2 foot of green and then gravel straight away. And as soon as you drop a wheel in the gravel, that's it. It's going to suck the rear wheels in, and you're going to lose control of the vehicle. And that's exactly what happened to Dave there. So you can see Dave Egan there stranded in the gravel trap down there on that first outside zone.
They're going to be cleaning rocks out of that car for weeks. Yeah, we'll get him out of there real quick.
Yep, our incredible track team here at DRIFTMASTERS will get that A90 Supra recovered out of the gravel, and I don't know if the carbon fiber, carbon Kevlar front bumper is going to like this too much.
Well, that's drifting, baby. Yeah, it was a beautiful battle, and now it's things got a little rocky for Dave.
Well, we always start with 2 beautiful cars, and at the end of it, one of them comes out a little less beautiful than the other.
Yeah. The judges are definitely taking a look at a lot of these replays, but yeah, I think Dave just put a tire on the grass because of where that initiation happened, and that was pretty much it. We got the big rigs out here, get him moved. Piotr already back up at the line, ready to go.
Yeah, so there we go. Vrajcek leaves the line.
Yeah.
Vrajcek's leaving the line. So what is happening here, Jacob, as Vrajcek leaves the line? He's going to drive down. Is he going to?
He might just be checking in. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he is a very nice guy. We know that Peter is always concerned for his competitors. He always wants to do battle on circuit. He's going to jump out of the car. I wonder what is happening right here on circuit as we see Dave Egan. Okay, right, so I'm getting news over my headset, Jacob. Unfortunately, Dave Egan isn't going to make the 2-minute timer to get back to the start line now after taking that trip into the gravel. So we're going to automatically hand the win to Piotr Vrajcek. Vrajcek will get the win, as we can see. Becky down there. Dave Egan is going to jump out of that A90 Supra. We can see Vrajcek with Dave having a chat and the international hand symbols. So it's in the rule book from last season that they can't make the start line after 2 minutes, they will be out of the battle, and we know that. We've seen that 2-minute start clock down there. Dave's still in good spirits, smiling. He said to me this morning that, look, everything hell today is just fun. You know, we're enjoying ourselves. We got into the main show. That's all that really matters. Becky's down there with him. Becky, a sad way to end his top 32 in 2026.
Dave Egan. It looked like you were on for a ripper there. It looked like it was going to be your best one.
Yeah, no, I was really happy with practice, but then he's the fastest man on earth. He came into that corner like 20 miles an hour faster than I've gone in all weekend, and I just didn't have the car dialed for that grip. So once I came on throttle, we just washed through. So now hopefully I can just do a good lead. To be honest, it's amazing to even be in a battle with Peter. That's wild to me. So I just want to go and have fun now. I've had a great weekend either way, and we've learned so much. And like, there's no harm in losing to that legend, you know?
Dave, I feel really bad telling you this, but you're going to miss the 2-minute timer to get to back to the line.
What? Because of the gravel? Oh. Well, next time we'll do it.
Okay, Dave, thank you so much. It's only a split. You'll be good.
That's what it is. Thank you, guys.
Guys, back to you.
Oh, unfortunately, Becky having to break the news there to Dave Egan that, unfortunately, you've been talking to the judges. They have the rule book in shreds in the tower right now.
I'm gonna reread the rule book on this one. That's interesting, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Vrajcek gets the win, advances through to top 6. Vrajcek's disappointed.
Well, he wants a battle. I think we all do.
Yeah, he wanted to win that fair and square, and unfortunately, Jacob, that's not how the rules work.
So, yeah. All right, we'll go through this later. I need to understand it a bit better. I'm assuming because Piotr was able to pull up to the line, that's why. And I wonder if Piotr left the line so that way he could give Dave more time. But either way.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know what Peter's like. Peter would have wanted to do that on track, but unfortunately didn't get the opportunity, as we see Dave Egan. Yeah, this is the other problem. The body kit now needs some work.
Yeah.
So he would have had to have gone back to the tyre warming area, had the team look at the car, have the team check the car out, which means he wouldn't have made the 2-minute clock anyway, and there would have been no option for Dave but to forfeit the second half of the battle.
All right.
We're going to see, as we move on, though, our track staff down there on track cleaning up the car. Cleaning up the car.
Cleaning up the car.
They
could.
They wouldn't be cleaning up the car. Sorry, they're cleaning up the track, just getting all that gravel off that Dave Egan dragged onto the circuit after being recovered. They're going to make their way back into the paddock. Now, David Sposob has maybe strategically placed his car at an angle. David Sposob has opted to chase against Jason Benet, but look at where he's positioned himself.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Now, you see this a little bit in American drifting when you have bank tracks, because you can't have the rear end slide down too much. So I've seen that positioning before, but to do this on a flat track like that.
track, yeah.
And he's using, so they're allowed to go that far back. He's using as much of it as he can. So he's going to want to try and pull back in. He's going to go for that single file initiation behind him. That's my guess.
But don't forget as well, we've just seen Dave try and follow Peter in on that wide line.
That's a good
count
point.
in the chase position, and the spotter probably would have said to him, hey, sit back at an angle, make a dive. You need to go kind of on the inside and then wash the car up onto proximity. We're going to see. We're just guessing here. It's all brand new for all of us here at the Vallelunga circuit in Rome, in Italy, as our start line marshal, Marcin, gives them both the thumbs up. We await that green light. Jason Benet, the man from Lyon in France, in that Subaru BRZ, to lead out the Polishman, David Sposob, as they slap through the gears and fire up to initiation. And look at this from Sposob. He does exactly that, but it doesn't play off as he loses a bunch of ground to Jason Benet. Now starts to reel in the Frenchman as they come firing down the hill to outside zone 4. Jason Benet looks like that Subaru BRZ is on rails this weekend as a Frenchman looking for a better season in DRIFTMASTERS in 2026 as he flicks it to outside zone 8. Benet is absolutely up and gone. So much grip, so much pace dialed in to that car, and Sposob is left hanging in the dust.
That is so weird for Sposob. I figured he was going to be all over him. Even on the run-up, it looked pretty good, but then as soon as... There, he got his phone out. What was he looking at? I missed that.
Benet, straight away, across the line, mobile phone out, he's going to watch the replay.
Oh, I don't know.
I heard...
Like, maybe he had to text his mom or something.
Some of these drivers are now going back to watch the broadcast on Red Bull TV.
Okay.
So that they can see exactly what the other driver done.
It's not a bad call. I mean, your spotter should be able to provide a lot of that information to you, but sometimes just getting your own eyes on it is the best way.
Seeing it for yourself.
Yeah, exactly. You could tell me all about this event, but if I didn't tune into Red Bull TV, I wouldn't actually know what it was like.
Exactly.
There you go.
It was fun, exciting, thrills and spills and highs and lows.
Well, Jason Benet, if you're listening, you did a fantastic job in the lead, and David Sposob was, he was definitely in a different part of Italy through a lot of that run. It's interesting. Maybe I'm putting two things together that don't need to be put together, but Sposob having such a big run-up, kind of going for that technique. I wonder if there is something going on with him, and that's why he wanted to do that run-up. We've seen other drivers do that, try to get a big run-up at the beginning.
Yeah, maybe if you're down on power.
Exactly. So that might be the case. I don't know. But Benet had a phenomenal lead run there, and Sposob just wasn't able to keep up the pace at the end of the day. It should have been a little bit closer, both on 2Js, similar power, but something was going on. So see if anything else happens, if Marcin has a chat with Sposob, but checks the hood, gives him a thumb.
Yeah,
we're good to go.
He's ready to rock and roll. Jason Benet now chasing down David Sposob. Feels like he maybe has 1 foot in the top 16. Benet starts to creep in that chase position, fires through the gears. We see the onboard. Look at Benet onto the back bumper of that Nissan Silvia S15. David Sposob in to that first outside zone. Benet absolutely tucked up onto the door, and this is a beautiful run from David Sposob, but the chase from Benet is incredible. That transition was absolutely ludicrous as Benet stays in the pocket. This is beautiful from the Frenchman right now as they dance their way down the narrow part of the circuit. Good transition back as Benet goes for it early, trying to make a dive up to the front wheel, and he starts to get lost in the smoke, but he's going to make one last dive on outside zone 9 as Sposob leads him across the line.
He found the pace now, that's for sure. Sposob was on fire through that run. It's just unfortunate that in the chase he got caught so far back, but yeah, Benet, I mean, he looks pretty confident with that. He's got the hand out the window, waving to the fans. Sposob now, he's rocking it. Does a great job through the first outside zone. Look at that, right on the edge of the track all the way through. Benet maybe caught out just a little bit, but he does a good job of mirroring that angle on a slightly tighter line, which keeps him in great proximity. Even firing through here, Benet, he's waiting. He's definitely waiting for Sposob to get the angle around. Does a good job. It's a lot of movement in that handbrake. Yeah. But yeah, and then Sposob, I mean, I don't know what happened on that first run. Would love to know. He's one of the stops I'm going to make during the break is to go have a quick comment. Like, what happened there, sir?
You going to go get some information?
I usually do. A quick lunch, a little espresso, and then go out and get the gossip.
Another coffee? You've had 10 today.
Far more than I should have.
You can run the track at this point.
I probably should, because I've also had a lot of sweets. Tire fire.
We didn't see that before.
Another one. We're going to have to put fire safety right near the end of this track.
Yeah, well, there we go. Both guys down there on the pit lane. Both guys waiting to receive that decision. Look at these beautiful shots from our Phantom camera here at Red Bull TV, and Jason Benet really tucked up on the inside, and that just goes to show you. I mean, look, we said it earlier, hottest part of the day. And track temperatures, tyre temperatures, wheel speed through the absolute roof this weekend to make these cars perform at these circuits. It looks like decisions in from our judges. Slide them left for David Sposob, right for Jason Benet. It's 1-4 for Benet. It's going to be Jason Benet from France taking the win, advancing through to the top 16. He's got face off with Vrajcek in the first round of top 16. That is going to be an incredible battle between those two. As we move on to the two final battles in our top 32. The first one will be Jack Shanahan to take on Jarkko Juhla. Neither guy has made their way to the start line yet. So
it's my buddy Nate, all the way from America.
Yes.
Yeah, good friend of mine.
Yeah, the DRIFTMASTERS Championship, bringing in a lot of viewers and a lot of people. Look at this, the clock counting down. These guys down, you're probably wondering where the tyre warming area is. It's now round the corner here at the track at Vallelunga on a piece of tarmac to the side of the circuit. So these guys have to just make their way to the start line, but these guys will be hanging around to the very last moment to pull up as Jack Shanahan opts to lead the higher qualifier. And again, we said we'd see this with a lot of these veteran drifters, guys that have been in the sport for a very long time, like to stick to the format they know. I think I would as well.
You think so?
Yeah,
I think with the tire advantage, but if you're comfortable leading first, then why not?
I think, yeah. I mean, I've never qualified high enough in anything to lead first. But
I've never qualified, so
there we go. There we go. Well, there we go, off the line. Jarkko Juhla in that incredible Toyota Chaser. Jason X100 comes off the line to chase down the madman that is Jack Shanahan. Big handbrake drag for Shanahan as he gets into outside zone 1. Dials on the angle. Look at Jarkko Juhla straight onto the side of Shanahan as they both wobble a little bit in outside zone 3. Jarkko Juhla, big dive backwards onto the rear of Shanahan. Now, did he force him onto a wider line? The judges will be taking a look back at that. Shanahan driving angry now, that's for sure, as he sticks it to outside zone 8. Jarkko Juhla lost in a cloud of smoke. He's going to transition. He's going to go early on the inside as Shanahan sticks it to the line.
Yeah, that'll be the big question is with that contact, what did it do to Jack Shanahan, who also loosens his belts? Likes to take a big deep breath at the end of that run. Jack Shanahan's car looks absolutely incredible through it. Nice and flat. I mean, when we start looking at how it actually handles, these cars are set up so incredibly well. The speed is immense. The angle is incredible. And Jack Shanahan seems like a man possessed. He's absolutely on rails throughout the whole thing. And I think Jarkko Juhla, he really wanted to take it to him. And I think it's going to be just after this transition where that contact is made. Look at how steady Jack's hands are. Transition looks good, lets the wheel slip through. There's that contact. Yeah, I pushed him wide.
It did push him wide, yeah.
You can
Jack had to make a correction.
Yeah, but like, no panic. So let's see here. He's on the brake. Jarkko hits him with the back end. That's like a little butt check you give to your friend when you're passing by. But Jack does a great job of not, kind of panicking in that situation. He's a driver that's used to getting hit. I mean, him and his brother, when they practice, it's basically a demolition derby that happens to be drifting.
It does, yeah.
But, yeah, it does a great job there, and I think it catches... Oh, it's Jarkko Jula get on the grass.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jarkko Jula got a wheel over onto the grass and just happened to tag, and that accelerated the car.
Yeah,
He's dropped off of where the grip is on the edge of the circuit, dropped onto the grass. He's picked up a little bit more speed. The car goes to even more angle that Jarkko wanted it to go to, and just tagged Shanahan. They pull back up to the line, and start line Marshall Martin just doing a laser eye alignment down there on the back of Jack's car.
I was just thinking, if Jack didn't have a beard, I think he would actually look a lot like Jarkko Jula when they had their photos up next to each other.
Long lost brothers?
Yeah, I think Jarkko with a beard would look like Jack Shanahan.
Fine, but it's your opinion.
Oh, there we go. Look at this. Marshall saying, Martin down there saying, look, the alignment looks fine. It's on you.
Yeah.
I don't know what Jack wants to do. Jack would have known if there was a change in the car, because as soon as he got on the throttle for 5 and 6 and the rest of the circuit, he would know car's reacting a little different here. There must be some damage.
Yeah, and they've got some time as well. They're going to loop back around the track before they come around. So
yeah, of course.
All of them, after every run, they'll usually shake the car back and forth, whether or not they've had an accident or not, just to feel if there's any clunking or if the car crab walks or steps out unpredictably.
Of course, and it will be a competition timeout. Jack Shanahan will get a competition timeout and allotted time to get that car checked out. Jarkko Jula at fault, deemed by the judges. Now this comes down to the judges. They do say, we all see it. We all see that it wasn't Jack's fault, and Jarkko Jula just giving him that impact. Jack will now get the opportunity to take that car back to the paddock, and the team will be working furiously. No doubt we'll have one of our roaming Red Bull TV cameras down there to catch the action, which will be absolutely furious in that Shanahan paddock.
Yeah. A Shanahan paddock during a timeout is quite the place to be.
Oh, it's an atmosphere, should we say?
I recommend taking a couple steps back,
watching it from a distance.
Yeah, tend to catch flight.
Well, there we go. Yeah, look, the car not completely broken. We must just clear that up. The car isn't completely broken. Jack was obviously able to get that car around the rest of the circuit and fulfill his lead driver goals, should we say, but offered a competition timeout by the judges, and rightly so. Jack will want to take it because he does have to chase down Jarkko Jula now, and he won't want to do that with a car that maybe has a fault.
Yeah, I'm happy in some regards when drivers are like, okay, let's go, let's just go, but why risk it, especially top 32? Like, it's a long day. You don't want to go out early just because you didn't check anything. I can't say like it looks fine. It seems all right. The car's not doing anything super strange, but until you're behind the wheel, it's almost impossible to know. So we'll see. We're going to be moving things on. Kevin Pesur and Nasser Alharbali. We taking it to the track.
Well, here we go. We're back on the line. Kevin Pesur, the higher qualifier, says, "Hey, Nasser Alharbali, you're back. How about you lead first in top 32?" Throws the gauntlet to the man from El Salvador, now residing in Dubai. A very, very nice man behind the scenes if you've never had the opportunity to meet Nasser Alharbali. Such a cool, calm, collected character, but behind the wheel of this incredible carbon Kevlar Nissan 400Z is an absolute demon. He gets himself ready to go. He puts a thumbs up to the camera, but Kevin Pesur is the most confident man on the grid. In his mind, Jacob, he's won this battle 4 times already.
Yeah, and he's looked so good throughout this entire weekend, and he's so incredibly fast, so I think maybe he... it'll be interesting. Now he's chasing first.
He certainly will be. Here we go. The supercharged V8 from Nasser Alharbali sings. But look at this from Kevin Pesur as he gives him a little nudge on that first outside zone. Pesur wants this one. He was in the championship fight for 2025, and it all came down to the wire in the final. But look at this from Kevin Pesur. Mirror image on the angle as he hunts down the man from El Salvador. They fire across the circuit. Oh, wow! Kevin Pesur is hungry for this. They both dial on big angle at outside zone E. Kevin Pesur flexes the front of the car on transition. That is absolutely disgraceful.
That is nasty. That is just a nasty run all the way through. And I mean, Nasser, he was fast. That's the fastest I've seen him all weekend, and that's how you got to set the car up, especially going against Kevin Pesur, who's got this car completely wicked up. Big angle from this right off the bat, but Kevin Pesur does not slow down at any point in time. This is
used NASA as a brake.
He did.
But not to the degree that we see earlier, which the judges said hitting's hitting.
Yeah.
Like he was using
rubbing
him enough. Yeah, he was rubbing.
He was rubbing, and man, it looked so great. Like that is such an expert level battle that we saw early on. Holy.
But you got to think, Kevin Pesur now been in the championship for a few years, looking for a real run at a fight of the championship. I think maybe he thought it was his, it was his year last year after a podium round 2. Unfortunately, they cancelled round 1 here in Vallelunga in Italy. We moved to round 2 in Spain. He got on that podium, and I feel like Pesur thought this is the year. He grew in confidence massively, and he looked like a really strong contender for a championship fight. And in the end, it just didn't work out for him. It was all about staying in the top 3, and it unfortunately didn't happen for him. But this year, again, a new mindset, a fresh car, and a new attitude, and he's coming in once again even more super confident. What can he do? 2 1,000 horsepower cars on the grid, a Nissan versus BMW. As Pesur now sits in the line, the Estonian comes off to lead out Nasser Alharbali, and Alharbali won't go down without a fight, that's for sure. A big initiation for Kevin Pesur as he drops down a little bit, but look, Nasser Alharbali's repatting the favour as he starts to tag the rear wheel, upsets the steering on Nasser Alharbali's car as he loses a little ground down to outside zone 4. Both guys wash super wide, and it upsets the line from Alharbali as Kevin Pesur stands on the accelerator, tries to drive away as he flicks it to outside zone 8. Nasser Alharbali lost on the inside of the circuit. He's going to go for a last-ditch attempt as Pesur puts it to outside 9 and across the line.
That was another scrappy one.
Yeah.
It's another scrappy one, and that's, the response you expect from someone. When you know that on your lead run, the chase driver was all over you, tapping doors and kind of getting all up in your business. When you go back to chase, you want to do the same thing. You want to repay that favor. And for Nasser, that's what it felt like here. He knew Kevin was all over him through his chase, and now that he had the opportunity to follow up, you can see it right there. He
Quite a hit,
him.
though, yeah.
Yeah. Same thing, that front wheel, when you make contact like that, a lot of things can shift in the car. And something may not break, but it can bend, and steering racks can move. There's a lot that can happen. But unfortunately, after that contact, Nasser just more or less fell off through the rest of the battle. Kevin Pesur was able to just take the advantage at that point and start to walk away with the rest of the run.
Yeah, interesting. It was an interesting mistake from outside zone 4 to 5 for me, for Kevin Pesur. And I wonder if Nasser Alharbali, look how wide Pesur's going. It's almost a rear zone at that point, and I wonder how the judges are going to be looking at this, how it's going to play out. Both guys out of the car, down in the pit lane, waiting to receive that decision.
Okay.
Both laughing and smiling.
I think he pointed at the tires and did like the kind of chop thing. So I wonder if he was just out of traction. Nasser.
Oh,
yeah.
Nasser.
It just looked like, maybe I read that wrong, but I saw a point and then the kind of chop signal, and I wonder if that's what he's getting at. Maybe I'm nerding out too much. I'd love to see what these tires look like at the end of runs.
Yeah, so would I. I would certainly be interested to see what they look like after the end of a battle. A lot of drivers, a lot of crews saying that there is not any tyre left after 2 runs.
No, I completely... But that's what you want. You want to cross the finish line with just enough tread to get you back to the pits.
Yeah.
And then you've used everything.
There we go, fans around the property here at the Vallelunga circuit in Rome in Italy. And we await this decision to drop in from our judges. This is a deliberation.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough call.
So this is a real deliberation from the judges. And I don't know if this is clear cut as maybe first fault from some of us. And I think this is going to possibly come down to Pesur at outside zone 4 to 5, maybe.
Okay.
Or was the contact, when the contact was made between Nasser and Pesur, was there a reason there was contact? Was it Pesur?
How interesting.
Because they're looking back.
Yeah, we're able
at the run 1 relay. So we have 2 monitors in front of us. It's way too much technology for me. I'm a simple man.
I got a tablet here and a phone on the go.
Everything on the go over there. You've got algebra and all sorts.
The ADHD's going mad today, but yeah, it's a tough call. Anytime there's contact, you can't assume it's one person or the other. You have to look back and go, okay, is this a cause and effect thing?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
this is what the scene is down in the Shanahan pits at the moment. Plenty of team members down there with tools in hand, making sure that car is 110%. You can see the toe plates are out. So Yeah, he's going to hand it to the cameraman. I don't know how much he knows about rear alignment on a GT86 drift car, but hey, he might be a pro for all we know.
Listen, if you can hold a tape measure, you're going to be useful.
Well, judges still deliberating this one, and we will have to go to David Kalas after it drops in. Here we go, decisions in, and it's going to be Kevin Pesur. Kevin Pesur gets the win. David Kalas will quickly come to you. Tough decision for your judging panel there again.
It was definitely a tough one. There was so many mistakes during both runs, and it basically came in to checking lead to lead, chase to chase, and we are still saying that without good lead, there's no good chase, and Nasser had the better lead. However, he did so many mistakes on his chase that we were not able to give him the advantage of that run, and that's why we chose Kevin, but he definitely needs to work on his lead run.
Thank you very much, David. And yeah, it's a lot of mistakes creeping there. Well, Becky is down in the paddock in the Shanahan's area. Becky, Jack Shanahan's having a rough weekend so far. A snapped cam belt, engine problems. Now this, contact with Jarkko Jula.
Jack, just catching you for a quick interview, as I know there is time on the clock right now. That battle there, you felt the contact and immediately decided to go for a competition timeout. Could you feel something in the car straight away?
Yeah, so thankfully this new rule allows you to do this kind of stuff. We didn't think it was going to come into play this weekend because there's no other objects other than the car that's chasing you. But yeah, he hit me a fair thump, to be honest. It really knocked me off the line, then it messed up the complete rest of my run as well because of that, which kind of goes to show how important your lead line is. But yeah, I didn't really feel it too much when I got to the start line, but then when I got the chance to drive back, the car was wobbling a lot, so we don't know if there's a bolt that's bent or a bolt that's broken. So we're just trying to fix that now, but there's like 6 minutes left, so trying to just check that, and hopefully it's okay. We're not going to, if we can't change it in time, so we're going to see. The air is also out of the tyre, I think, because of the valve being damaged, so we might have to change the tyre also, which is not ideal, but yeah, this rule is definitely going in my favour today, but I think he's just pushing hard, and that's just how it is. So we're still not going to be able to give him too much. You know, we need to try make it to the finish line. That's the main thing. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, if anyone's got a team that can get that car back to the start, then it's definitely yours. So good luck, Jack, and hopefully we'll see you back out there.
Cheers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Becky. And yeah, that was recorded just a few moments ago down in the paddock. So we do believe that that car is almost ready to rock and roll. And there we go. Fans soaking up the sun and the sights and sounds of Vallelunga circuit. Jacob, how are you finding it so far? Top 32.
It's been good.
Has it been as wild as you hoped for round one?
It is, and we got deep in the rule book too, and that's, I mean, that lets me nerd out. I've got it in front of me. I was taking a look at the Dave situation, get clarification on that. I was taking a look at the rule he was talking about with the collision, the potential damage to a rim or tire. That's not at fault, so it's fun. I like it. I like this nerdy stuff, but it looks like we got a Shanahan back out on the road.
Yeah, we certainly do. Yeah, our on-board here from Red Bull TV, giving us all the sights we need, and you can see Shanahan there. One last little test as he came out of that pit lane towards the back end of the circuit, so these guys are going to go down, re-warm the tyres. Jarkko Jula already back down there at the back end of the circuit, and Jack down to warm up the tyres, back to the start line. Look, the rule book, I feel like in 2026 is going to come into play a lot.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. I think the drivers are taking it very, very seriously and understanding a lot of it. The spotters as well. Everybody's kind of got a copy of it, whether it's printed out, and there's been a lot of like, okay, this is exactly what it says. This is what we're going to be held to.
Well, it's available online as well, Jake.
It's available online.
If you want to check out the rules, if you want to be up to date, if you fancy yourself as a judge in the future, you can go online and read through the full DRIFTMASTERS rulebook. It is available at the DRIFTMASTERS website.
Yep, if you scroll to the very bottom under driver regulations, you can take a look at it there. There's general rules, judging rules, and driver and vehicle rules and regulations. So lots to learn, lots to read.
Yep, you can be very clear on everything that is on there and exactly what our judges go to when they make a decision. So there we go. You can see our marshal down there with that 2-minute timer, and Jack just being offered the opportunity to re-warm the tyres before they'll pull back up to the start line, the second half of this battle to finish. And then we have completed our top 32 bracket here at round one, and some very tough battles to come in our top 16. After our parade, we bring all of the cars out onto the circuit for our fans to appreciate for a brief moment. As Jack Shanahan now pulls up to that chase position. Marcin just go over and check on him, make sure he's all good, as Jarkko Jula now pulls up into that lead position.
A quick combo there, Jack giving him the quick rundown.
Yep.
Going to be taking that chase position now.
Well, exactly that as well, and Jack would have known exactly how the car felt after, warming the tyres as well. So Martin would have gone over and said, right, are you sure everything's good to go? Because this is the last opportunity. You can say nothing now. Thumbs up all around as we wait for that light to go green for the final run of our top 32, and they are off the line. The Finnish driver, Jarkko Jula, to lead out. Jack Shanahan in that Toyota GT86. Both cars fire in as Jarkko Jula goes nice and deep into outside zone 1. Fires through, picks up 2 and 3 as he puts a little wobble. There's no shaking Shanahan, though. He's right up on the inside of that big JZX100. Oh, massive amounts of understeer for Jarkko Jula as he goes very, very wide. And both drivers lost in a cloud of smoke as we fire down the circuit to outside zone 8. You can see Shanahan holding back ever so slightly, a clever move as he now makes a dive up into the door. That JZX100 across the line. Wow, yeah, that went really, really wide there for Jarkko Jula, going around 5. He's taking that the other line that you could set this track up with, but car just not biting in on the side at all. So as we launch them off and go through the first outside zone, things look pretty settled for both of them. Jack pulling a bit of angle out, but doing a really good job of still maintaining that proximity. Now he's going to go for that mirrored transition, which looks absolutely incredible. Not as aggressive as that that we kind of expect, but knowing he's at a touch of an advantage with the last run, he does a good job. A couple little pumps to the handbrake there. One of the only drivers still using the horizontal handbrake. Yeah. They're a dying breed. Jack is holding down strong on that, and I think Jarkko once again throwing that brown cloud up, getting into the dirt, and that pushes him wide. Takes a very, very wide line approach there, and Jack does a good job of adapting to it without kind of getting caught out into a bad spot. And there we go, as Jarkko Jula coming through outside zone 8, cutting it a little bit short. Comes out a little early there, halfway through the zone. Yeah, but we'll get to the rest of it. That was a pretty risky transition from Jack that he probably didn't need to do, but that's a Shanahan for you. Yeah, and I think he wanted to stamp the exclamation mark on the end of that run as well, and just say always to the judges. End the run close. Yeah. Always. They want to say to the judges, look, I'm there, I'm present, I'm in the fight. So they're both out of the car. Jarkko Jula jumps out of that clean car. Slide him left for Jula, right for Shanahan. And it's going to be unanimous. It's going to be Jack Shanahan taking the win, advancing through to the top 16. And another good weekend for the Shanahans so far. But a stacked battle to come this afternoon, as now the top 32 is complete. Top 16, sorry, is complete. Well, the top 32 has been completed. It's been completed, yeah. You knew where I was going with that. Exactly, yeah. We're linked, I got you. But there we go, the Shanahans will take it back to the paddock, and in just a few moments' time, we're going to see what our heat tree looks like for our top 16, because there's some tough ones in there. Yeah, it's a fantastic top 16. Yeah, certainly is. Well, as our fans go and grab a refreshment, we're going to pop it up on screen. Here we go. This is what we've got to look forward to in our top 16. Dwayne McKeever to take on Marco Zakouril. Deane versus Correa. Przygonski to take on Bertans. Keski-Korpi to take on Corpulinski. Shanahan versus Benedict Sherba. Laurie Heinonen take on Ritten. Vrajcek to take on Benet. Jack Shanahan to take on Kevin Pesur. Some very, very tough battles in our top 16. Yeah, barn burner every single battle that we've got throughout this. I'm pretty pumped on this one, and you can start making projections and your guesses as to who's going to go where, but no matter what, it is going to be a fantastic show. We get into it later on this evening. Yeah, we certainly do, Jacob, and one of those guys will be standing on the top step of the podium after that top 16, and as we keep saying, will they be setting the foundations for a championship? On all roads lead to the final, the PGA Narodowy in Poland, that Red Bull Driftmasters finale, which this year sees some incredible sights and sounds, as we're going to throw even more into the mix for the final round. There's a lot. You can read about it on Instagram now, and make sure to turn on those notifications, because I've been told there is much more to come. Oh, we certainly are. We're going to bring the show to Warsaw, that's for sure, for the final. And those guys, well, they're all going to be wanting to fight for that championship in the final round under the lights in front of 55,000 people, that's for sure. I'm excited to be there, but I don't want it to be over yet. We've got 6 stops along the way before we get there, and every single one of them is going to bring the heat, especially a brand new circuit in Helsinki, in Finland. I am so looking forward to that. Apparently, word is, fastest track of the season. I've heard it might be one of the fastest tracks we've ever seen. Well, there we go. Becky is down there in the paddock, behind the scenes, grabbing all the news. Becky, what a top 32 and what a top 16 we've got to look forward to this afternoon.
Well, Ian, it's a little bit like Where's Wally? I'm actually up here on the balcony enjoying the sunshine and that incredible top 32 session. Well, guys, there you have it. Our top 16 is set. It's going to be a bumper set of battles. So make sure you join us back here live on Red Bull TV at 5:20 local time. We'll see you then.
feel it. I can feel it. Tell me if you feel it. I can feel it. Do you feel it? I can feel it. Tell me if you feel it. I can feel it.
feel it moving. I can feel it. I don't know why, but I can feel it. I can feel it. I don't know why, but I can feel it. I can feel it. I don't know why, but I can feel it.
on fire. I'll close my eyes and jump in. If I drown in your men, what a way to go, 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 go. What a way to 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 go. I was thinking about you in the moonlight, soft and heavy, almost certain, gravitational, pulling me in, closer to you, under the moonlight. Under the moon. You pull me closer to you, closer to you, gravitational, pulling me in, under the moonlight, soft and heavy, almost certain, gravitational, pulling me in, soft and heavy, almost certain, gravitational, pulling me in, It's louder than words. A love so quiet, it's louder than words. It's louder than words. lights go out, do you show me love? And when the morning comes, all my feelings run, so I'm switching it up. Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. Only when the night falls down, do you show me love? And when the sun comes up, all my feelings run, so I'm switching it up. Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. Do you show me love? Only when the lights go out. It feels so real, at least until the morning light. It's never gonna last. We both know it's alright. I'm leaving her for someone just like her. I see it coming. It's been this way for years. It's the fall between lust and loneliness. I know she said just let it go, but I can't let it go. No, I can't let it go. Oh, just can't let it go. She said just let it go, but I can't let it go. No, I can't let it go. Oh, just can't let it go. You wanna know me, wanna love me. You say, come with me. When you say you want me, it's so sweet and it feels so deep. You say come with me. When you say you want me, he don't know. Deep down. What is real? Can I know? Am I here? Why am I? Who am I? Do I care? The door's closing. I'm alone again. There's silence still echoes. The room's spinning. Where do I begin? Still, I let them in. The stillness is heavier than noise. The stillness is heavier than noise. The silence still heavier than noise. The stillness is heavier than noise. The stillness is heavier than noise. Hey, how'd you find this place? Why can I look away? Tell me if you feel it. I can feel it. Tell me if you feel it. I Baby, I know you like to get it. Baby, I know you like to get it. I see it in your In the beginning, it was quiet. He asked me, do you wanna be friends? I said, yeah. It was easy. He said, do you wanna stay the night? I said, yeah. It was easy. And that's how it's been since then. Feel the fever when I hold her and she pulls me down. Passion in her eyes, and I don't wanna go. Got me hypnotized. There's a glow in the sky, and it's soft and low. If you stare, you'll go blind, and you'll never know. It's like time's moving backward, and we're running slow. Now I'm dancing with strangers at the sideshow. There's a glow in the sky, and it's moving slow. There's a people move fast, they don't even know. And the future and past have no place to go. Now I'm dancing with strangers at the sideshow. Everything's falling and everything's low, and we're falling behind and we're paying the cost. We know it won't last. 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 Say goodbye, you, my dear. And I can't hold back these tears. This is all new to me, my dear. Now that it's over, all I can say is feels like the first time. Feels like the first time. Feels like the first time. Feels like touch becomes memory. Faster than you can breathe. If all the signs you see are just for you to believe, then who am I to say no? 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 Don't let go. Don't let I'm loving this space. I'm loving this space. Between chaos and calm. Between chaos and calm. I'm loving the space. I'm loving the space. I am loving the space. Between chaos and calm. Between chaos and calm. Between chaos and calm. said when the universe was being born, God lit a match, and from the spark came fire and then the first time I saw you, it was just like that. A long time ago, a wise man said that man is God, but with its flaws. If that's the case, I want you to bring me down to a pile of dust. I want you to. I want you to. I want you. I Your eyes are saying stay, but your lips are whispering go. And you say I should be on my way, but there's something you should know. My heart is in your hand, and I don't want it back. I don't want you to take a chance on a love that you think you lack. All I need
strap in, buckle up.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to DRIFTMASTERS Round 1 2026 live here from Rome in Italy at the Vallelunga circuit. My name is Ian Waddington and I'll be talking you through all of your top 16 action this season alongside my very good friend Jacob Gettins. Jacob, welcome back. We had a hot and heavy top 32 and things are only going to get better from here.
Yeah, it was absolutely wild. I mean, a couple of upsets in there, some controversy, some deep dives into the rule book. It's kind of everything that you would hope for in a top 32. But now that is over, the break is over, our tummies are full of espresso, and we are ready to go for top 16.
We certainly are ready to go for top 16. Our drivers were just out on circuit on their top 16 parade, and it is a heavily stacked top 16 we have this afternoon. Now, how did we get here, Jacob? That is the story that we like to tell everyone. It's all about a story here at DRIFTMASTERS, and it's going to be a story the all way through. But first of all, let's take a look at our calendar, our season calendar for 2026. As you know, we are right here in Vallelunga in Italy, round 1 in Rome. We never got to make it here last year due to unforeseen circumstances. We had to cancel it and move it to Spain. And this is where we are right now. But we're going to Spain in just 2 weeks' time for round 2. Then we head off to Kildare in Ireland, Mondello Park for round 3. Then it's off to Finland, a brand new circuit for the calendar. Then it's off to Riga, baby, in Latvia, before we head to the Iron City in Ferropolis in Germany, before all roads lead to the final, the big one, the Pegay Narodowy, the Red Bull DRIFTMASTERS final in Warsaw in Poland. In front of 55,000 fans under the lights, we crown our 2026 DRIFTMASTERS champion, where last year it was Conor Shanahan. But we're going to go back in time just a few seconds ago where he was talking about the story of how we got here in top 16. Let's take a look at the recap. Big upset from the get-go though, Jacob, as Simon Olsen, our underdog, our new driver for 2026, knocked out a competition.
Yeah, we thought this was going to be his day, but unfortunately it just didn't come together for him, and he ended up being taken out by Diogo Correa in a pretty crazy battle. Didn't get word as to what all happened there with Simon Olsen, but that mechanical took him out, looked great in practice, but unfortunately just not the way things were meant to be for him. And then after that, our first event winner of last year ended up getting knocked out by the young gun in Nicholas Bertans.
Yeah, Nicholas Bertans, the Latvian wildcard for a few years now when we head to Riga, decided to throw his hat in the ring for 2026 and do a full run in this incredible HGP Carbon Kevlar E92 Eurofighter, and took out the man, as you say, rightly so, who won round 2 last year in DRIFTMASTERS 2025. Bertans was looking strong, but this man was also looking very, very strong. Conor Shanahan, our defending champion, took on a very on-form Kevin Pesur. Unfortunately, judges saying that Pesur was too messy, too many mistakes, and said even Conor Shanahan needed to clean it up for top 16.
Yeah, it really came down to a tough call, and the conversation that we had was both of them had lead runs that were not great, but Conor Shanahan edged him out just a little bit in the chase. Pretty tough call, but ultimately it's going to be the Irishman that ends up moving on into the top 16.
Yeah, it certainly was. You can see those two guys that exchange of words. And then this, Conor Falvey, unfortunately mistakes again for the young superstar from Ireland. Fell fall to the Finnish superstar Ritten, who once again stood strong and looked very impressive, super consistent, super incredible line driver, and put himself into the top 16. And this was the final battle that we get to see here, and this was the tale of Dave from Drift Games, our very own ex-commentator here at DRIFTMASTERS, trying to battle it out with the one and only Vrajcek. Unfortunately, put that car into the gravel, dropped a wheel on initiation. Look at that, we missed that first of all.
Yeah, big trouble there for Dave Egan. Unfortunately, the way the rule set is that they have 2 minutes once the run is over to make it out to the line, and they spent 2 minutes fishing him out of the gravel, so Dave Egan not able to compete. Unfortunately, I'm sure they both would have loved to have gone back in a battle, but the rules are written as they are, and we adhere to those.
They certainly are. And this is how the battle tree looks for this afternoon. It will be McKeever, Zakouril, some real good ones in there. James Deane, Diogo Correa. You know what, as much as you look at some of these drivers and say, like, James Deane, got the upper hand? I don't know. Same with this one. Jakub Przygonski take on Nicolas Bertans. Look, Przygonski, a man that has a whole host of trophies in his cabinet, takes on a wild card that's been in the championship. But Nicolas Bertans is looking so strong today.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Bertans, he's been looking for that seat, that season-long seat, and now he finally has with the HGK team, and it's going to be absolutely wild to see what he's able to do in all of that equipment. And I mean, the next one that I really want to see is that Jack Shanahan, Kevin Pesur battle. I think this is just a battle of titans. Both of them seem to be on it. Jack Shanahan having that engine rebuild they did overnight, actually not even overnight, before qualifying, and everything looks strong, knock on wood, but Kevin Pesur on an absolute heater.
Yeah, he certainly is on an absolute heater. That car turned up to 11 this weekend, but Jack Shanahan won't go down without a fight. This is how our top 16 parade. The guys went out on circuit to show their appreciation for the fans here at Vallelunga circuit. And these guys went around, showed their appreciation to all the fans that come out to support DRIFTMASTERS here at round 1, 2026. And everyone looking a little cool, calm and collected and relaxed. Even see Conor Shanahan yawning as he was driving around.
Yeah, the pits were kind of quiet when it came to the drivers. I mean, the fans were ravenous. They were out saying hi to everybody. But the drivers, they were relaxed. They were having some snacks. And it seems pretty cool and collected, as you said. So we'll see if they're just reserving their energy. I know we were getting ready for top 16, and that's what the drivers were more than likely doing as well. But they like to put on that display out to the fans. It's like a recreation of what we had on Thursday night when we took these cars downtown and got to drive them across the ancient cobble streets. It was quite the time.
It certainly was the time. It was very good to take those guys out into the local town and show our appreciation and show off what drifting is to some of the locals that didn't quite understand what was going on at Vallelunga circuit this weekend. But we certainly made our presence known, that's for sure, as we took those cars out there. Everyone came out to support, and it was a really good evening down there in the local town. As you can see, a very on-form Laurie Heinonen looking, again, another guy looking very cool, very chilled out, very relaxed. Looks like everyone's kind of really got their programs together for 2026.
Yeah, the Piotr fans are in full attendance here as well, and we had some questions about that engine swap that they did last night, but it seems like everything is good to go. So you should be fine to compete, knock on wood.
Well, there we go. Well, the track is what has been causing a lot of upsets. So let's take a look at our track by none other than the one and only James Deane.
What's up everyone, James Deane here. Come with me as we go for a lap around Circuit Vallelunga in the Ford Racing Mustang RTR. Okay, so on this track we're shifting 3 gears up the straight, first, second, into third, initiate with the handbrake and straight onto the power to fill the first outside zone. After that we're wrapping inside slightly to get the first inner clip, back out to the outside zone, transition, decel, outside zone again before coming into the second inner zone. After that, power wide out to the outside zone that's coming next, another outside zone, quick transition, and you're filling the second last outside zone before one final transition. One last zone to go, and that's one full lap around Circuit Vallelunga.
There we go, James Deane taking us for a tour around the track. But 2 points that me and you picked out this weekend, Jacob, that were very tricky, and it's this one, outside zone 4, and again, it did play as exactly how we thought it was going to do in top 32. It played into a lot of deciders in the battles.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can attack this, and really, it's not even 4, it's the space between 4 and 5, but how you set yourself in that zone really dictates what the rest of the run looks like, and that leads us up into zone 8. If you fill this zone all the way, you're on a great line for our final zone. If you cut it short, you're going to be cutting the next zone short. If you go a little bit wide, you might find yourself in the gravel. So lots of tricky spots, but those are the 2 big ones to watch out for.
Yeah, exactly that, and I think that it's the entry into outside zone 8 that's setting it up for a lot of guys as well. Some guys using a handbrake, some firing it on big angle. This is our brand new judging panel for 2026. We still have David Kalas in the hot seat, our head judge. Alongside him, we have Tomo Levomaki and Rasmo Rios joining him for 2026. Some tough decisions. They've had the rulebook out already today, Jacob, as we mentioned. They've not had an easy ride at round 1.
No, we've had a lot of conversations about it, a lot of back and forth. But yeah, it's I mean, great way to kick off the season. Get blow the dust off the rule books. Remember exactly what's in there, and it's been great. I love nerding out on that stuff with them and having some heated conversations about the spirit of drifting.
Yes, certainly so. And those guys are going to get tested for the rest of this season. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the time for talking is done. Our top 32 is over. It's time for top 16. Let's get into it. Well, on the line, ready to rock and roll the first battle of top 16, and this one's going to be a heater straight off the bat. Dwayne McKeever, the man who topped qualifying yesterday, now sits alongside Marco Zakouril, a man that in years past has proved to be some contender, but unfortunately hasn't made it onto the podium, has fallen at the final hurdle. Could this be the weekend that BMW M2 with the Volkswagen 2-litre pilots himself all the way through? McKeever in that borrowed car for 2 rounds of the championship, a 2JZ powered Nissan 180SX built by the one and only Deane M Sport. McKeever looking bright at home though in that chassis, as he always drives a 180SX. Gives a thumbs up, slams the door closed, slams the car into gear, and the anti-lag crackles on both cars as they get the green light for the first battle of top 16 here at DRIFTMASTERS Round 1 2026. Marco Zakouril flicks that car to angle. McKeever follows him, gives him some room to manoeuvre as Marco Zakouril now dials on the angle. McKeever a little wobble coming into inner 2, and McKeever back onto the back bumper of that BMW straight away as Zakouril fires it down through outside zone 4 and into 5. Beautiful line from the lead car as they both wobble a little once again, and it's looking sketchy out front for Zakouril. A few mistakes creeping in, but he uses a curb, hops up, he goes super wide, no rotation. Big impact into the side of McKeever. Wow, and what a way to kick off round 1.
There was a few spots in this track that I was expecting exactly that to happen, and it took all the way into outside zone 8 for it to actually come to fruition. Right on initiation, Zakouril was right on the edge of the track through a lot of the transitions and the speed that he was building as he came up to zone 8. The whole time, I felt it. I felt it in my bones that there was going to be some sort of contact made here, especially with the way that Dwayne McKeever was pushing so hard in the chase. So let's take another look at it here. Right at initiation, like I said, let's see, look at the angle he's got. He's right on the edge of the track, and he's got a wheel dipped onto that green spot. And I think that's where Dwayne had to back out, because Zakouril wasn't gaining any speed at that point in time. And Dwayne had to kind of choke back up to make sure. Now Dwayne's deep in the smoke. Zakouril doesn't have a ton of angle. And when you're driving with a reduction in angle, that means you're going to be going forward at a much higher rate of speed. And Zakouril is able to keep that speed coming all the way around 5. Everything looks really good, but same thing, look at, it's not that he's driving straight, but there's not a lot of angle in that car. And that means he's going to have too much speed as he comes into this 8th zone. And unfortunately, he rocks both wheels up. It pushes him wide. And good job for Dwayne to try and get out of the way, but unfortunately he gets T-boned by the lead car. That's something that doesn't happen very often.
I was going to say, we don't see that very often here at DRIFTMASTERS. You can see how wide Zakouril is there. Nowhere for McKeever to go. He just has to hit Zakouril.
Yeah. When in doubt, throttle out, Dwayne, and that's what he did. You could see, he saw what was happening, and right here, he tries to push wide to get past him, but directly into the side of the driver's door. And that is why we have massive cages in these cars.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Shot there from our Phantom camera down there on the outside zone. Well, both guys have made it back to the start line, and it just looks like the front end of that car
still there.
It's still there, yeah. So
I think just all the support bars have been bent up. Usually the bumper bars and the things that support all that are pretty thin. Usually like a 20 mil bar kind of thing.
So our start line marshal down there with our safety technical director, Maciek Polody.
Dwayne's good to go. I mean, I'm sure he checked the door to make sure it's still open and closed. Might not. There we go. Oh, is that a new tool?
We've got new equipment here at DRIFTMASTERS. We've got tech screws and a cordless drill on the start line now.
Holy cow, we have moved up. I think we need a hammer soon.
A hammer?
Marson with a big old sledgehammer.
I mean, look at that door. Wow.
Oh, man. That is in there. I don't think he can open that door.
No, he can't open that door, no.
He's fine.
I think McKeever's stuck in the car. But hey.
What a sight. I think we're good.
Yeah, so it looks like both cars are going to run. This is obviously a huge advantage for Dwayne McKeever. He won't want to get out of the car. He won't want to see if the door's shut, because all he wants to do is carry on. That's McKeever's mentality. He'll want to just get the battle done and worry about getting out once he gets back to the paddock. There we go, get the thumbs up all around. Both cars are safe to run. McKeever to lead our Marco Zakouril, and McKeever here really just needs to put in a nice clean lead run as he flicks that car to angle, sets it up perfectly. Zakouril in the smoke screen already, way wide on outside zone 1. Now he's losing a ton of ground, has to play catch up as McKeever fires that car to outside zone 4. That control to McKeever for drive that car round the hairpin for outside zone 5, and this is a very nice lead line for Dwayne McKeever as he transitions back once again outside zone 8 coming up as McKeever uses the curb, keeps that car deep into the zone. Zakouril goes for a dive onto the door, he's on the inside, but it's all over for Marco Zakouril.
This might be Dwayne's event to win. He looks so on form. The car seems absolutely so well suited for him. I know he wants to go back to his other one, but I don't know, man. I'd be having some doubts about that, but everything looks so fantastic for Dwayne out front, and for Zakouril, you don't know what other kind of damage is going on with that car, or if you can even see over the giant bulge in the hood there. But Dwayne looks great. I mean, he gets the transition done so early between 3 and 4. The car gets over, he sets it, comes to the zone, back on throttle really quick, wraps it around 5, and man, look at that sight. I think it's through here, just that added little bit of angle right at the very end, and it slingshots him around. And in the car, you're literally just feeding that little bit extra angle right before the transition, and you can get those snaps to happen much faster. But he is on rails.
He is on rails. It's a very nice league line that McKeever's got worked out this weekend here at Vallelunga. And yeah, maybe that car not, 110%. He's still piloting around there well. There was a few corrections he made, but again, McKeever knows all he needs to do is put down a good enough lead line for Marco Zakouril to chase. Look at that.
We asked Addy for this exact shot.
And look how settled that is. Look at the compression as it pushes the wheel up the arch. That's a beautiful shot there. And we just hand some parts back to Marco Zakouril. That car taking a beating already. I think McKeever's still in the car. Yeah,
he's trying to get out.
Yeah, he can't get out. He's laughing. He said, I'm stuck in here. I'm going to have to wait till I get back to the paddock. Here we go. Decisions in. Left for Zakouril, right for McKeever. He can only really go one way. It's going to be Dwayne McKeever taking it through to the top 8. And a hand out the window for a handshake was all he could do to Marco Zakouril. Yeah, tough shout there for Marco Zakouril, Jacob.
I think we're going to have to get some pry bars out to get him out of that car.
Yeah, certainly so. We go back on the line to the next battle. This one's going to be a good one. Going to be James Deane to take on Diogo Correa. And James Deane, he good, but never count Diogo Correa out of the fight. Looked very, very good against Simon Olsen. Now, teammates this year, Olsen and James Deane. Wonder if James Deane said to Simon, "Don't worry, buddy, I'll get it for you."
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. There's a little bit added, I guess, motivation for James Deane to take out the driver that took out his driver.
His teammate, yeah.
It's great to see James the teammate again, too.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. There we go, car rolls off the line, through the gears. It's going to be Correa to lead out James Deane. James Deane, the higher qualifier, decided to chase first as Correa puts it in. That first outside zone, a little distance there between Correa and Deane on that first outside zone. Now Deane starts to apply the pressure as they fire into outside zone 4. Correa on throttle nice and early. That encourages Deane to open up the throttle and get back onto the door. Early transition. Oh, Deane looking a little twitchy behind it, eager to get the transition done as he fires into outside zone 8. Correa up and gone as he flicks the car for 9. That was brave from James Deane into outside zone 9 across the line.
Yeah, James has been kind of letting drivers get into the first outside zone and get settled before he starts to make the dive. We saw that in his past battle as well against Espen. And you see the same thing here. He gives him just a little bit of space. And for James Deane, anything, more than a meter is space. Yeah, he's normally all up in their business, but I really like the way that he does that, because now he's not overcommitting. He doesn't have to worry about giant mistakes from that lead driver and him getting caught out by them. He does a great job. It's a super active chase all the way around. Correa does an amazing job in the lead for so much of this run. And James, as you said, a little hesitation there. He wanted Diogo to get that car rotated around, and maybe it didn't happen in the spot that James would have normally done it.
No, and I think James Deane was so eager to get the transition done and get on with it and move that car. And you've got to understand that Mustang's a way bigger car than the BMW, so maybe James Deane was transitioning a little earlier than Correa, and he had to check up a little bit and then go on the transition. But nevertheless, Correa giving Deane a very nice lead line out front.
Oh, here we go, punching through the smoke. Oh, that's menacing.
I mean, just look at how big the front of that Mustang is.
I know, it's crazy. we haven't even talked about it. This is the same Mustang as last year, but they overhauled it. And by overhaul, they completely tore it all the way back down. I don't know if it was powder coated or painted, the entire chassis. So they took everything off and then rebuilt all of it again.
Yeah, they certainly
and that's their version of a refresh.
Yeah, I mean, that's the European refresh. Strip it back to a bare chassis and rebuild it again. There we go, they're on the line. Deane to lead now. Correa to give chase. The green light is given for James Deane to lead the line as Correa slams through the gear in that BMW. Nice initiation for James Deane, but look where Correa's positioned himself down the inside. Needs to get himself back up into that outside zone and avoid inner two. Now starts to lose some ground to the Irishman as Deane fires it through outside zone 4. Correa looks a little lost here. He looks like he hasn't got the tyre on. Maybe a wise decision from James Deane to chase first as Deane absolutely fires through into outside zone A. Correa on the inside, sacrificing line on the handbrake. Correa shuts it down on circuit, and James Deane fires into the final outside zone and across the line.
I wonder what happened there. I thought I heard a loud rev, almost like it came out of gear or something for Correa. Let's see at this onboard. Sometimes you can tell what they're working on, but we'll get back to it. James Deane locked in. Beautiful line. Like, so committed all the way through the line. Not a lot of corrections. There's the odd little wheel movement here or there. And Correa does a good job. He's not quite a stand-up handbrake, not quite a lie-down. He's a hybrid handbrake in that car. But look at the amount of smoke he is fighting through. And that's such a hard part about this sport is, you know, it's tough to do when you can see. Now do it blind.
Yeah,
exactly.
exactly.
And that's the chase job. But Correa gets caught on the wrong side of that transition, and it's just all James Deane for the rest of this run. And then somewhere in that cloud, Correa shuts it down. Let's see if we can catch it from this angle. Looks good. Wheels just stop. So I wonder, something mechanical. He's rolling now.
Oh, he's off now, yeah.
Yeah. But, and now we're starting to get back into long shadows, too. We saw this affect a few drivers in qualifying. It's only going to get worse. There's going to be darker parts of the track. But we'll keep an eye on that part because it's going to be evolving conditions as we get through the rest of this day.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, it's starting to get close to 6 o'clock here, and the sun will start to go back down again in Spain. And the track yesterday, the drivers said, got slipperier, not stickier. Here we go. It's going to slide left for James Deane. Yeah, unfortunately, mechanical failure taking Diogo Correa out of the top 16 show. Not the way he would have loved that to go, but Matt, boy, does that line us up for a serious great top 8 battle straight out of the mark.
Yeah, James Deane against Wayne McKeever.
Wow.
Oh, that's a battle that's aged, that's gone on for ages.
It's a final battle in any other round of championship. Well, we got the timer out, and we don't have any cars on the line, and the clock is counting down, and it looks like we only have 30 seconds for the next two guys to get to the line, and that will be Bertans and Kuba Przygonski. The Latvian and the Polishman, we're waiting for them to appear, and here they come. Yeah, over the hill in the background.
Talk about building tension. Come on, boys.
Well, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if they both don't get to the line, they will both get eliminated from the competition. So, interesting there.
And Kuba looks like choosing to chase first. Yeah, he's fourth in qualifying.
Yeah, the higher qualifier opted to chase first. As we can see our team down there, just making sure everything is good to go. The young Latvian asked a question, what do you do in lead position, as he puts that V8 powered carbon Kevlar BMW into gear.
Kuba looks like he's got his hand on the anti-lag.
Yeah.
We should hear that. There it is.
There she goes. Well, here we go, car slam into here. It's the second battle of our top 16. Third battle, sorry, of our top 16 as they slam through the gears. Big flick to angle for Nicolas Bertans. Tucks up on the inside. There's Kuba Przygonski now as they fire through that first outside turn. Przygonski right up onto the door of the Latvian. A brave move from Kuba Przygonski, but he didn't put it off. Had to hang on the handbrake for a very long time, but now back into the pocket, up to the side. And that carbon Kevlar car. How is Przygonski squeezing that GR86 up onto the inside as he goes for another dive onto the door? Bertans on an absolute blinder of a lead line.
Yeah, I mean, Kuba was all over him in that, and Bertans looks like he tried to outrun him in a lot of ways, but Kuba didn't let him, and unfortunately, Bertans missed some pretty crucial areas on this track. Look at that left foot brake. That front right wheel does not move, but it's not smoking. So as he leaned over that much, that car's not even making it. But you can see he unfortunately misses 2 pretty much completely. Now he does a great job of kind of backing that car in, left foot brake to get it to rotate around, and it goes pretty wide on 5 as well. So it looks like that BMW's got all the forward bite in the world, but is definitely missing some of that side bite that is needed. But Kuba, he adapts really well. He's doing a great job of basically mirroring exactly what's going on in front of him, and that's more or less his goal. But look at these transitions. Kuba does a good job of kind of holding back. I would like to see him mirror just a touch more, but it's tough. And you can see the moment Bertans gets back on throttle. That whole, look at, you see that hop?
Yeah, I missed the inner 5 down the back end of the circuit. I was looking at how precarious Kuba Przygonski was firing that GR86 up onto the inside.
I wonder if we're going to see this hop right here. I don't know if there was contact. Please let this roll long enough.
Look at it start to drive forward already.
Yeah, I don't know. Was there? I wonder if there was contact there. Hard to say. It looked like the BMW had just like hopped a little bit. A little skip.
Maybe a little contact. But there we go. Back on the line, Kuba Przygonski to lead out Nicholas Bertans. Off the line, the Polishman already smoking tyres on the GR86 as he flies it in. But look at that from Bertans onto the front wheel. Oh, was there contact then? Both cars jumped up and down as Bertans nudges. But Przygonski once again almost takes the steering wheel out of his hand as they fire into outside zone 4. Przygonski goes wide, keeps a hold of it, but Bertans can't and scoots so wide on outside zone 5. They fire down through the alley as they get through into outside zone 8. Now Bertans needing to make up some lost ground. Goes for the transition, switches it back. Bertans tags Przygonski across the line.
The continuation of not having side bite in that car showed its ugly face, unfortunately for Nick Nack on that run for sure. Kuba was just being attacked all the way around this run. So look at this. Bertans does a great job of, I mean, he's pushing the pace here. It's kind of like the old James Deane chasing style. Remember when he would like almost supersede the lead car? It's an incredibly intimidating thing to do. And Bertans there makes contact. I don't know if that was the second time in that run already. And Kuba's, he's chill, he's calm, he's used to this. He's driven in so many different series over the years. It's pretty much nothing he hasn't seen at this point in time. And then watch as Bertans gets on throttle, the car just keeps floating out wide. Kuba does a good job. Could have been deeper in that zone, but just catches it with the chasing wheel. But unfortunately for Nick Nack, that car does not want to catch once it's at angle. If he gets on throttle, it'll shoot forward. But a lot of times you got to float it out and have it so it still stalls up just a bit. But Kuba floating around, car looks settled. I know they put a lot of work in this car. I've seen the hood up more times than I'm comfortable with. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be affecting him. And right here at the end, Nick Nack with the last ditch effort. He does a great job of reviving the rest of that run though, because he could have overshot into the track pretty hard.
Yeah, he certainly did. A big mistake down there though, outside zone, inside zone 5 as he fired that car in. As you say, no grip, just kind of let the car wash very, very wide. But I see the judges taking a look back at the replay of that to see exactly what's going on. And we can see there Bertans talking to Przygonski about the contact, and I hit you here and I hit you there, and you hit me and I hit you, and
that's how it goes. That's what drifting's all about, though. You don't. I mean, you're not. I'm hoping you're not deliberately trying to hit anybody, but
but it does happen. These guys driving this fast, this close together. There certainly will be some contact. But decisions in left for Przygonski, right for Nicholas Bertans. Oh, and a split decision. It's gonna go one more time. David Kalas, we have to bring it to you real quick.
It all comes to big mistakes from both drivers. We saw a big mistake of Kuba at outer zone 4, where he was almost straight. He lost the ground there. Then we need to also look on Nick Nack, who was also having some troubles at inner zone 5, where he washed out. So both were having troubles on their chase run, on their lead run. Both drivers were able to show very strong leads. However, I think we need to see it one more time. The other judges thought both of them for the other driver, so we will see it one more time.
Well, there we go. Perfect. Thank you very much, David. So it will be one more time.
The old natural split.
A natural split. Yeah, very interesting. We're going to jump ahead a battle here, and it's going to be Mika Keski-Korpi to take on Pavel Corpulinski. Keski-Korpi, yeah, the higher qualifier. Mika Keski-Korpi, the higher qualifier, opting to chase first.
Seeing that happen a little bit more now. It looks like, yeah, pretty much across the board on this side, our higher qualifiers have chased in top 16.
Yeah. Interesting move.
Interesting.
I don't know if there's an advantage or not right now, especially with the track cooling down.
Yeah, we saw it was kind of a mixed bag, a lot more on the lead in top 32, but 16's mixing it up.
Yeah, well, there we go. Let's see how it plays out for Mika Keski-Korpi as he fires through the gears. He's up against the Surgeon, the man that's clinical in the lead line. He knows he can trust him, and look at this for trust as Keski-Korpi puts it to the door. The S14 has to back out, gets himself back into it. It's a little messy there for Keski-Korpi. Can he clean it up as they bring the cars round the hairpin outside, inside zone 5? A little left foot brake there for Mika Keski-Korpi, and it's a little wobbly, a little sketchy. Oh, he almost makes contact. Has to almost bail out of it. How did he keep a hold of that as Mika Keski-Korpi fires through the smoke for the final outside zone? Incredible lead there. Oh, and contact across the line.
Mika looked like he wanted to bury his car in the door the entire time. You could see him fighting the urge to just absolutely crush in the side of Paweł Korpulinski's car. And watch here. Paweł looks great. You know, it's exactly what we come to expect from Mika, though. You can see him kind of lunging forward. He wants to. He's kind of holding that car back. So I wonder if Mika's got a lot more speed in this. And when he goes out into the lead, if he's going to just try and pull some big gaps in Paweł. But yeah, when he's in the chase, though, he's got the fresh tires, which is great. But the downside with it is when you're that gripped up with those fresh tires, that car does not want to comply. It just wants to go forward. It wants to go fast. And you're held back by whatever the pace is of the lead driver. So Mika does a great job of wrangling it in, but it didn't look pretty.
No, it didn't look pretty, especially down there coming into outside zone 8. It was a mistake there, and Mika Keski-Korpi trying to tame the beast that is with that. Look at that, he's hunched over, holding onto the steering wheel, and yeah, a little contact across the line between those two guys.
Yeah, it was aggressive. Look, he had to over-rotate through this section. He got caught really close to the end. Paweł does a good job of getting the handbrake done before the zone. Yeah, look at that, back on power. I don't know if he grabs it again mid-zone, but he does a really good job of getting that car into it without making a lot of corrections while he's in the zone. Just see if that car catches grip again.
Very interesting to see.
Love that spot for the camera, though. That can just stay there all day.
Very interesting. Well, here we go. Thumbs up all round. Mika Keski-Korpi now in that chase position is Jacob Wright. His fresher tyres. Is he going to up and go? And we know Keski-Korpi has one of the best lines in to outside zone 5. He fires that car in, stands on the accelerator, and you can't even see Korpulinski as he's lost in a smoking chase and now starts to apply the pressure as we come firing down the hill. Look at that move from Mika Keski-Korpi. Oh, and it gets Korpulinski caught in a cloud of smoke. Korpulinski has to back out. Now he's in the background trying to hold on to the back bumper, but he gets it done a little cleaner this time as Keski-Korpi left foot brakes, pushes the back end of that BMW through. Wow, what a move from Korpulinski as he takes the back end off and pushes the door in across the line.
Oh, we finally saw some emotion there to Paweł Korpulinski. I think he felt a little slighted that he got hung out to dry in 5. And he's like, all right, watch this, kid. Oh, man, that was sick.
And I was kind of thinking, is Korpulinski going to bring the fight? When is he going to bring the fight?
Well, you have two options when you get hung out to dry like that in a zone. You either shut it down, call it a day, or you fight back. And we know which decision he made. Mika Keski-Korpi through 5 looks so incredible. He gets so much angle through that section, has an amazing line. Apex is really, really early and is able to get through the zone. Paweł Korpulinski does a great job of keeping that car in pace, though, and then tightens up every single transition through the rest of this run. And you can see that transition that he gets between 8 and 9 right here. He is caught in not a great spot. And you see the trunk pop up from Mika Keski-Korpi's car. That's because Paweł Korpulinski is right there. He pushed that trunk open. He was searching for the subwoofer. Oh, man, what a great job from both these drivers. That was fun.
That was unbelievable.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, incredible job from both of those guys. And I was waiting for the attack. I didn't know. It was halfway through that run. I was thinking, I don't think Korpulinski is going to make an attack here.
I didn't think so either. I thought it was going to be too big of a gap going at a 5.
Yeah,
I really did.
He had to do something after 5, and there we go. There's the destroyed rear bumper of Mika Keski-Korpi's BMW.
Look at that smile, though.
Both these guys smiling, enjoying the ride here at DRIFTMASTERS round 1. As Keski-Korpi and Korpulinski wait to get the decision from our judges. Looks like some notes being thrown down. Decisions in, left for Korpulinski, right for Keski-Korpi. It's unanimous. Paweł Korpulinski gets the win. And moves forward into our top 8. And you can see what it means to the Polishman. What a start to the year. Brand new car for 2026. Looks like the old one, but re-engineered and redesigned, they said.
Yeah, and he said he was able to shave some weight out of it too and make it a little bit more serviceable and easier to work on.
Yeah, exactly that. So you can see those guys down there. But back to the line, though, to a very interesting one right now. It's going to be Connor Shanahan to take on Benedictus Sherba. Shanahan opting to chase first.
That's what I'm saying. It's a thing.
There we go, Sherba in the car, looking very, very collected. Connor Shanahan back there in that chase position. And you know, the Shanahan spotter, Mats, was saying that these guys won't often take this chase position, but let's hear from the man himself, Connor Shanahan.
Yeah, last year was probably one of the strongest seasons that I've had when it comes to the DRIFTMASTERS Championship. Quite a nice feeling. They don't come easy anymore. Everybody's pushing, everybody wants to win a championship, but right now, as we sit in this chair, anybody could be champion this year, and I hope it's me.
There we go. Looking to be champion for 3 times and looking to do it back to back as he sits in the car, gives the thumbs up to the start line. Marshall Martin slams the car into gear. Benedictus Sherba, though, not a man to sleep on. Shanahan's asked a question. You lead first. What have you got in that G87 brand spanking new BMW? It fires it in. Shanahan jumps straight up into it. Sherba kicks the clutch and gets the rear wheels up and gone as Shanahan tucks into the pocket, takes down the cone. A little wobble from both guys in outside zone 3. Look at this from Shanahan, though. It's absolutely picture perfect as he parks that GT86 up to the door of the BMW. Squeezes the throttle now, looks for the transition. Where will he make the dive? He does it into outside zone 8 as Shanahan tucks up once again. Checks himself though, has to wait. Moves for the move once again as Sherba stands on the accelerator but sacrifices outside zone 9.
Yeah, Sherba looked like he almost straightened there near the end as well. And I didn't see a lot of angle out of Sherba through most of that run. I think Connor was maybe not caught out by it, but he had to adapt to what was going on from Benedictus. So off the go, Benedictus Sherba does a good job through initiation, gets it sunk into outside zone 1 quite well. And there is Mr. Shanahan starting to hunt him down. Does a pretty good job. Lots of adjustments there to try and adapt to what was going on with the lead car as they push out towards 2. Everything looks pretty sorted here. And then Connor with a great rotation to keep into the pocket. Oh, what a perfect spot for that camera. And you can see he's just locked in. He's calm. And look at the light coming through. Something we talk about a lot. And it's blinding. You've got the sun coming in, you've got smoke, and Sherba, he's catching a lot of dirt. That's a pretty good dirt drop.
Yeah, both guys go wheel off there outside zone 4 and trying to extend the circuit as wide as they can get for a nice arc through 4 and 5.
Give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, they certainly will. Shanahan got a little lost here as he comes down to outside zone 8 though. It's like Sherba fired that car in and stood on the throttle a little earlier. And you can see Shanahan back out the angle a little bit. That was a mistake. Let's get himself back into it. Watch Sherba how.
Right at the end.
Out of the zone.
Yeah, and just kind of drive straight through the end of it. So that's gonna dock some points for sure. It's also the last thing the judges see on your run. You know, and the Shanahans, they always make sure that whatever's happening at the end of the run, it's the most impact that they can provide.
It's the last bit as well that the judges remember. Of course, they've got all of the replays available here, but in their mind, Shanahan off the start line and through the gears to lead out Benedictus Sherba. Sherba now will give chase. Big handbrake pull though right before initiation. Oh, Sherba straight up onto the door. A little tag again. Sherba now starting to bully the 2025 DRIFTMASTERS champion. Oh, and look at Sherba backwards in. Oh, very odd there as Sherba stalls the car up, has to get himself back into it. Shanahan stands on the accelerator, and now Shanahan starting to throw that GT86 around. Sherba hunting down the back bumper once again as he fires the car for the final outside zone. Shanahan across the line.
Yeah, there's going to be some conversations about this battle again, for sure. It'll be interesting once we get to the replay. What happened with Shanahan? What happened with Sherba when it came to outside zone 4? Once again, the story of 4 is something that's going to continue to plague everybody.
Oh, it's like a lowrider Sherba's car on outside zone 1. Did you see that initiation?
That's, I mean, just absolutely slammed into it. He catches him. It looks like he made contact twice through there.
Watch Sherba's front wheel.
Oh, yeah. Picks it up. Maybe that's what I saw. I thought it was contact, but it's just the shift of the suspension as that front wheel gets picked up. There we go. Drone view. Big old highlight reel. No, there's some new rubber on the side of that Red Bull.
Definitely rubbing the door. Shanahan kind of scrubs a little angle as well coming through in a 2 there.
Well, I wonder if he tried to transition and Sherba was right there. Tough to say. But yeah, right through here. This is going to be the big spot where there's going to be a lot of conversation had. Connor's a little late on the throttle. But listen, we've seen drivers as late, if not later.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we've seen...
Yeah, I mean, other battles in top 32, if we're talking about precedent, we're drivers that were later on it. But Sherba over angles through that part. Great job battling back, though.
Yeah, Sherba got himself back into the fight nice and early, very, very quick as well. It was like he knew he couldn't let Shanahan get away. He had to dive back onto it again. And Shanahan on a nice lead line on that final outside zone as well. This is going to be tough for the judges because there's a lot in there. Some mistakes from Sherba in the lead.
Ooh. Scary.
But aggression from Sherba in the chase and mistakes from Shanahan in the lead as well. This is definitely one I wouldn't want to call for sure.
I'm not putting bets on this one.
I'm completely on the fence. All I want to say is look how cool the front end of that BMW looks.
Oh, I know.
The red and blue headlights as well, man. Tell you what, Sherba's got some style.
Yeah, definitely has some style. Tough call on this one for sure. Yeah, I'm right down the middle.
Well, I'll tell you who isn't down the middle. It's the judges. They haven't made a decision yet, that's for sure. They're led back, they're chatting, they're discussing. This one isn't as easy as it seems. I think there was mistakes. Well, there were mistakes both ways from both drivers. And I'm sure the judging panel can't split it.
Yeah, tough call. And we'll find out, though.
They've dropped the decision in. Left for Shanahan, right for Sherba. It's going to be Connor Shanahan getting the win. Connor Shanahan gets the win. David Kalash, you thought it was going to go one more time, a tough one.
Yeah, everything comes to the hairpin. We were discussing this a lot because Connor was having a little bit different approach of that corner than anybody else during the qualification. However, for me, the deceleration was just too long. It was different than in qualification. He was off throttle and then getting on throttle like quite later. It was affecting the chaser a lot, so that's why I went for one more time, even though after that followed a lot of mistakes from Benedictus. However, the other two judges thought that, okay, this is not enough mistake from Connor to allow Benedictus to have one more time.
There we go. Thank you very much, David. And yeah, split judging panel and David Kalas wanting to go one more time and see it again.
Yeah.
I mean, we could all watch that multiple times. We're back on the line, though, with Laurie Heinonen and Juha Ritten to finish heavy hitters. One, the OG, the master, shall we say, to go up against the young gun. The double punch on the steering wheel is back for 2026. The textbook move for Juha Ritten as he double punches the steering wheel. Laurie Heinonen, a little wave, a little thumbs up to the camera. He's ready, locked in. 2023 DriftMasters champion would love to get himself back up the order, but he's got to go through the man that probably showed him the way, showed him the light in drifting. Here we go, through the gears and off to initiation. Ritten and fires in. Oh! Big contact on initiation. Heinenen's car jumping 3 foot in the air, an absolute destruction to Juha Rittenen's GR86.
Oh, got it. Absolutely got it. That wheel is a lot further back than it should be.
There is some big damage there.
I would not be, I mean, it's the other side. I was like, his car looks great. It's definitely the other side that it's gonna...
Come on, Jake.
Well, it took me a second. I was like, it looks fine. Then he builds a crazy car. But Juha, I mean, that's tough. You're in the lead there. We'll catch the replays here in a moment to understand exactly how this all went down. But to me, Larry came in hot. That's for sure. So the big question will be when Juha got back on throttle.
Yeah, this is what the judges will have to deem then. It'll be who's at fault here on outside zone 1. Thankfully, Juha Rittenen's okay. He's out of the car. Driving on the left-hand side of the car makes a big difference. Here we go. We're going to look back at the replay. Oh, look at this. Heinonen tags him.
Oh, front wheel on front wheel.
It's very hard to see from that angle whether
Juha's car still looks great.
Was on throttle. Look at the aggression.
Probably give us a good idea. I think Larry hit him before he had a chance to get on throttle.
Yeah.
Like if we go back to other battles, the judges are kind of allowing a little bit of time in that first.
Watch this in the car. Ready?
Whoop!
He jumped the whole car.
Yeah. He was still trying to pull angle into it too.
There was 3 wheels off track. I'm going to say maybe even 4. Well, there we go, both down there. I'm not sure if both guys need recovery or if Heinenen's able to get that car off track.
Judges keeping an eye on this drone view a lot. They're flipping back to it
But they're
Just
still laughing.
understand.
They're still laughing, these two guys, so they're having fun. Look, at the end of the day, they are two good friends behind the scene, two Finnish drivers. They're parked right next to each other in the paddock, so they'll be able to lend each other some parts if needed. But we are still waiting for the judges to see who is at fault for the contact.
Can confirm three wheels off.
3 wheels off.
Yeah,
tarmac.
Laurie just kept his right rear on the ground, barely though.
That's disappointing.
I know. Have to do better next time. You let him know. You tell.
I'll
you
tell
go
him.
tell them.
I'll
Hey,
go down there and I'll tell him.
you're gonna make contact. Let's get all 4
You're
wheels.
gonna do
off
it.
the ground. Do
You're
it
gonna
right.
bunny hop it. Bunny hop it real
That's a
good.
point.
Well, there we go. Look, you can see the judges now still deliberating this one, Jacob. What's your take on it?
I would say based on previous runs and previous contacts, Juha didn't get a chance to even light the tires off. I'm seeing a little bit of smoke coming out from the rear of Juha's car pretty early, but Laurie's just still at it. So that's my take. I think Juha started to get on the throttle. It's you got to remember, you're not going to get a giant plume of smoke immediately when you get on throttle. It's going to kind of roll into it, especially because the tires are cold, right? They're going to, well, relatively cold. They're going to be warmed up in the burnout box, but they're not going to be at full, quote-unquote, smoking temperature right off the bat. It's going to take a few feet for that to happen. But, yeah, no, I mean, Juha's tires are rotating. There's another angle that just popped up here, and I would put Laurie at fault.
You'd put Laurie at fault?
I would put Laurie at fault. What about you?
I don't think I've seen enough yet. Well, there we go. Becky's down there on the ground. Let's go down to Becky and see what she can find out from those two guys. How is it going down there, Becky? Frills and spills for two of the Finnish finest drivers.
Okay, guys, always after something like this. First question, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, sure.
Larry, what happened there?
I've been gapped many times just there. I wasn't gapped now, so cannot say anything more.
And you obviously you've got a smile on your face, but that's very unfortunate to go out in top 8 like that.
Yeah, I don't think I did anything like unusual, or it's always unfortunate that these things happen, but we'll see how they go.
Okay, well, good luck with the cars back in the paddock, guys, and we're glad to see you're okay.
Well, thank you very much, Becky. And yeah, as both guys look a little dejected in the interview there because I think reality struck in. But we do have a decision, ladies and gentlemen, and it will pop up on your screen as we see Juha Ritten jump into the lorry to take a comfier ride back to the paddock. Maybe that's full of drinks and beverages to cool them down. Here we go, decision's in. And it will be Juha Ritten getting the win, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, due to the damage on his car, he won't need to complete a bye run. Judges deeming Laurie Heinonen at fault. Jacob, you were right. I was holding back. I was on the fence. I was unsure.
I know.
I kind of wanted to see a little bit more before I made a decision on that one.
That's fair. I've got the judges replay over on my side, so I can kind of take a look at what they're looking at. But yeah, it looks like Juha was able to get back on throttle. He had the wheels spinning at the correct time, but Laurie's closing speed was just a bit too much. He came in a little bit too hot. Very aggressive, and listen, you got to be aggressive with Juha Ritten. Now Juha's going to have until we come back into battles, so he's got a little bit of time, but not a ton. Make sure that car's all right.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's got enough time to get that car ready to rock and roll. So
should be good to go.
Yeah, he should be good to go. So just taking a look there, Laurie Heinen's car on the monitor, a D-bead as well on that rear wheel. That was big impact. Both cars took a lot of damage on that one. Now, I was wondering, is Juha Rittenen's car going to be able to be repaired, in that time? I'm just looking at how many battles we've got to go, and it's, you say it, you look at it, you think it's a long time. It's not actually a long time.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4-ish. Not that many, I guess.
No, not that many at all.
25 minutes.
It's going to be a scramble down there, that's for sure, down at Juha Rittenen's pits, and we can see a replay once again, and you can see Rittenen, yeah, he was off the handbrake, and you could just see, that's the angle I was waiting to see. See when he lit the tyres off, and you're right,
Just
he
a
was
little
on
bit.
through, just on throttle. He was accelerating through that first outside turn. Laurie
I
Heinonen.
think this one is going to show it. Watch. You'll see the wheels are already spinning when Larry's car decides to take off for the moon. Yeah,
so Laurie Heinonen had to come in with a ton of speed, though, because Laurie Heinonen knew that Juha Rittenen was going to try and up and drive away from him, that's for sure.
That's how he drives. Handbrake, he's on throttle, and
boom. There we go, and that is the end of the weekend.
Still trying to drive the car.
He's like, can we keep going?
Am I okay? Yeah.
Well, there were smiles down there, and those two guys, as I say, good friends behind the scene. But now the panic will set in a little bit for Juha Ritten, and knowing he's got the win, knowing that he's got to go back and get that car repaired, up to full spec, ready to head on out for the next battle. We go back on to the one more time. It will be the battle between Nicholas Bertans and Kuba Przygonski. Przygonski, the higher qualifier, once again opting to chase first.
Going for it again. I mean,
I wondered if he would mix it up.
I was thinking the same thing.
Really?
Yeah, just
I
be
wondered
like,
if he'd be like, oh, look, I've tried that, maybe it didn't work. Should we lead first?
Yeah, maybe. And let, yeah, it's tough though, because you know how fast Nicknack's going to be. You want as fresh a tires as you can to chase him.
Well, exactly that. Here we go. Off through the gears, down to initiation. Nicholas Bertans from Latvia fires that car in. A very delayed initiation from Kuba Przygonski. Can he get himself into it? And he's let Nicholas Bertans get away here. A little wobble from Bertans. The Latvian fires into outside zone 4 on the throttle nice and early. Because Bertans now won't let Kuba Przygonski get anywhere close to him as he flicks through the fastest part of the circuit down to outside zone 8 on throttle. No messing around. As we can see, Przygonski shortcutting the track, pops through the smoke, looks for the rear wheel and across the line.
I don't know if it was a change in the car or just a change in the driver, but Nicholas Bertans, he's got the side bites figured out. I don't know if he's just getting on throttle a little bit sooner, but the car's not washing out wide the way that it was in that previous run. So you can see, but yeah, Kuba takes a hot minute. Look at this. You can see the side bite because Bertans' whole front corner lifts up. So I don't know. I'm gonna say they clicked a couple of dials back in the pits just to give him a bit. But yeah, this looks like a different car, a different driver, and Kuba got promoted as spectator there for that run. He got caught out pretty quick. Look at Bertans all the way through the zone while Kuba's just getting into it. That's a big gap. And this is where Nicknack scrubbed pretty wide, but that was not the case here. Maybe could have been a bit deeper through that zone, but he's at least in the right ballpark.
Yeah, I mean, look, the lead line was clean enough, I'd say, for the lack of proximity from Kuba Przygonski. That's what that ultimately comes down to.
Yes, yeah.
You know, yes, he could have been tighter on inner 5, but without Przygonski knocking on the door, he kind of could sacrifice a little bit of that line.
Yeah, yeah. Man, wild run there.
And that was from the get-go. That was off the start line. It was like Przygonski had kind of fallen asleep a little bit down there, sunbathing in the sun.
Well, and sometimes you just miss a shift or something along those lines. You can see that a handbrake pull felt like it's forever, but at 10,000 frames or whatever we're doing, I don't know. I can't remember what that Phantom runs, but it's a lot of frames. It's all the frames.
It's all of them.
There
we go.
Every frame.
The light goes green, and Przygonski will now lead out Bertans. Bertans will be smiling from ear to ear here, knowing that Przygonski didn't really get himself into the mix on the first half of the battle, as Bertans now fires that carbon Kevlar E92 BMW to the door of the GR86 as he gives him a little rub, a little tap on the door, flexes the back end. Bertans is not messing around, fires it in, tags him again as they fire into outside zone 5. Body panels being shredded. Kuba Przygonski keeps himself into the mix as he fires it to outside zone 8. Bertans takes a step back and pops through the smoke, looking for the side once again. He's on the door across the line.
Holy. Bertans doesn't want this to go one more time.
That's a statement run.
Yeah, that is definitely a statement run. I don't know what happened back in the pits, what they said to him, what happened, but this is a completely different driver that seems a little upset, seems a little angry, wants to get back in this, doesn't want to lose, doesn't want a second battle, doesn't want anything. He just wants to cave in the side of that door. 4 or 5 hits, I don't know. But look at that. Across.
That's beautiful. You could not separate him.
No, he's just glued to the door. He pops through the smoke. It's like a horror movie. Just this Latvian killer coming through, hunting you down. Every time you try to close the door behind him, he just punches through and he's coming back to attack. That's crazy. Kuba does a great job of not losing his head, though. Because often when you're in the lead and someone's hitting you like that, it's tough. You're thinking, you get caught up a little bit. You start making strange moves. And Kuba just ran his race in the lead the whole time. But look at that. Oh, that is nerve-wracking. Man, great job from both drivers. The only thing that I could see coming back to Hans Bertans is too much aggression, too much contact. We saw that previously, but that's just a wild battle for that young man.
I mean, look, he's proven a point here at round 1. He's pulling away from one of the greatest drivers on the grid, and he's also bullying one of the greatest drivers on the grid. Decisions in, left for Przygonski, right for Nicholas Bertans, and ultimately the Latvian gets the win. Nicholas Bertans, too aggressive, too fast, too everything. for the Polish driver, and he moves through into the Grade A. One incredible battle, and he's more worried about how his car looks.
He's going to take on Korpulinski. That'll be interesting.
Well, Becky is down there with the Latvian. A brand new season for Nicolas Bertans. Becky's looking strong, a new partnership, a new car. Is it a new Nicolas Bertans for 2026?
Nicholas, congratulations on winning your battle there. That was an amazing display of chase driving. But there was a few points there where I thought you were going to bite off just a little bit more than you could chew. How did you hold it together to get this battle done?
Yeah, obviously Kuba is a good line driver, so I really had to do a great lead run. Obviously I struggled a bit, so we got it one more time. Super happy for that. We just dialed in the car a bit more, got more grip, and yeah, was just flying. So I hope we can keep up the good runs in this whole race and make it even further. So thank you for cheering on.
Brilliant show there. We'll see you at the next round.
Well, there we go. You were right, Jacob. He turned up the wick. They went back to the paddock and they said, boy, he's fast. We need to put a little bit more speed in this car. And it worked. It did work. We got back to the line to Peter Vrajcek to take on Jason Benet. Vrajcek, the higher qualifier, opting to lead first. Again, an OG in drifting, decides to take that lead position. I can see you marking down there the leads and chases. I like that.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk with Peter Vrajcek and see what he said ahead of this battle.
I'm excited, definitely. I'm treating it a bit more relaxed maybe than last year, but still we are here to fight for the best what we can. Fingers crossed, I'm prepared enough to fight for the top spot.
Game face that was, poker face from Vrajcek. We're here to be a little bit more relaxed than we were last year. That means nothing to Vrajcek. Once that visor slams shut and the car goes into gear, it's all strictly business. The Frenchman, Jason Benet, will have to do everything he can in his power to stop the Polishman. Will claim in another step further towards that podium as they come through the gears. Vrajcek fires that car in. Jason Benet knows he could trust him. The incredible lead driver is Vrajcek. And look at this from Jason Benet. Oh, squeezes up on the inside. A little effect on the line there for Vrajcek as he wobbles in to outside zone 3, now starts to collect himself, puts a little bit of ground between himself and the Frenchman as they fire through the tricky part of the circuit. Look at Benet though, goes for an early transition, it doesn't pay off. Vrajcek stands on the accelerator and drives away from Jason Benet in outside zone 9. This is Vrajcek's across the line.
Yeah, he gone. That's all it was. As soon as he found the grip coming out of 8, he was gone. Oh man. This is him relaxed, huh?
This is him relaxed, having a little bit more fun. This is a chilled Vrajcek.
Well, it doesn't seem very chilled to me. This is back to the ways that he's always been. He's a very steely competitor, and I mean, he might say that he's relaxed, but this is a pretty intense lead run. Jason Benet is trying to figure it out. It looked like just a small hesitation at angle there for Piotr coming through that zone, but as we come through that tricky 4, 5, 6 section, looks pretty good. And that is not a relaxed face. That is quite intense.
That's a stressed Vrajcek. That's a stressed out Peter.
The brow is furrowed. He's driving the way he's always driven. Maybe that's his version of relaxing, but either way, when that car came out of 8, it just rocket shipped through 9. That's full throttle all the way through it, never lifting in that transition. You know, normally getting that car to rotate around, you come off throttle just a little bit and it wants to swing around, and it almost looks like he added that throttle to it and gets that car to skate. It's, man, crazy driving.
Yeah, certainly is crazy driving. Looking very controlled. Vrajcek looking very, very good this weekend. What can he do right now? Back into the chase position. He's asking Jason Benet what he can do out front as Benet comes off the line and through the gears. Vrajcek fires through the gears in an A90 Supra. Oh, dirt kicked up into the face of Vrajcek. Oh, Benet goes super wide. Vrajcek opens the door and takes a step through. Jason Benet just couldn't get himself into that one. Tried everything he could to try and throw the Polishman off. But Peter Vrajcek up and gone, and this one, an easy road to the Grade 8 for him. As we see Jason Benet in the background, just taking a leisurely drive back towards the finish line. Now starts to get himself into the mix, but what a shame.
Yeah, judges already looking back on that initiation, wanted to see if there was anything that happened, because you never know, there might have been some sort of contact if Piotr got too aggressive, but it just looks like Benet went wide. Funny enough, did kind of what Piotr normally does on his initiation, which is a really, really wide, snappy transition that kind of happens late. But unfortunately, Benet just couldn't hang. And Piotr gets to watch it, and then we'll see the pass done. And a quick little wave, and he's gone.
I like the way Peter watched him fall off track and was...
Well, what else are you going to do, right? That foot brake. Piotr's on a perfect line
He
still.
is on a perfect line.
Oh, he defaults to perfect. Yeah, Jace Benet's got nothing left to do but to watch that battle pass by.
Well,
it's interesting
I was
seeing...
just thinking about tyres again.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe Benet ran out of tires
But
just
now
trying to keep up.
Cooling down. Is it the opposite to what we thought it was earlier on today?
Well, I mean, so a lot of different things happen. It's going to get to a temperature. They'll get to an optimal operating temperature where the track is at perfect temp where it keeps the tire temperature stable within drift. But then as that starts to fall off, the tires cool down, the track tightens up, and that rubber we've put down kind of gets slick again. So there's a point where it gets too hot and it gets greasy, and there's a point where it gets too cold and the rubber tightens up and it becomes glassy. So there's kind of the two different ranges. I don't know if we're quite at that glassy point yet, but could be.
Well, there we go. Decisions in. It can only go one way. Of course, there we go. The Polishman, Peter Vrajcek, gets the win and advances through into the top eight. Jason Benet still happy, still smiling. Look, at the end of the day, he threw everything he did at it, and fortunately for Benet, it wasn't to be this weekend.
Bad day of drifting still better than a good day at work.
True.
And for us, we get a good day of drifting and a great day at work.
Exactly that. Well, here we go. The last battle in our top 16 is this one. It's going to be Jack Shanahan to take on Kevin Pesur. This is one of the ones that were highlighted for us. It was a highlight that we spotted straight away. And for me, this is because Kevin Pesur seems to be, once again, back in this, you know, confident era, confident self. Jack Shanahan, we know, is an absolute killer behind the wheel of that Toyota GT86, but Kevin Pesur's car is also wicked up, turned up, gripped up. We know it's fast. So I wanted to see these two guys go head-to-head to see, you know, at round one, kind of who's got the measure of each other.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I don't think Kevin can outrun Jack. Oh, get a little bit of cleanup here while they're still on the line.
Yeah, so we're going to have a quick moment, I do believe, to get those cars warmed up, get the track cleared up as much as we can.
I don't know if they're going to want to re-scrub.
I think our team are just clearing the wide line. Yeah, they are, from where the rear wheels are going to go. Here we go, Andy Langer got car slapped into gear, ready to rock and roll. He's off the line. Pesur to lead out Shanahan. Shanahan to give chase, a higher qualifier. Both guys fire in. Pesur on that higher line. Shanahan asking Pesur the question. Oh, look at that dive. He reeled him in through outside zone one. That was brave from Shanahan. As they fire down, he kind of goes more on the inside to Shanahan to get that drive out about inside zone 5. As Shanahan now on the bumper of Kevin Pesur. The Estonian being asked a question, being bullied by the Irishman as they fire through once again. Shanahan not messing around, losing little ground, but gains it across the line.
Not very often that Jack, I wouldn't say misses a transition like that, but that last one was very uncharacteristic of him. He was so aggressive all the way through this run. So let's watch it back here. Kevin, good initiation, starts really early. Jack's got the time to start to settle in. Kevin Pesur, he's got a great line all the way through. Jack gets caught a little bit on the inside, being a bit aggressive. Great job of adapting, has to hang tight for a long time. Almost supersedes Kevin Pesur through 4 and all the way around 5. You can see Jack pulling a bit of angle out. Oh, rest in peace, that camera. But now, as we come out through 6, Jack's doing a great job. Kevin Pesur, great line. This is a really heads-up battle. And then I feel like as we come through 8, Jack has to hold on for a bit longer than he wanted to, and it kind of has him thrown back as they transition out towards 9. You'll see it here. Jack punches through the smoke, and he's on a tighter line, which is going to help him gain that proximity. But yeah, just a tough go through that last section of the track for Jack.
I like what Shanahan did here outside zone 4. Kept him more on the inside, and what it done was it gave him the advantage to try and get back on throttle a little earlier than Pesur and drive through up onto the door to outside zone 6. That was a very, very good move from Shanahan there. I don't know how the judges liked it, but I liked what he did there. I liked how he positioned the car. I must say, Kevin Pesur's car, once again, is absolutely dialed in. Did you see the hop as he come into outside zone 8?
Yeah. It's quick.
It certainly
It's
is
definitely
quick. Well, they're back on the line, ready to go. Swapped them around. Shanahan now to lead out Kevin Pesur as they both fire off the line and through the gears. Shanahan gets that car up and gone straight away, no messing around. Kevin Pesur gets into it, parks that BMW onto the door. Oh, and he makes contact and rotates Shanahan around.
This is going to be interesting. This is going to be really interesting. There's a couple things that happened. One of them right off the bat that I noticed, it seemed like Jack was on the handbrake a little bit longer than I was expecting him to.
Outside zone 1 now seems to also be a point on the circuit where it's tricky.
Yeah, so we'll get a replay here, and it's going to be a similar question to the Larry Heinonen, Juha Ritten, because now the contact looks like it happened after that point. They're just going to sweep around him, huh? So Kevin Pesur heading back
into the paddock, yeah.
We'll get a replay here in a minute. So let's see how long Jack is on the handbrake. So we're past the line. Tough to tell from this angle.
No, he's on throttle there.
He's there, yeah. Kevin makes contact once.
He hits him, and then Shanahan has to correct on the handbrake, and then he hits him again.
Yeah, that's
from
a weird
that angle,
one.
it's really good. You could see it.
That is.
So Shanahan's look off the handbrake.
You're right.
Pesur hits him. Watch. Pesur hits him. Tags him again. Shanahan then has to get on the handbrake, and then Pesur hits him again. Because what happens is, as Pesur hits Jack, he kind of upsets the car.
You're right.
So Jack goes to settle it on the handbrake. Pesur hits him again, and he spins him around.
Yeah, there's nowhere for either of them to go. Pesur can't get back on throttle because he's just going to keep plowing through Shanahan. Shanahan's trying to correct it.
In the car, throws his hands up. Watch.
Yeah. This is what I thought.
Look at this shot. Right, he's on throttle. Pesur hits him. Ready? Boom. Hits it.
Yeah.
Shanahan has to adjust on the handbrake. Pesur hits him again.
Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Yeah, at first I thought like Jack was on it too long, but then you do see that he is on throttle after, and he is moving again, but Pesur's still closing.
But I'm going to put it out there and just say, that's my opinion.
Also putting your hands up in the air.
Yeah, I'm putting it out there. That's my opinion. I'm watching this as a drift fan like you guys are at home on Red Bull TV, and we will get the official call from our judges. We see Jack Shanahan being towed in. I wonder if maybe that broke part of the drivetrain, a drive shaft, a differential, a gearbox. And while we have that moment on the track, our track team are going to be getting out there and sweeping up some more of those stones.
I want to know what these old school looking brooms are made out of, because they're really effective at this.
You want to take one home?
Tell me what tree to grow. Yeah, judges, as soon as the contact happened, listen, this is the hardest part of the judge's job, is deeming fault. Yeah, one of those bad boys.
You want one of those?
Yeah, looks great.
I think that's more of a European thing.
Yeah.
In the Middle East, they use palm leaves.
Really?
Yeah.
I just use a leaf blower. Fans,
I'm not going to get into that.
All right.
Yeah.
Fans loving it. Local commentators are keeping them rocking. They're hanging out with us. It's been great working with those guys too.
Well, Kevin Pesur, I can hear him down in the pit lane alongside our commentary booth. I guess he's back there waiting to see what the judges make of this one, because we do have to come to a decision. It was the second half of the run after all, and it is for the final spot in our top 8. Our top 8 almost decided.
We'll have to see what the judges think here in a minute. Feel like we might need an explanation from them.
We feel like
no
we're going to need
what.
an explanation.
It's been long enough.
It's been long enough. Well, there we go. Shanahan has been towed back to the pit lane, as you can see down there, and throws his hands up, and I think there's going to be a little bit of hostility between these two. Well, here we go. Decisions in. Slide of left for Shanahan, right for Kevin Pesur. Decisions in. It's going to be Kevin Pesur, ladies and gentlemen, getting the win. You can see Shanahan visibly upset there. We're going to have to come to you, David Kalas, for a clear explanation on this one.
Yeah, it was definitely not the easy one. It took us quite some time because we were mainly looking on the situation which happened just after the start of the scoring zone. As you can see, there are like different cones next to it with different colors. We are having like called orange zone, which is showing till where the car can still adjust the speed to properly initiate. However, Jack was still slowing down 5 to 6 meters behind that cone. So even though we think that Kevin Pesur was slightly too hot-headed into that corner, we need to determine who is to blame in that situation. And we determined that the mistake was going to Jack.
Okay, so it happened right after the initiation, and yeah, okay, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, look,
There's the cones there. You
can see the cones down here. The 3-2-1, the orange cone. Yeah, I mean, look, I must reiterate again, we are watching this, me and Jacob, as pure drift fans. We are just lucky enough to sit in the hot seat and bring you the action live. And that is our top 8 decided, Jacob, is a heated one.
Yeah.
The first one is nothing short than going to be electric. McKeever versus Deane, Bertans versus Corpulinski, Shanahan versus Ritten, Vrajcek versus Pesur.
This is wild. Every single one of these battles has an incredible story behind it, whether it's history, whether it's driving prowess, whether it's, some old grudges. But either way, we're about to kick it off.
We certainly are, because ladies and gentlemen, get ready for top 8. Well, there we go. What a way to kick off our top 8. 2 guys that have been driving together for years.
Since the beginning of time.
Head-to-head right now at the Round 1 DRIFTMASTERS Championship in Italy. They sit alongside each other. It is, of course, the man that has won it all, the 5-time Formula Drift champion, the multiple European champion, the man that has won every championship in Ireland across the land. He now sits in the lead position as the lower qualifier to Dwayne McKeever. Look at that, a little nervy, a little hands in the lap moment. James Deane grips the steering wheel as Dwayne McKeever asks the question.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Dwayne McKeever asked the question of James Deane. You lead first.
Yeah, wow, that's
there we go.
Bold move.
Bold move. Both cars slam into gear and come off the line. It's Deane to lead out McKeever for a spot in the top 4 awaits as they both fire into that first outside zone. Look at McKeever straight up onto the inside on that Mustang as Deane gives McKeever a perfect lead line. They both check up, both fire into outside zone 4. Oh, McKeever catches understeer, now loses ground as Deane stands on the accelerator. McKeever needs to get himself back into the fight and can't let the Mustang drive away. James Deane fires into outside zone 8, squeezes the throttle, jumps into the final outside zone. Oh! McKeever hits him wheel to wheel across the line. The wheel is off of McKeever's car. Wow.
Talk about beating him with his own car. Oh my gosh. Hopefully, obviously I hope he's okay. First and foremost, James drives away thinking about, hey, I just built that.
I just built that car. It was brand new a few weeks ago.
It's not even Dwayne's. It's someone else.
Oh, look at that.
Denver's, yeah.
Yeah, Dwayne, hand in hands. Unbelievable battle. Look at the aggression straight away for Dwayne McKeever.
Yeah, this is what we knew was going to happen. Dwayne was going to be all over him, pushing as hard as he possibly could. Those transitions are so snappy from James Deane. And take a look. You can see Dwayne working the wheel next to him. Oh, that's a thing of beauty right there. These transitions are absolutely perfect, but Dwayne unfortunately catches that understeer just as they come around to outside zone or to inside zone 5. And then James just absolutely throttles past. He'd have no idea that he's pulling a bit of a gap there. And then Dwayne's got to catch up.
Deane's line into 8, and the acceleration out of it is something to be studied.
And look at this, Dwayne coming through. And back wheel on back wheel. That does not happen often. Dwayne just gets caught a little bit too far forward. Oh man!
Oh, look
at James's face! Oh, I know how much that cost me.
That was a pure grimace from James Deane. That hurt.
Oh man!
James Deane is absolutely flying at this point, and McKeever knew he had to do something. Look at this! He makes a huge dive. Deane left foot brakes. Oh, it pops the Mustang clean off the tarmac.
Oh, brutal!
Watch Deane's car. Ready?
Oh,
wow!
Suspension did well though. Reacted very well to it.
Yeah.
Did a great job.
It did a very good job.
Oh, man.
Well, there we go. And I'm getting call over my headset that Dwayne McKeever is at fault for that. And, we see McKeever on the phone to the crew back there in the paddock. And serious damage to the back end of that car already. The rear wheel completely ripped off.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's Dwayne. He's win it or bin it. He's the poster child of win it or bin it.
He certainly is. It's win it or bin it. It's go hard or go home. I know that's a very cliche saying, but it's the metaphor this weekend. I think
it has been. Yeah.
I think if you're not driving 150%, like you're going home.
Yeah. I'm waiting for James to pull up to start assessing the damage.
Dwayne's like, quick, put it on the lorry, quick. I don't want him to see.
Hide it
We
from
can
Dad.
repair it before he comes. Yeah, Dad's coming.
Hide it from Dad. I laughed to stop me from crying because that's brutal. A beautiful car.
It certainly is brutal. It is an absolutely stunning car. And you didn't catch us before saying that this car that McKeever's driving was built by the team of James Deane at Deane M Sport. Absolutely impeccable car. And James Deane's Mustang, I mean, I've got to say,
stunning.
Absolutely took it like a champ.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't look like it has a mark on it.
No. It's it's built incredibly well. Such a big car too.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It could take a hit.
It's like a tank. Look at this. He doesn't want
Dwayne's
to
like,
look at him.
don't look at him.
Don't look at him.
Don't look at him.
Don't make eye contact.
He's like, oh, God, I got to go over there.
Yeah.
I better go and say sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. That's the most sheepish walk over from one driver to another.
Oh, man. Your team's going to have a big smile, though. Look at...
Yeah, there we go. Decision's in, and it's only going to go one way, and it will be James Deane getting the win. Unfortunately, McKeever unable to repair the car and get himself back to the line within the 2-minute clock. It means that Dwayne McKeever out of our top 8, and James Deane finds himself, Jacob, into the top 4 already, as we see McKeever's car on to the lorry.
Yeah.
To recovered back to the paddock. We're going to head down trackside because Our Lady on the Ground, Queen Bee, Becky Evans, is with Dwayne McKeever, who's had not such a good weekend so far. Becky.
Dwayne, as always, are you okay?
Oh, I'm all good. Just there's never an event without Dwayne and drama. Well, off to a good start, but a bad start at the same time.
Sometimes it's a little bit like that. This is drifting, but was it a case of catch up and then a little too hard?
I probably got caught a wee bit behind him in the bottom hairpin in the smoke, and then I played a bit of catch up. But like as I noticed coming around the corner with James in the lead, the track was reckless. There was still stone stuff on it from the last run and stuff, so I wasn't happy with that. But sure, that's it. It's done and dusted now. Like, but as James said to me there as well, there was a mess. There was stones everywhere. Like, so.
Thank you, Dwayne. Sorry to go out like this. We'll see you at the next round.
Oh, well, dejected Dwayne McKeever, as you could tell, yeah. And Dwayne saying a lot of stones on the track was maybe not helping him there as he was trying to slow that car down.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, tough to say. It wasn't really in the right spot. I know they cleaned off the outside line, and he was definitely a lot further on the inside line, so.
Yeah, I mean, brutal.
Just gonna keep watching it, huh? It's a brutal hit. It's a very strange one that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, you can see Dwayne in the car there, just hands up again, another driver putting the hands up. Well, as you can see, the sun's setting now here in Vallelunga in Italy, and a few of the fans donning their brand new DRIFTMASTERS merch.
Yeah, I got mine.
This weekend, you got yours?
Yeah, we got hooked up.
Yeah, we got hooked up with our new merch. You can see everyone down there in the grandstand enjoying this weekend's entertainment here in Vallelunga, and a massive thank you to Vallelunga and the Italians for having us. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it last year, but we're back and we're here this year, and boy, what a way to kick off the championship. Jacob, we've not even reached the final battle of the day yet, and I must say, from qualifying to now, this weekend has been short of nothing.
Yeah.
It's had everything we wanted. Incredible driving. Oh yeah, that's that guy there is Becky's cameraman.
Yeah.
So Becky's
everybody helping out.
There he is.
Yeah.
He works for our Red Bull TV crew. He's down there sweeping the track.
It's a good guy.
He just wants to keep the show running.
Yeah.
He wants to see more drifting. That's what it is.
He's a fan.
He is a massive drift fan. He loves the sport, and so do all of the Red Bull TV crew.
We've got some new staff.
We speak to them, and they're like, "This is amazing. I've waited all off season for drifting to come back." But heading back to what we were saying, Jacob, this track has really given us everything. I mean, I know there's a lot of guys in the paddock that are probably upset, broken cars, but as a sport, this has been phenomenal.
Everyone's going to be upset except for the guy at the top of the podium. That's how drifting works.
You're right. You're 100% right. Well, here we go. We're on the line for our next battle of our top 8. This is for place in the final 4 to battle James Deane. Korpulinski, the surgeon, sits in the lead position. Korpulinski qualifying down there in 12th. What Nicolas Bertans down in 20th. Korpulinski opting to lead first, as Nicolas Bertans, the Latvian, in this incredible carbon Kevlar Eurofighter now creeps through that green light, and we are ready to rock and roll. Korpulinski fires a 2JZ powered S14 to angle it into that first outside zone, but there's no denying that Bertans will be there, and he tags him on the door, gives him a thump to the side as they transition. Oh, and he hits him again. Oh, big contact. Nicolas Bertans gets the wheel call up on the rear wheel of Korpulinski's S14, has to get himself back into the fight. Bertans once again, oh, big mistake from Nicolas Bertans as he almost hits the back of Korpulinski's S14. Bertans driving recklessly right now.
There was a lot going on there. That's going to take me a minute to digest. Bertans, that's one of those bite off more than you can chew and chew like heck, and that's what he did through that whole run. With Korpulinski, you know you've got to go hard at it, and he does that right off the go. He's right on his tail on initiation, and then immediately starts hunting him down. And it really starts to come unraveled for the young Latvian a little bit later in this run when he gets a little bit too aggressive. It looks like that car scrubs out just a bit, makes a quick touch to the side of Korpulinski's car, pushes out nice and wide for 3, and then as we come through 4, I'm not sure, it looks like Korpulinski just doesn't get the car all the way to angle, doesn't even look back. He had contact made with him, he just keeps going. But I think, Powell, just look at, the transition is a little bit slow, and Bertans is transitioning a lot faster. He's also closing the gap a lot faster. So it's going to be tough. I think Pavel's done everything he needs to do, and really, Nick Nack was just a little crazy. He let the dragon out on that one.
He certainly let the dragon out, that's for sure, Jacob. Yeah, if I'm brutally honest with you, I think that Nicolas Bertans has got a little excited. I think he's over-driving a touch here. And
a little bit,
that's going to come a lot into it. So our start line Marshall Martin has donned the shirt for this afternoon's
lovely
activities. Bertans pulls in to that lead position. Korpulinski now to give chase. Bertans will drive now at 150%. He won't want to let Polishman anywhere near him.
He's going to want to gap him. That's the only way he's going to get this.
This is the only way he's going to get this and come off the line and through the gears. Korpulinski knows he needs to be clean. He needs to put the proximity right into effect. But look at this. Bertans, as we said, up and gone and already pulling car lengths of Pavel Korpulinski as he fires down to outside zone 4. Nicolas Bertans on the throttle nice and early, picks up in a 5 and now starts to really drive away from Pavel Korpulinski. Korpulinski can't do nothing about it except for sit back and admire that incredible carbon Kevlar BMW as it disappears into the distance through outside zone 9 and across the line. Well, we were right.
That was fast.
We were very much right there. He was up and gone.
Yeah, that was absurdly fast. And it explains as well, like, why in the chase he was just chomping at the bit the entire way through. He didn't have a choice. That car knows nothing but go ridiculously fast and destroy tires. And it was doing that the entire run. Pavel Korpulinski was kind of nowhere to be seen, and that is so unusual for him. It's going to be interesting, though, because does a lead like that overshadow a chase that was that disruptive? I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
The thesaurus is getting worn out this weekend.
We're using everything that we have in our artillery this weekend.
A lot of descriptors, yeah.
Get into it. There's a lot been going on, and look, I'm loving it.
Yeah, same.
I'm loving every single moment of it.
Every battle feels so vastly different.
Yes.
You know, and every time we're like, okay, cool, we think we know how this is going to go or how this is going to play out, it just gets wilder. I don't envy the judges.
No,
I don't know how you compare these.
I don't know how you compare these, and yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Jacob, because I don't know. It was a very scrappy chase from Bertans, but we know that Korpulinski laid down the best lead line he could for Bertans. Is it just that Bertans' car is so gripped up, so wicked up, so turned up, he's driving with aggression that he kind of maybe knocks himself out of the battle?
Yeah, it's weird. I could potentially see this going one more time simply for the fact that, like, lead versus lead.
You want to see it clean.
Yeah, lead versus lead, chase versus chase.
Yeah.
Right?
And if Korpulinski's not in the fight for the chase, then there isn't a chase.
Right, and Nick Nack's chase was a lot. Now, Nick Nack's lead, though, wasn't as good. So, tough to say.
Yeah, decisions in. Slide him left for Korpulinski, right for Bertans. It's going to be Pavel Korpulinski getting the win. We're going to say it's down to the scrappy chase from Nicolas Bertans, with mistakes in the chase position. And, yeah, and there's too many mistakes from Nicolas Bertans and not clean, judges saying. So it's not what they're looking for.
I get it.
I get it. I do get it.
Now, a story we were kind of proposing earlier on is, will Juha Ritten be able to get to the line? And it looks like he did. Our director actually hit us up a few minutes ago and said, we're not sure if Juha's even going to be able to leave the pits. But here he is.
Yeah, and then we get word he's on the line.
Yeah.
He's actually ready to go. That team down there at Juha Rittenen's camp have worked tirelessly in the last 45, 50 minutes to get that car ready, and you can see Rittenen in the car. It would have meant that Conor Shanahan got a bye, but we all know that these guys don't want to go out with an easy fight. They would love to battle it all the way to the final. We have 2 drivers in our final 4. Who's going to be the next contender? As Rittenen asked a question to lead first, a higher qualifier puts him to test. Rittenen fires into outside zone 1. Shanahan falls into the pocket behind, into the smoke, jumps up into the door as Rittenen now drives himself through to outside zone 4. Very clean from both guys. Mirrored angle from Shanahan as he gets up close and personal, stands on the throttle, lost in a cloud of smoke, but still manages to deal with it. As Shanahan goes for the transition back. Outside zone 8 coming up, and look at that from Shanahan, right into the pocket. Once again, nice transition from Shanahan. Jumps up onto the door, tags aside and across the line.
And Connor decided to chase first. I think that's important here as well. He's done that from 16 at top 32. He was leading, so changing it up, but now hanging on to it. I like it. I definitely like it. It looks good on him, having all that tire to be able to chase. The other part too is you don't know what's going to happen with Juha, and at least from this view, you can kind of see where it's all going to go down. Juha's car looks great though. Whatever they needed to repair, they've got it completely sorted. First outside zone looking good. Shanahan hunting them down all the way through there, through 2, through 3, as they set up for 4. Connor's got to make a bit of a correction on the left foot brake. But Juha Rittenen, it's a very smooth line all the way through 4 and through 5 as those cars drift off into the sunset. We'll see.
Like that.
Yeah.
Smooth.
It's a beautiful sight. Just everywhere you look at this track is absolutely stunning. Juha with a ton of speed. And as we come through 8, Juha does a great job of filling that zone. Connor's kind of caught on the inside for a moment, but then gets the transition as they fire through 9. You can see Connor has to hold back. Juha goes for a much longer transition, but Shanahan does a great job, and there it is, the little Irish smooch on the door.
Just flexes the door. Rittenen just about held on in outside zone A. Was unclear on that first camera angle, but on the slow-mo you'll see it here. He's into that zone, and watch, look, just about keeps a wheel on the white line before the end of it. Very, very close there from Rittenen. Now we swap him around, Conor Shanahan to lead out Juha Rittenen. Rittenen in chase, that GR86 lurks in the background as they come off the line. Shanahan slams through the gears, flicks that car from left to right. Juha Rittenen fires down the inside, very shallow angle from Conor Shanahan, but look at this from Rittenen, gives him a tag, pushes him around, makes him gain angle. Juha Rittenen now losing some ground. Will he make a dive through inner 5 as Shanahan starts to pull away as Conor Shanahan squeezes the throttle outside zone 7, and now there's a whole bunch of ground lost as Shanahan's absolutely up and gone. Rittenen seems to be lost in nowhere. Could this be the tyre wear coming into effect as Shanahan's across the line already?
Yeah, I don't know. It was, at first I thought Connor seemed like he was down on power for a moment, and that Juha looked like he was down on power for a moment. It was a weird one, that's for sure. So Connor flirting with disaster there on that initiation. Has to pull a bit of angle out to get the car back around. That's where I went, okay, what's going on here? We knew that he had gearbox issues. At first I thought maybe a misshift, something like that. Connor is looking way ahead. You can see him checking through. Was that a bit of contact?
I was going to say, was that a tag there?
Yeah, just a quick little boop, as the kids say. I don't know if they actually say that, but I do. Transitioning back out towards 4.
It was from here.
Yeah, I think so. No, maybe not. But yeah, Juha, after 5, just nowhere to be found. And I wonder if that, like we talked about, the tire wear just hit him at that point. Just ran out of rubber.
Yeah, did Rittenen run out of tyre outside zone 5? And is this now the advantage of asking the lower qualifier to lead first?
Yeah, that could be it.
Because they run out of tyre to chase, and it very much clearly looks like that in that battle.
Well, in the lead then, if you're running that second, you can kind of dictate what your tire management's going to be like, and you can feel the tires start to fall off, and you can play with it a little bit. You don't have a ton of time, but you're able to manage a little bit better, and we'll see. It'd be interesting to ask Juha a little bit later on what all happened there.
Well, Juha just said something to Connor, and Connor went, no. Well, here we go, decisions in, left for Rittenen, right for Conor Shanahan. It's unanimous. It's going to be Conor Shanahan getting the win, advancing through to the final 4. Another step closer to another podium here at DRIFTMASTERS for Conor Shanahan. And we lose Juha Rittenen out of the show. Just one more battle to go to fill our final 4. Who will it be? Will it? So Becky is down there on the ground with Conor Shanahan from what started to be a rough weekend. Looks like it's turning to be a good one for the Shanahans.
Yes, absolutely, Ian. Looking like a good weekend for Conor there. You're shaking your head a little bit as you were getting out there.
A little bit, some small problems. Damn, it's a hard track. Honestly, if the lead car doesn't do a perfect into the inner zone, I felt like in my last lead run I also made a mistake there and wasn't sure because I know how hard it is to follow. The run was quite nice with you up until there. I felt like there was a little bit of over-rotate, and it's not like a mistake, but as the chase car, you want to get the drive in. So the minute you decel, it's like, oh, you're losing him, but kept it clean. Glad that we qualified high yesterday, that we can chase first and have some tire left for the second run. Some small problems, but this has been a hard weekend on the team. But on paper, it's a track what I probably shouldn't be in a semi-final in, so I'll take it. It's a good start, and hopefully now we can push on and go all the way.
Brilliant, well done, Conor.
Yeah, there we go. It's a tough track to drive. Some problems. Wow. I was looking at the front wheel. Look, watch the front wheel of Conor's car. They're wobbling.
Yeah, interesting.
Is that the tyre flexing on the rim, or is that just the wheel wobbling?
It looked like the wheel wobbling, but I don't know if he was turning the steering wheel.
Or if that's is that the problem that he's talking about? Well, here we go. We're back on the line. Kevin Pesur to chase down Peter Vrajcek. Vrajcek sits on the line. Very cool, calm and collected, very, very focused, knows that he's got a very steely competitor sat alongside him in Kevin Pesur. Pesur, visor down, no emotions. As Pesur now looks for the green light, he starts to creep already. He knows that Vrajcek is an absolute beast behind the wheel as he flicks that Supra from left to right, stands on the accelerator, a big clutch kick from Vrajcek. The higher qualifier deciding to lead first, and look at this from Kevin Pesur, almost tagging the side. Dials on the angle, he's coming in backwards. Oh! Pesur almost makes a hash of it. Whoa. How does he hold on to it? Pesur really starting to bring the heat now. Vrajcek fires into outside zone 8. Pesur on the inside of the circuit. Is he going to shortcut to try and make the dive on outside zone 9? Vrajcek into that final zone and across the line.
Man, Pesur, that was scrappy. He looked a little bit desperate in the chase there, and I mean, rightfully so, because Piotr Vrajcek, he's just so consistent. It's the same lap over and over and over again. The initiation is quick, and it's kind of late, but it's obviously working for him. The car snaps. He doesn't have to handbrake. As soon as he gets at the angle, it's out there. He can get on throttle and start running away with it. Pulled a touch of angle out and drives a little bit straighter through 2 and 3. But then he kind of backs it in going through 4. Yeah, Pesur almost over-rotates.
He drops on the dirt, Pesur, again.
Yeah.
And that's what Jarkko Euler did when he started coming in backwards. Just dropping a wheel on the dirt, gained a little bit too much angle, maybe. How he held onto it and how he stayed within proximity, I'll never know.
That poor camera is just getting murked this weekend. But then, yeah, Piotr, through the rest of this, looks great. He's definitely opting to pull just a touch of angle out through these straighter sections of the track, and then just makes up for it with a ton of angle through sections like 8. And then this dive, as he has to punch through the smoke, Kevin Pesur looks good, but unfortunately shoots a little bit wider. Piotr's on a great line through 9. Ooh, comes out of it just a touch.
Yeah.
But Kevin's on a much tighter line.
Yeah, he certainly is. And not really have any proximity either there in outside zone 9, which is odd. You can see Pesur now sitting on the line in that lead position, thumbs up all around. Vrajcek to give chase and expect fireworks here as Vrajcek is going to go 110%. Pesur pops that car through the gears, big clutch kick, sets it up nicely, but he's out of outside zone 1. Vrajcek onto the door, pushing Pesur around. It's going to almost push Vrajcek into those cones. Vrajcek takes a dangerous move across the circuit. Pesur fires on big angle. Vrajcek deals with it as he starts to get lost in a cloud of smoke. Kevin Pesur hammers the throttle through the floor, trying to drive away from the punishment. Vrajcek dives once again outside zone 8. Oh, and through the smoke comes Vrajcek up onto the door and across the line.
Piotr's ability to make corrections is wild to me.
It's phenomenal.
It's so crazy. What he does coming in through 4, and you'll see it. He has to do like 3 small corrections back to back to back, and it's wild. So Kevin Pesur, he's on a pretty tight line here. We would expect that
he's out of 1.
Yeah, he's out of 1. That's you're a little harsher about it than I was, but he is. No, it's 100% correct. And then he's shallow through 2 and 3. And watch this. Watch Piotr's car. 1, 2, 3. He makes these kind of like he adds angle in, grabs the handbrake to get the car to come back around, takes some angle out to gain proximity, grabs the handbrake to get the car to go around. He does that 3 times coming through that section. But he doesn't make it look bad. It's not like one giant correction that the judges are going to stare at. Now, Pesur, though, this is not a great lead run from him, and I think Piotr did everything in his power to try and gain proximity back in some really, really good spots. Kind of sacrifices 8 to be able to get back in and gets a great transition coming through 9. It kind of goes back to what Connor said in his interview, like you really need the lead car to have a phenomenal run for you to have a good chase, and I don't know if Kevin really gave that to Piotr.
Yeah, exactly that. I don't think he did, especially from outside zone 1. You know, he just wasn't in the mix at outside zone 1, and that's kind of where it all fell apart. Here we go, decisions in, slide of left. Vrajcek gets himself into the final 4, one step closer to the podium. David Kalas, that are the kind. They're the battles we're looking for, right? They're the ones we're looking at.
Exactly. This is what we are looking for. We really enjoyed it. Really great job from both drivers. Kevin showed us really good runs. Just Piotr was able to be even closer, to mimic it a little bit better. But this is what we are waiting for. This is we are fan of. We cannot be fans of the drivers, but we are fans of good drifting. And that was good drifting.
Certainly was good drifting. We enjoyed it, didn't we, Jacob?
Loved it.
Well, down on the ground, a man that said there's no way, and he had a big smile on his face. They changed the engine last night for this. Becky's with Peter.
Peter, congratulations. A difficult battle there at times. It was a masterclass in having to adjust. How was that for you?
Oh yeah, it was. It's tough in general in here. I very much enjoyed this place, but it's very technical. It's very intense and demands a lot of focus, definitely. And I don't know what happened actually during my last chase. I have a problem to shift up on the last hairpin. That's why I lost some ground, but somehow I managed to catch him on the second to last corner, and we are going through somehow. So it's somehow is the word of this battle. But yeah, thank you guys for cheering me up, and fingers crossed for the next one.
Can you give us a little track update? Some people were saying there were some stones out there. Is everything clear for you?
Yeah, there are stones, but they are not impacting the run, in my opinion. At least I hope I won't get smacked with one of them, but so far so good. And what else I can say? Yeah, let's have some fun.
Perfect. Go have some fun, Peter. We'll see you.
It's all about fun this weekend, Jacob.
All right.
It's all about fun this weekend. They're having fun. Their man from Poland has got himself into the final 4, and there's only 4 drivers now left in the competition.
Love that reaction.
That is an incredible reaction. Yeah, and Kevin Pesur, look, not even taking the helmet off. It's so strictly business,
yeah.
Kevin Pesur. It's all about getting the job done. Well, there we go. This is what our heat tree looks like at the moment, and how we've come through from our top 32, because boy, it's been a roller coaster of a journey into where we are now at Final 4, Jacob.
Yeah, stories are written, and unfortunately it's in a lot of broken body panels so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, James Deane will take on the surgeon, Pavel Korpulinski. That will be an interesting one. 2 very good drivers.
Yeah.
2 drivers that can be aggressive, but not too aggressive. And then Connor Shanahan will take on Piotr Vrajcek in that other battle in our Final 4. Only 2 places in the final, and then the 3rd and 4th place playoff. The third step on the podium awaits one of those drivers.
How many times have Connor Shanahan and Piotr Vrajcek met each other? Oh, man.
I know, right?
Someone pull that stat for me. Shoot me a text quick, because that's a lot. And James Deane, Pavel Korpulinski, that's going to be nuts. It's going to be interesting to see who pulls the craziness out of their bag.
Yeah.
Because if not, we'll be here doing one more times until the sun sets.
Until the sun goes down. Yeah, well, there we go. Cars down the back of the grid, getting prepared and ready to rock and roll. That is the warm-up area. So as you can see there, that piece of tarmac to the right-hand side of your screen is what we're talking about. That's the tyre warming area, and that's a part of the track dedicated for these guys to scrub those tyres. And just in a few moments' time, we will see James Deane into that tyre warming area, and Pavel Korpulinski. We can see an onboard there. James Deane in the car, ready to rock and roll, and just waiting to get that signal.
Yeah, we're just laying down some fresh lines on the track to make sure everybody can see everything. Want to make sure that our final battles of the night have every opportunity to put on the best possible show. So if you're new to drifting, tire warm-up, basically they're scrubbing off the outside layer and getting the temperatures up to tires up to temperature.
Yeah,
makes
on the rear. And then on the fronts, they're scrubbing the front tyres to get rid of all the marbles.
Yep.
So all those pieces of discarded rubber that lays around the circuit. They'll pick them up on the way back to the circuit, on the way back to back end of the paddock.
That's what
You'll
he's
see
doing
him
right
here right now, scrubbing the front tyres, so they'll be cleaning off all that debris on the front tyres, so the tyres are clean and up to temperature as well.
Yeah, warms them up a little bit.
Yeah, before scrubbing the rear tyres, as you say, taking that moulding release agent off of the tyre, scrubbing that top surface off so they're fresh and sticky and ready to go, because they want a good launch off the line. They want to trust the tyre on initiation, which is ultimately where it counts, and these guys not needing a lot of tyre warming.
It's a very short scrubbing.
Well, I heard from one of the spotters earlier saying that the tyre warming here, because of the length of the circuit, is 10% of what they would normally do.
Well, yeah, normally you'll see kind of 3 or 4 figure eights, but we didn't see it now.
Now, there we go. It's time for Final Four. There we go. Final four ready to rock and roll. Pavel Korpulinski pulls to the line. Korpulinski qualifying in 5th place. James Deane down in 8th. Korpulinski taking the chance to lead first.
This is, yeah.
I wondered if Korpulinski would offer it to James Deane.
Yeah, I'm looking through. It looks like he's led first on pretty much every battle he's had.
Yeah, well, there we go. Consistency from Pavel Korpulinski. James Deane sits in the car, a little thumbs up, ready to rock and roll in that RTR, that Ford Mustang Spec 5 DM. And James Deane, always ready for business. They're on the line, and it looks like our start line Marshall Martin is waiting for the all clear from our track staff. As you can see, the last white line being put down on the circuit. Consistency is key here for these drivers now, especially as the shadows, Jacob, really coming into effect on outside zone 8 and 7. These guys want to see exactly where they need to be. James Deane grips the steering wheel. We get the thumbs up from our start line Marshall Martin. He presses the button to sequence the lights. It goes green. And Pavel Korpulinski leaves the line for the first battle in our 4th. Top 4 as they fire in. Look at this from James Deane, no messing around. Gets into the pocket, starts to apply the pressure. Pavel Korpulinski squeezes the throttle. Very nice lead line from Pavel Korpulinski at the moment. A little shallow on outside zone 3, but keeps it clean for 4 as Deane now tucks back onto the door again. Very good battle between these two guys at the moment as Korpulinski opening the door every single step of the way. Korpulinski up into the curb, deep into outside zone 8, and James Deane's allowed to follow. Makes a dive for the final outside zone and a mistake for Korpulinski.
Oh, man, just a very, very small mistake for both of them at the very end of the run. Other than that, this is about as clean of a battle as you could ask for, especially at this level, and especially from what we've seen already this weekend. James Deane not giving him anything on initiation. He's basically bumper to bumper right before Korpulinski gets that car sideways. Now, James Deane does what he does best. Very, very small micro adjustments in the car. You can see him just touching the brakes real quick, trying to get that car to come around just a little bit more. Korpulinski on that very phenomenal line. It's what we would expect all the way through. Look at James, calm, measured all the way through. Not a wasted movement. He's got his hand on that handbrake the whole time, coming through that transition, and now back on throttle and place right there. There is just inches, just millimeters, centimeters between them. Oh, solid run. We knew what this was going to be like.
Yeah, this is a very solid run. And I was going to say, there was no moments where it was highlight, stand out, whoa, this is extreme. But this is, I guess, what we've come to love between these two drivers, that when they're in the zone, when they're in the moment, they can drive super clean, super close, with no mistakes, no errors.
It's beautiful in its elegance. It's not scrappy. It's not a fist fight. It's just this dance between both cars, and it's a completely different style of drifting than what we'd seen previously. But it's what they're both known for.
It certainly is. Well, they're back on the line, ready to go. Deane now to lead out Korpulinski. Korpulinski starts to creep. He knows that Deane's Mustang is super fast off the line and through the gears. As Deane flicks that car to initiation, straight into it. Korpulinski down, shadows up the angle. Deane having to readjust in outside zone 1. Korpulinski keeps his distance, but now starts to lose some ground as Deane opens up the throttle and drives away. Fires it deep into outside zone 4. Will Deane now gain even more ground? Korpulinski scrabbling, trying to find some lost ground. He's sacrificing zone. Korpulinski's in trouble as Deane now absolutely fires away, but sacrifices some of 8 as Korpulinski fires through the smoke. Deane is up onto the wheel and across the line.
Wow, yeah, chasing first. I think Korpulinski made the wrong decision in letting James Deane chase first.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's the tire advantage or just his ability to get that practice
Deane
run in. What was that?
Deane had his hand up there across the line.
Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll have to see. Maybe he's indicating how many times he's been a champion. James, he's got it, and I think Pavel Korpulinski just made the wrong call in letting Deane take the lead on the second run.
This has definitely really come into effect this weekend over any other weekend.
More than any other weekend, and I've got it all marked down as to who's done what and when and how it's all played out. But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, certainly was crazy, and we're seeing here Deane's inside the car of James Deane piloting that Mustang around.
Oh, okay. So we got that incorrect. Thank you for correcting us on that. James is the one who made the call on that. James was the one that chased. So yeah, so James is the one who decided to chase on this one. So Korpulinski didn't have a say in it. I apologize.
Yeah, sorry.
Wrong.
Yeah, we were completely wrong there.
But yeah, James making the right call to chase first.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go, both guys out of the car. Handshake, you see Korpulinski's face. I think he knew there was a bit of a mistake, and there we go, decisions inside him, left for Deane, right for Korpulinski. That's unanimous. It's going to be James Deane taking it to the final. Korpulinski will take it to the playoff, and we'll see him once again fighting for the third step on the podium as James Deane. A sigh of relief there for James Deane, and says, well, it's one step closer. I'm guaranteed a podium either way. Well, it's been an easier weekend for James Deane. Becky's down there with James. He seems relieved that he's made it this far, Becky, even though he seems to be absolutely rock steady.
Congratulations, James Deane. A brilliant battle there, lovely and clean. Now, you chose to chase. Is that a strategic tyre preservation move?
Absolutely. I've never been to a track in DRIFTMASTERS that is so harsh on tyres. So luckily we were able to chase on that run because Pavel is really on form. He's been killing it. And as you can see, even starting chasing first and then doing my lead, by the time I finished the finish line, the tyres are absolutely completely gone. But what a way to start DRIFTMASTERS 2026. Forward racing Mustang RTR into the final. I'm so happy, I'm so proud of my team. We've worked so hard over the off-season. And yeah, let's hope we can do it.
Congratulations, James.
Well, there we go. We're getting confused, we're getting tired up here. So much chaos over the weekend. I don't know whether we're coming or going at the moment, Jacob.
Well, I mean, like I said, James made the right call, and this is a veteran. Part of it is knowing what needs to happen. And
yeah. He showed it there. When he come over the line, there was nothing left on the tyre. And I think that maybe really played into effect for Korpulinski in the chase.
Well, either way, James isn't going to be able to make that call when he's in the finals because he's going to be facing off against either Connor Shanahan or Piotr Vrajcek, and both of them qualified higher than he did. So we'll see. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Unless they offer him.
I don't. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but here we go. The next battle are warming up down there on the back end of the circuit. It will be Connor Shanahan to take on Peter Vrajcek. These two have met. I mean,
it's got to be a lot of times.
It's a lot of times. I know you were trying to get that info.
Oh, wait, I might have
the info.
Hang on.
So while Jacob looks up the info of how many times these two have met in competition, the judges smiling once again. How many times have they met, Jacob? I want to know.
Oh, wait, I don't know. They sent me James Deane and Piotr.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I need the other one. Thank you, though.
There we go. Both guys warming up the front tyres, getting that little bit of extra heat into the fronts before they pull to the line. As we say, the tyre scrubbing down there, minimum for these guys this year. And right, now, look, this is it. Now we get this one right because Shanahan qualifying in second place, asking Peter to lead first.
Okay. I love this. I love that this has become such a thing. Yeah, it's great. It's so great. I mean, strategy plays such a massive role in drifting that we don't get enough time to talk about, whether it's setup, tire pressures, whatever. But this is one that's very visible and easy to understand.
Exactly. This is for us to, well, sometimes easy to understand. Yeah. And we can see it now, and we can see how it actually affects these drivers. We haven't seen it into effect as much as we have here. Well, here we go. Thumbs up all around. As Vrajcek leads out Shanahan for a spot in the final against James Deane. Who will it be? Shanahan jumps onto the back bumper. Big flick initiation for Peter Vrajcek as he puts that car where it needs to be. Look at this with Shanahan, foot brake fully locked, keeping that proximity on the side of that Super as they fire to outside zone 4. Shanahan now making a dive up to the door. Vrajcek goes a little wide, but then tucks the nose of that Supra into 5 as they flick back across. Vrajcek, big transition into outside zone 8, and it's paid off for him. Shanahan, though, not lost in the smoke, a dive across the circuit as Vrajcek gets into the final zone and across the line.
Oh, man, love it. Absolutely love it. As soon as we saw them stack up, we knew this was going to be an absolute heater of a run. As Piotr now having to take a big, deep breath as he comes back around. Oh, off the rip. Look at Connor. He's in there. Wow. He's trying to take the bumper off Piotr's car. Piotr with a big left foot brake as he comes to the first outside zone. He ends up washing just a touch wide off of this zone. He's got a decent angle, but we were seeing him getting pretty close to the cones through most of that. He's trying to outrun the young Irishman, and that's just not going to happen. I love, you see a left foot brake in transition. Both of them do it, and there he is. Connor, the Shadow Shanahan. He lives up to the moniker because he's all over him all the way through this run. Piotr lays down a solid lead run, opting to go wide and then a bit late on the apex. It's just how the car wants to handle right now and how he wants to place it. But beautiful battle, and one it's just timeless.
It certainly is timeless, and a really nice run there. For me, the only mistake that kind of crept in was, but here for Shanahan, he goes for the transition. He allows Vrajcek to drive away. Can't really get back into that pocket of smoke or back into that area where we'd expect him to be, right up onto the door. But nevertheless, what an incredible chase from Shanahan, and again, an incredible lead line for Peter Vrajcek. Oh, and the bonnet's open for Vrajcek's car. Could it be precautionary? Yeah, it looks like it's just a quick check under there, and he gets the thumbs up.
So I do have it. It is 12 battles they've done against each other, and right now Piotr wins 8-4.
Oh, wow. Oh. 8-4.
Yeah, thank you so much to Flickster for sending that over.
And here we go, light goes green, they're off the line. Shanahan fires through the gears, and we can see Vrajcek already creeping up onto the side dials, even more angle on it on transition, on initiation, as he now tucks himself right up onto the door, pushing Shanahan around inside zone 2. Doesn't get himself caught up on the inside, goes backwards, checks up massively, but keeps a hold of it. As Vrajcek now stands on the accelerator, Shanahan trying to drive away as he flicks it to outside zone 8. Vrajcek fires it in once again, keeps within proximity, transitions through the smoke. Vrajcek onto the ball, wheel to wheel, unbelievable.
Absolutely manic run from both of them. You could feel it. You could feel the tension in their driving. They both knew everything to play for right now. Nobody wants to be taking third. No one wants to even have to battle for third, and they're trying to get this over with right now. Connor Shanahan with that little bit of a tire advantage, and he's trying to take it to Piotr, but he at no point was he really able to outrun Piotr. This is a great line there from Connor, and honestly, that one inside zone might be the difference for him, but yeah. Piotr's chase is insane. He's pushing Connor around every single chance that he's got. Look at these really quick little corrections. He barely has to move the handbrake in that car just to get that to lock up, but he over-rotates just a touch, but it works out for him. It allows him to get on this tighter line. He almost supersedes Connor coming through this section, but it allows him to stay tight throughout. This is somebody who's, Piotr's making moves knowing that he may not have all the same grip or the tire wear to be able to do it. But look at, he catches it on the inside, gets on throttle a little bit earlier and dives in. Such a great move. Connor's able to stretch his legs just a little bit through this section. Takes a moment to catch your breath, but there he is, Piotr, right back on him again. The whole run, start to finish.
That was crazy. And for me, it was outside zone 9. It was brave move for Peter Vrajcek to dive that much.
They're giddy. They're like children out there.
Kids. They would do that time and time again. That was unbelievable. A very clean battle between these two guys. And the only place for me, I wonder what the judges are going to think of it, and that's inner 5 for Peter.
Yeah, a couple of the inner spots are the only spots that Piotr really had it, but I would argue his chase was closer all the way through. Tough call. Really tough call.
Tough call.
I would love it one more time. I'm just going to put that out there. I'd watch this all night. Flight's not till tomorrow, so let's keep going. Oh, I'm out of breath.
You're out of breath?
Yeah.
I'm out of breath. I'm stressed.
I'm sweating?
Stressed watching this. But there we go, staff down there on the track, waiting to get that decision, waiting to see who takes it through.
There we go.
Fans around.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, the place is absolutely packed out here at the Vallelunga circuit. You can see a lot of guys moving out and about and around the circuit, trying to get the best vantage point to see every single battle. Decisions in, left for Shanahan, right for Vrajcek. It's going to be a one more time.
Whoa.
It's going to be a one more time. A split decision though. Erasmo Rios, he didn't think it. David Kalas, we're going to quickly jump to you. We've got some time. We have to get this battle decided before we can move on. David, you want to see it again?
Of course I want to see it again. This is pinnacle of drifting. This is really great drifting, so we would like to see that once more. We saw some mistakes of both drivers on the lead position. Both drivers were not that deep on on inner zone 2. Both drivers are having some problems around outer zone 8. So lead runs for me and Tarmo were very, very similar. And then we are coming to the chase run. Connor was able to be decently close, but he was just keeping the distance all the time, where Piotr was more aggressive, trying to be way closer. And yes, he did the mistake at just before inner zone 5, but it was caused by trying to be that close. So that's why we are saying there was different approach of the chase position, very similar lead runs. So that's why we would like to see it once more.
Well, I'm not sad about it, and I know you're not, Jacob. Nope. That's for sure. As we see Peter now back in the pit area, back in his paddock, the team down there now will prepare the car, check it over, fresh pair of tyres, some more fuel, and maybe a little quick check with his spotter, a little look back at the broadcast to see exactly how it went down, where he needs to improve, what he can do to try and gain an advantage over Connor on the one more time battle.
Yeah, this is going to be so tight for the next one. It's you get into a weird spot as a driver at this point where you go, like, do I want to push harder? Where can I push harder? How do I even close up this gap? And you just want to keep it clean too. That's the other part, is you can push harder and potentially have an incident. And look at this, some great drifting families all hanging out together. Some drivers, they're all fans too. This is the thing. This traveling circus, everybody's friendly. They're having a great time. It's it's behind the scenes means so much more than what you see in front of the camera sometimes, and it's an incredible life that these drivers get to live.
It certainly is. I mean, look, the whole team here at DriftMasters, the Red Bull TV team, get to live that as well as we travel around 7 different countries and over the rest of the season. And yeah, the stories and the camaraderie between all these guys. Look, we always say it, they're very good friends behind the scenes. You know, you may see an argument here or there when things are a bit heated, but behind the scenes, you know, we spend so much time together that these guys are all, you know, one big family. But when the visor slams shut, the door gets closed and the car goes into gear, they are competitors at the end of the day, and they all want one ultimate goal, and that's to stand on the top step of the podium at the end of the weekend.
They're warriors, they're combatants, but it's like everybody's cousins, right? Yeah. Sometimes you fight with your cousins a little bit, you argue about something over dinner or whatever it is, but at the end of the day, everyone's still family, and we all need each other for this to continue to grow and keep going. I don't speak any Polish to know what's going on.
I was just going to say, can you translate a little bit of what's going on for me down there?
I got nothing.
We got nothing. No, we got nothing up here. No one in the commentary tower speaks Polish either. No one in the judging tower speaks Polish. But we're just going to say, they're saying good luck, go get it.
Yeah.
Get yourself into the final.
You're doing great.
Yeah, you're doing a good job out there, and he is ultimately doing an incredible job out there. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's
on a tough track.
Everybody,
when you hear someone say when James Deane says this is a tough track.
Well, if you think of how many different tracks he's driven on all over the world that he's beaten, he's unlocked everything. He's going for the 100% completion rate on the drifting life. I think there's only been one series he's competed in that he didn't win.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. But yeah, when he says this is a tough track, that should put notice to everybody else. It's incredible though. I love it. I think we need more difficult tracks like this. Just let's make it tougher on them.
Yeah, well, exactly that. And I said this in the pre-show with you and Becky earlier on. I love new tracks. I love a track where we go there and no one has data. Because we go to a track where everyone has data, Mondello Park, Riga, the Iron City, Veropolis, for instance. All these drivers kind of have it figured out. They know the gear ratio, they know the tyre pressures, they know what they're going to do with the suspension, they know exactly where the good parts of the circuit are for grip, they know exactly how to drive on the track to gain the most advantage. We bring them to a new circuit with a different layout that they've never seen before, and we test them, and we test their team. That was when we really bring the best out in some of these drivers, and we see the most incredible battles.
Yeah, it's you need to have something special, and it unlocks things. And sometimes it's tracks we've been to before, and you have to dig for something new, right?
Yeah.
I look at something like an Ireland or a Germany. We've been there a bunch, but every year it gets a little bit better, and then we throw something completely new in the mix, and now it's like, okay, well, we got to try something different. The amount of gearing changes that we saw, drivers swapping around different tires, going with different widths to try and get the last little bit out of it, it's wild what they've had to do to adapt.
It certainly has been wild what they've had to do to adapt. And, you know, I remember last year in Riga, James Deane saying, I've never drove around this track as fast as I have this weekend. I mean, what happens this year when we go back to Latvia and these guys have changed their setups once again and they've got their car dialed up to 110%, and we see Conor Shanahan there making his way past his paddock and back out, and we can see the rest of the Shanahan team and everything else.
Yeah, everybody waiting on bated breath for Mr. Conor to head back out there and do battle one more time. So it's exhausting too, especially when you have to do these back-to-back one more times, because you don't have a chance to take a break.
No,
you might get a sip of water in or something, a slug of Red Bull, but that's about it. That's all you're going to get, and then you're back out there. Teams get these tires changed so fast, and it's like, okay, get at it.
It's back at it again, but it's fresh in your mind as well, and that's what I like about these really quick back-to-back one more times is the last battle was still fresh in your mind, and they would have been on the radio to the spotters going through every single step, every single second of those last two runs, saying that this is where you made a mistake, this is where you need to improve. Did they change anything on the car as well? You know, a few clicks on the shocks, a few less PSI in the tyres to gain maybe a slight advantage.
Yeah, that's about all you're going to be able to do in that short of time is you know, change the dampening a little bit, potentially change the tire pressure just a little bit. Usually they'll preload the PSI before they even throw the wheels back on, but you never know. You might be like, okay, let's just go for, you know, these drivers will be able to feel the difference over a couple of PSI. 2, 3, it's a difference, especially when they're getting down to how low some of these drivers end up running these.
Exactly that. And there we go, both guys down there in the tyre warming area, getting their cars ready to rock and roll. As you can see them, they're scrubbing those front tyres, that critical part of their sequence, and Peter's ready to go. As Shanahan now pulls back onto the circuit, back towards the start line. And one last check on the radio to the spotter before this battle has to get underway.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked. Usually Jack will jump on the radio before Conor goes out and give him some words of probably very aggressive encouragement. It's cool. I think, what was it, in Germany last year, they linked their radios together and they were talking to each other during the battle.
During the battle.
Yeah, it's
crazy.
It's wild.
Yeah, crazy.
It's a different breed.
Well, here we go, a one more time battle between two heavy hitters at DRIFTMASTERS. It will be Conor Shanahan to take on Peter Vrajcek. Vrajcek once again asked to lead first. Conor Shanahan, the higher qualifier, opting to chase. You see him there staged back at a bit of an angle, trying to get the best line, the best run into that first corner. The lights get sequenced and they go green. Vrajcek to lead out. Conor Shanahan for the one more time battle. The last spot in the final awaits as they fire in to outside zone 1. Shanahan into the pocket, onto the rear wheel. Keeps his distance this time, keeps it clean as they both wobble coming through inner 2. Fire down to outside zone 4, and Shanahan matches and mirrors the angle, goes for a little cheeky dive onto the door of Vrajcek as Vrajcek now opens up the throttle. Big transition coming through as he dabs the foot brake into outside zone 8, and it's clean for Vrajcek out front. Can Shanahan make a move right now in outside zone 9? And he will, but right across the line.
It's just a game of chicken, and there's a little bit of concern on Jack's face there, seeing that run. Piotr locked back in. It's man. We're dealing with millimeters all the way through these battles. Conor once again completely on the tail of Piotr. It's amazing how he's able to just hold on to it like that, because there's so much trust you've got to have in a lead driver when you decide to be that close on initiation. Piotr correcting that inside zone. He's got that figured out. So a spot that he knew he had to clean it up before, he did that. And as they transition into 4 here, oh, it's interesting when he's changing the shifting.
Yeah,
I've heard a couple of drivers changing it as they're coming out of the keyhole, but Piotr opting to do it as he's entering into it on that handbrake section. And there we go, both of them side by side coming through 5, back on the throttle and shooting out towards 6. And Conor's with them the whole way. The only spot that a gap opens up is as they transition at the end of 8. look at both these cars. They're absolutely beautiful in the way that they move coming through.
Well, Peter doesn't really slow down there either. In the entry or through outside zone 8, he kind of gets the job done. Look at this. He jumps onto the foot brake super early once the transition's settled on the foot brake, slows the car down a little bit, dials it on angle, just ever so slightly lets that wheel slow down.
Yeah.
Then jumps back into it.
Oh, what do we got going on here? Is he pointing towards temps?
Yeah, maybe. It looks like Peter's... Yeah, so the car getting warm apparently, and Peter says to Marcin on the start line, no, I'm good to go. I'm going to send it on, and we're going to see how it plays out. As Shanahan now sits in that lead position. Peter starts to creep off the line. It's green, it's ready to go as they fight through the gears. Nice initiation from Shanahan, but look at this. Vrajcek straight into it, straight onto the pocket, straight up onto the side. Oh, nosing him around outside zone 1. A little wobble from Vrajcek through inner zone 2. Now keeps his distance, keeps it cool, doesn't dial too much on, goes on the inside once again, almost makes contact with the front wheel. Vrajcek straightens out the angle, now starts to make a dive as Conor Shanahan fires to outside zone 8. What can Vrajcek do as he gets onto the rear wheel? He loses some ground, shallows up the angle again. Early transition as Vrajcek finds the side of that 86.
Yeah, really, really interesting one there. Obviously, in your head, you got to think, okay, what's going on with Piotr's car? Is there anything, you know, is it over temp? Is his ECU going to back off some timing or something to try and save the engine? I'm sure Piotr's got an override that just says, you know, let's just go. Don't worry about it. So Conor back on throttle. Piotr, he's right in there making those small adjustments. Conor makes a small adjustment. They make a little bit of contact.
Yeah, there's contact. That's why Peter wobbled.
Yeah, definitely. We'll be able to see here with the in-car. Just look, you can see how close it is. It's like he could reach out and adjust his taillight bulb, and oh, his mother. I don't know how that lady is able to watch all these battles with her kids. Just gladiators going at it. And then as we come through here, Conor takes a bit of a different line than Piotr does. He goes a little bit wider in the beginning and then tucks it in for that inside zone. And then they get back on throttle one more time through this powered section. You've really got to find every last little bit of grip to be able to shoot the car out. Coming through 6 and through 7, both of them just, it's a beautiful dance. And then as they fire out through 8, you can see Piotr had to come off throttle, catching a bit of that anti-lag popping off. And now he tucks back into the pocket right before the line. Good luck, judges. That's all I got to say. Have fun, boys.
Yeah, the small amount of contact at inner 2 for me was, look at this, both of them, no one knows what this is, and the eyes are completely fixed. There's some laughs from both of them, but yeah, this was a tough one for our judges once again. And it looks like the decision is dropping in from our judges. This one maybe a little bit more clear-cut. Slide them left for Shanahan, right for Vrajcek, and it's going to be Conor Shanahan taking it through to the final to battle against his very good friend James Deane.
Wow.
And it'll be 2 Irishmen versus 2 Polishmen in the playoff.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot we still have a third place battle.
We have a third place playoff, yeah.
Holy. What a battle. What a battle. Oh, man, that's such a tough call. But I see where the judges are coming from on that, and that means we get an all-Irish on the first 2 steps, and we'll see which Polish driver is going to be sitting on the third.
Yeah, it will be a Polishman on the third step of the podium, and as you say, Jacob, 2 Irishmen on the first and second step. You see James Deane out of his Ford, a Mustang RTR Spec 5DM. Out there having a chat with the Shanahan family, having a bit of a laugh, some banter between those guys.
Oh yeah, as there would be. And Piotr now coming back to the pits, got to throw on a new set of tires before he takes on Paweł Korpulinski.
Yeah, well, that will be the next battle we see as well. So a round of applause there to the Shanahan family from Peter. He'll go straight back into the paddock, fresh pair of tires, a quick check over, more fuel, back out onto the line to battle Paweł Korpulinski.
Yep, it's all in a day's work for him.
It certainly
He's even locked in, just backing the car up.
He's in the zone.
There's no driving he does that he's not completely committed to.
No, not even driving the rental car from the airport to the track.
Oh, yeah, Piotr and rental cars. Locked in.
Locked in.
It's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Locked in.
It's the only way.
Fans here have been fantastic. Had a lot of great conversations, a lot of education. It's been great to interact with everybody, and hopefully we see them all down for the podium a little bit later on once we get there. They got an amazing podium spot here for it.
They certainly have, on the bridge.
Super cool.
On a bridge, And I believe we have even got a cool-down room this year as well, DRIFTMASTERS, so we're going to get some of that, that Formula One style cool-down room chat.
I hope so.
The guys.
It'd be funny if we don't tell them who wins and then put them in there. and then make them sit and wait?
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
I'd be all right with that.
Yeah, we kind of really want to get that raw, straight up from the car, straight into the cool-down room.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like it's all about the stories this year.
Of course.
That was our big meeting. It's all about the stories, building some heroes. It's been a great time.
I mean, this weekend has certainly built some heroes, that's for sure, and we've seen plenty of them. Well, it's been a weekend for sure for Conor Shanahan. Becky's down there with him.
Conor, you were looking for a good weekend, and so far, so good. You find yourself with a spot in the final. Congratulations, that was hard fought.
Yeah, I'll take it. What a hard day. We've had to weld something on the turbo side in between every battle, so on the second lap on the lead run, I'm struggling to make boost, and I'm trying everything to drive as flat out as I can. So hard battle with Peter. This track really comes down to like small mistakes, and honestly, I'm not really happy with my driving all day, but it's obviously just enough. I think everybody's kind of in the same boat. It's a track what's hard to get the max out of, so yeah, I'll take it. Final with James, and yeah, we all know how good he is, so I'm just going to have to push. Yeah, try drive in the doors at RTR will be the plan, and hopefully we can take first place.
Brilliant, and good luck in the final.
Yeah, there we go. Driving the doors of the Mustang RTR is what he said he wants to do.
Yeah, that's a bold statement.
It certainly is.
If anybody's going to make it, that's the man to do it.
It certainly is. Well, let's take a quick look at the road that Conor Shanahan took to the final. First, it was Kevin Piscotty in that brand new build, that 2JZ GR86.
Yeah,
top 32.
Had to clean up a couple of things, but he did so after taking out Piscotty a little bit earlier on today. And yeah, judges let him know, hey, you're not going to keep getting away with that. And he made a great adjustment, I will say.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah, it was a great adjustment. He cleaned it up, and I mean, it's paid off for him. And you can see what it meant to him straight away there under the heat of midday sun. Then it was Benedictus Sherba, where things were a little bit more tougher. Sherba really did bring the fight through everything he had with Conor Shanahan in that top 16 battle. Shanahan again coming out on top. Sherba just not having the measure of Shanahan this weekend.
Yeah, tough battles there. Connor's really liking that late apex.
Yeah.
And he comes around 5, and I think it's catching out a few drivers. It's a tough thing to do. It's a very, very tough thing to do. You got to carry so much speed through it and be able to dig out, and that meant that road continue on against Juha Ritten, who kind of seemed to lose out on that tire war we've been talking about. Just didn't quite have the grip to be able to take it to him at the final zones.
No, exactly that, and that tire war been playing off all weekend for a lot of these guys, and really came into effect this afternoon when the sun went down here ever so slightly at Vallelunga circuit in Rome in Italy. And then it was the final battle, and you can see again the emotions from Conor Shanahan are absolutely electric. But it was a one more time battle between him and Polishman Peter Vrajcek, and in the end Shanahan got the job done, got the win, and advanced into the final. Take on a fellow Irishman.
Tough battle. I mean, the upside is that Conor now has more laps on this track than anybody else does. So he's got a lot of time, and he's got a lot of experience on it, and it's he's going to need every single bit of it to take that fight to James Deane.
It certainly is, and this is the road that James Deane took to the final. It was a strange one in our top 32 against a not on form Espen Road at round 1. Espen Road struggling this weekend with the car and not getting too many laps on circuit. Tried to drive up onto the door of James Deane, but just wasn't to be, as James Deane looked absolutely on form out front.
Yeah, it's he hit the ground running real quick, and he basically just kept that momentum going the entire time. And a little bit of drama there with the clock, but James Deane able to continue to move through his competitors, and as we get some eyes, yeah, it was just wild. I mean, it's so tough to slow him down. Like, what are you going to do? He's found that if he chases first, he's able to just keep crushing everybody, and that seems to be the form that he wanted to stick with through all these battles.
It certainly is. And then it was this battle against Dwayne McKeever, the big contact in the first half of the battle, and Dwayne McKeever completely pulling the rear wheel off of the back end of that 180SX on the side of that Ford Mustang RTR, and luckily for both of them it didn't damage or put both of them off the circuit. Boom, big accident, but Deane come out victorious once again.
Yeah, it just shows how stout that car is built, that he's able to take a lick like that and keep on ticking, and the grimace on his face tells the whole story.
It tells you the whole story.
Yeah, that took it then to him, the James Deane against Corpulinski. a tough battle, but once again, the strategy of wanting to chase first played out in spades for him as he was able to just completely pull a gap on Pavel, who will then be battling for third as James moves on into the finals against Connor Shanahan.
Yeah, it certainly was. Well, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. It all comes down to this. Spots on the podium await. It's time for the playoff. Well, here we go. The third step on the podium awaits one of these Polish drivers. But who will it be? Will it be the man that nearly won the championship last season? Or will it be the man that's always been the bridesmaid and never the bride? Pavel Korpulinski sits in chase position. Peter Vrajcek sits on the line in lead position, eyes focused on the prize, staring down the barrel of the start line. Vrajcek ready for business, but look how far back Pavel Korpulinski has staged himself, always smiling though, a little wave to the camera, and he will love this, he'll relish in this, battling his Polishman for a spot on the podium. Right goes green, and away we go for the third step on the podium. Battle is underway. Through the gears comes Vrajcek, comes Korpulinski as they fire into that first outside zone. Korpulinski needs to keep it clean, he needs to show some aggression. It's what the judges are looking for from Korpulinski as they fire through outside zone 3, down the hill into 4. A little check-off from both guys as Vrajcek gets on the throttle nice and early, now starts to power away as Korpulinski finds himself back into the fight. Very dangerous on the back bumper of the A90 Super as he fires through the smoke. What can he do at 9? He can't get himself into the mix.
Piotr's in such a good rhythm all the way through the lead. It's incredible. It feels like music out there. The way he's able to get the car around, it's such a great pattern that he's got. The timing is fantastic, and man, it really is. Like, when it comes to the lead side of things, I don't think there's been a better driver this weekend than Piotr.
No.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch. So it's the same movements every time, although I will say that initiation was maybe a little slower than what we saw previously. He was pretty snappy through a lot of his earlier battles. We're looking at him push out between 2 and 3. It's a good transition, lets that car float out, left foot brake one more time, or he comes around 4 and 5. We'll see how they stack up. Pavel Korpulinski, he does a great job in the chase, but maybe not as close as what he wants on it. Now, when they swap it around, is he going to have that little bit more tire that he wants to? We'll have to see, but for right now, Piotr in the lead is just absolutely crushing, and for his fellow Polishman, he's just going to be sitting back and more or less watching the former champion just crush through the rest of this course.
Yeah, strange. You can see there Korpulinski just shallowing up quite a lot in outside zone 7 and trying to make a dive down to 8. You can see him there on the foot brake, shallows up the angle, really tries to drive up into the door of Vrajcek's Toyota Supra.
I wonder if it's getting hot again.
Yeah,
back
I could
off
just
the line.
see Vrajcek being called to the line by our start line marshal Martin, sorry.
They'll run the clock. So they've got 2 minutes from the time.
Yeah, we're hearing over our headset now, the car getting hot again. So problems still with that Supra, just really struggling to keep a hold of the temperatures. Vrajcek pulls up to the line, gets a quick check, and Marcin gives him the thumbs up. Looks like he is ready for battle. As Pavel Korpulinski sits on the line to lead them out a little bit further back than he normally is, maybe trying to get even more run in to that first outside zone. And here we go, light goes green, Korpulinski to lead out Vrajcek for a spot on the first step on the podium. Big flick across the track, look at that from Vrajcek right onto the door. Dangerous move from Vrajcek. He's absolutely buried to the side of his fellow Polishman. Brave transition, a wobble from Vrajcek. He's almost on the inside. He gets back on the throttle nice and early. Vrajcek taking cones down left, right and centre. A massive wobble once again for Korpulinski. Wow, through the smoke comes Vrajcek as they fire into the final outside zone. A dive from Vrajcek, but he's on the inside and he loses it at the last turn.
Just one mistake. That's it. That's the only mistake that he made in the chase there. And he adapted so well to the corrections that we saw from Pavel Korpulinski, who, once again, he is on fire throughout this whole thing. How Piotr is able to manage the tires throughout these runs is a complete mystery to me. We've talked about how incredibly well set up this car is, and it just continues to prove that. But look at this. Look at He's literally painting the side of it all the way through. Catches that cone, takes it for a ride. I don't know how you do this. Pavel's mistakes.
There were mistakes in the chase.
Yeah, I mean, he caught up a little bit on the inside there, but he's definitely got the proximity game down, that's for sure.
100%, and you can't disagree with what you're saying there, Jacob. But for me, I think coming that close up on the inside on 2 and 5.
Interesting, okay.
And then losing so much ground on outside zone 9. That's going to be an interesting one to see how this plays out. Korpulinski does a very good job out front, up onto the curb. Does come out of outside zone 8 a little early. You can see there, right on the white line, right at the end of it. But watch this from Vrajcek. Fires the car very early on transition, then finds himself way on the inside. No proximity.
All right, I'll take that. I will say that Pavel had a pretty big correction coming out of 4, but it doesn't matter what we think.
No,
the judges
down to the judges. Who's it going to be? Slide of left for Korpulinski. It's going to be Peter Vrajcek to get the win. The 3rd step on the podium for Vrajcek. And what a way to kick off the championship hunt in 2026. But to take 3rd step, a spot on the podium, he'll be absolutely over the moon with that.
Yeah. Back in the race.
He certainly is back in the race. A little redemption for 2025. Becky's down there with the Polishman. He must be very, very happy.
Peter, congratulations on 3rd spot here at round 1 of the DRIFTMASTERS 2026 season. A much better start than in 2025. Tell us what's going through your mind right now.
Yeah, I'm delighted, to be honest. This whole event was really tough for me. For my team, they have really a lot of work. I was making some stupid mistakes that I will really need to analyze and make sure that they won't happen again. But overall, I'm super happy that in Italy I can be on a podium on the 1st round. What a great start. Cannot wait for the next one. And yeah, once again, thank you very much to everybody who supports me, to everybody who gathered here. Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim Polakom. And yeah, cannot wait for the next one. Thank you very much.
Peter, that chase was absolutely incredible. Is that all you've got, or is there a little bit more in the tank?
I would definitely love to do it a bit better, especially in the last corner. But yeah, oh my God, I'm so happy. For now, let's leave the mistakes apart and just enjoy the moment.
Absolutely enjoy. Congratulations on 3rd place.
There we go. 3rd place on the podium for the Polishman is absolutely over the moon. And I mean, look, the final was probably the last time that he really sat in this car in competition, and he's probably feeling a little bit, you know, it all came to an end, not how he wanted it to in Poland, but now he feels like he's on top of the world, Jacob.
Yeah, it's a new season. You got to forget everything that happened in the past, and it is now a new season, and he's starting off this new season, and he'll be 3rd in points, and that's such a massive advantage. I mean, it's you can think about what if from last year. You can go through all these different scenarios of if it never happened, if the crash never happened. But either way, right now, right here today, he will be 3rd in points leading into our next event.
Yeah, it's just such a good way to kick off the championship, and such a good way to kick off the hunt for yet another championship here at DRIFTMASTERS. You know, I mean, this time last year in Spain, he was going home on the trailer after the qualifying showdown.
Yeah, and now he gets to celebrate on the podium. So it's a completely new year, but it's going to be a crazy podium one way or another. We're talking about 3 former champions all together here right now to open up the season. This is going to be an incredible, incredible year, and it's anyone's game.
Well, there we go. Peter pulls off the track, and we kick it down to this. This is it. This is how we got to the final. It was a tough battle all the way for both of these drivers, but they made it all the way to the final spot. Conor Shanahan will face off against his very good friend, James Deane. And the defending champion has a former champion hunting him down. This is going to be a battle for the ages. Right here, as the sun sets in Vallelunga in Italy at round 1, this is going to be one that we are going to remember for a very, very long time. Both guys down there warming the tyres. That strategic moment that they have with the car gets them ready as Conor Shanahan pulls off down towards the start line. One last word with the spotter.
Yeah, and here we go. This is it.
And this certainly is it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the final. Two good friends from behind the scenes, two fellow countrymen right now meet in Italy as they pull up to the line, and Jacob is eager to see who has asked who to lead.
Well, you have your answer. Conor Shanahan will be chasing. James Deane is going to get the lead, and the strategy continues. Conor, he did qualify second, so he gets that choice.
He certainly did. Well, Conor Shanahan will chase down James Deane, the higher qualifier, opts to chase first to James Deane, will sit in that lead position, a little uncomfortable, worrying maybe about tyre wear, worrying what Shanahan's going to do on the door. Deane and Shanahan, both two Sealy competitors, both hunting down another championship here at DRIFTMASTERS. The cars slam into gear. They get the thumbs up from our start line marshal, Marcin. Deane comes off the line in the Ford Mustang RTR through the gears as the sun sets in Italy. They fire to initiation. Deane onto it straight away. And look at this from Shanahan. Dabbing the foot brake is Deane. Checking himself in that first outside zone. Shanahan wobbles, but sticks with him or flexes to back end of the Mustang RTR as they fire into outside zone. 4 through 5. Shanahan can't be shaken. Back across the circuit. Shanahan goes for it on the foot brake, but Deane's lead line just leads him out of outside zone 8 early. Shanahan again, absolutely disgusting transitions.
This is a battle that we've seen waged so many times. I mean, if you squint, it almost feels like Mondello years ago, both of them growing up, battling each other. Connor looking up to James and saying, one day I will beat you, and he has. He's beat him multiple times and vice versa. But here right now, it is so head to head. James Deane's lead line is the best we've seen. It's incredible. Just the small micro adjustments to the left foot brake, and look at Connor, the commitment.
Tag on the wheel.
Just a quick little tap, a little knock on the door of, hey, guess who's here? Oh man, look at it. James looks like he's out for a Sunday drive. He's so locked in. That car, he's got dialed. It seems so easy to drive. He's so committed as the sun sets over the hills in Italy. What a beautiful sight, seeing these two Irishmen, two legends of the sport, go head to head. Oh,
look at the focus from Shanahan in the car, working that handbrake to keep that proximity, trying not to hit James Deane too hard to upset his line. He knows that you can't be doing that, and that's what the judges have been looking at every single turn of every single battle. Deane, though, leaving outside zone 8 a little early. That car gripped up to 100. He knows he had to put on an absolute masterclass. Both cars almost three-wheeling from outside zone 9. Deane really looks comfortable out front.
Look at the synchronicity between the two cars through transition. Connor does such a good job. I mean, they know how each other drives, and they both know they're going to be incredibly heads up. Deane just grabbing onto a little bit of that rumple strip. Maybe leaves 8 just a touch early. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's all it's going to take to be the difference between being on the top step or the second step.
Exactly that. Well, they pull back to the line. It will be Shanahan now in that lead position in that Toyota GT86. Both guys slam the cars into gear. Deane in that Mustang RTR to give chase. They come off the line and through the gears as the sun shines through the side glass. They fire into initiation. Deane keeps his distance from Shanahan, now starts to wind up the proximity as he tags his rear wheel as they fire into outside zone 3. Back down the hill they go. Shanahan looks like he pulled a little bit of a gap. Deane backs in the Mustang as he works it towards the outside zones. Shanahan now starting to drive away as he puts a distance between him and Deane. Deane shortcutting outside zone 8. Shanahan is up and gone as he puts it into outside zone 9. Wow! Across the line.
Oh my gosh, he's the first person to even come close to pulling a gap on James Deane, who seems so locked in on this track all day. Connor Shanahan tried to shake him throughout this entire run, because there's James Deane making his way back to see what the decision is. Connor Shanahan, great feint on entry, gets that way out there, gets back on throttle nice and early, doesn't want any of this to be left in the judges' hands. He just wants us to just be a heads up, and that quick little wheel-on-wheel contact there, and you can see the Mustang slowly hunting him down. I wonder if we'll see that contact. Oh, just a little.
A little rub, a little wobble,
bit.
yeah.
That's all it was. Connor not phased, not even for a second. Transitioning back around after 3. Oh, that's such a beautiful sight.
Look
there
at
it
that.
is.
What a shot.
There it is. There's your movie preview for the weekend. Oh, man. Absolutely glorious. Both of them taking a great line through our inside zone 5, coming through this power alley, and this is it. This is where that little bit of extra tread that Connor's got left on those tires might be the thing that carries him to the top step of the podium. Oh, I'm exhausted.
I am absolutely exhausted. Today has been a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And we've not even driven a car.
No, we've been sitting the whole time. Beautiful.
Shanahan's lead line was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, man.
It looks like Shanahan had the measure of James Deane.
Yeah.
This weekend.
I think he knew where he needed to go. I think he knew what he needed to do to take out James, and I mean, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see what the judges think. I think James put such a hard-fought battle throughout this whole thing, and he's looked incredible through everything. He's won every battle so decisively. It's such a tough call.
Well, here we go, both the guys out of the car, and we await the decision to drop him. Two good friends, two fellow countrymen. Who is going to take the win? Who will win round 1 of DRIFTMASTERS 2026? It's in. Stardom left for Shanahan, right for Deane. It's Connor Shanahan! Connor Shanahan wins round 1 of DRIFTMASTERS 2026, and James Deane congratulates him. And James Deane says, I had nothing. Yeah. All I could do was watch you drive away through 7 and 8. What an unbelievable drive from Connor Shanahan this weekend, from qualifying in second place with tied points with Dwayne McKeever to winning round 1, top step on the podium. Jacob, it's been an absolute movie this weekend. I've enjoyed every second of it. I've been waiting for DRIFTMASTERS to come back, as it felt like the off-season was forever. But Becky's down there with Connor. Becky, what a dream weekend for Connor Shanahan after it looked like it was all over before qualifying started.
Absolutely. Connor Shanahan, congratulations on being the winner of round 1 of the DRIFTMASTERS 2026 season. That was a hard-fought day. It was all looking a little bit fraught yesterday, but you pulled it back. Can you tell me what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, this comes back to yesterday's work. It's not about today's work. Glad that we qualified second yesterday, that we had the option to chase. And I think that's really what decided a lot of these battles today. We knew, obviously, James was going to be close to being out of tyre, and it sucks that it's like that. You know, we want to do 2 clean runs, but obviously I'm going to choose chase when I have the option. I'm not going to give that away, but you know, that's a huge thanks to my spotter Mats. Yesterday we worked hard in qualifying. To my whole team, you're like, I feel like every time I come back, I say to Jack, I'm like, the car can't get better, you know. But from the start again this weekend, it's been great, and great job to my team. Podge, my main mechanic, who works his ass off, and every other person on the team who plays a huge part. My mom and dad who are here. Jack, thank you. To my sponsors, DBM, Engineering, Race Running Brands for building the best 2J in the world. These guys deliver every time and help me right to the end with welding an intake manifold in between every lap. So good job, everybody. Italy, thank you for having us. It was a pleasure to be here to showcase DRIFTMASTERS. Yeah, a win in 2 of the biggest drift championships in the world at the start of a year. It doesn't get much better than that, and let's try to keep this ship rocking.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Connor. You are our winner of round 1 of the DRIFTMASTERS Championship.
Well, there we go. Connor Shanahan getting the job done at round 1 and unbeaten.
Unbeaten, yep. Best driver in the world right now.
Right now.
There you
unbeaten.
go.
Well, here we go. This is our final results list for round 1. Connor Shanahan obviously taking the win. James Deane taking second. Peter Vrajcek taking third. But what some heavy hitters in that top 8. And for me, Nicholas Bertans, not that I'm surprised, but to see him up there is going to be encouraging as we work our way through the list. You can see some real big names tumbling down the order. Some guys that really need to get their mind back into the game for round 2 in Madrid in Spain in just 2 weeks' time. As we see the rest of the drivers, Connor Falvey way down there in the order. Harry Kerr, the new driver for 2026, having issues with that car, just trying to work around it, trying to get his head into drifting in Europe for 2026. And as we see our last place finisher, Timo Asunmaa, and again another driver brand new to the championship for 2026. And some shots here from the final run of the final battle. Jacob, any final words?
Every time we get to come to these events, I'm reminded one more time why I love drifting so much. It's the fans, the drivers, the views like this, and incredible time. And this is how the points stand with qualifying added in.
Yeah, with qualifying added in, Connor Shanahan will take the most amount of points, 107. Closest man behind him, James Deane, with 89, and then Peter Vrajcek with 82. And you can see already a huge gap opening up. Connor Shanahan, the target on his back seems to be shaken off after last night, after yesterday's qualifying, and he looks super strong heading in to round 2 in Madrid in Spain. Well, let's take a look at Spain in 2025, because what a roller coaster it was. We kicked off a brand new circuit on the calendar. Well, it was a thrill and a spill from the get-go for some of these drivers, and it was an unpredictable podium, shall we say. Yeah. 3 drivers on the podium. We hadn't seen on the podium before or for a while, and they battled hard. Kevin Pesur, this was a big story of our qualifying showdown, the contact between James Deane and Peter Vrajcek. And then from there on, the story was Oliver Randalu was the man to beat. alongside his fellow countryman, Kevin Pesur.
Yeah, and Ete Sede, who unfortunately had a really rough weekend this weekend, was also on that step. And if you're looking for an event to go to, I recommend Spain. It is incredible.
Well, from me, from Jacob, from Becky, from everybody here at Drift Masters, we'll see you in 2 weeks' time at round 2. It's goodbye.